Saint Peter, the apostle who built the church. The full story of the fisherman who became the rock. There is something strangely quiet about the beginning of Christianity. Not the Christianity we know today, with enormous cathedrals, ancient paintings, marble statues, bells, stained glass, solemn choirs, and millions of people gathering beneath crosses. Not the Christianity of emperors and councils, bishops and universities, monasteries and pilgrimages. That would come later, much later. At the beginning, there was no cathedral. There was no Christian empire. There was no official church hierarchy stretching across continents. There were simply a few frightened men and women, moving through the dusty roads of Roman Judea, carrying memories of a teacher who had been executed. And among them was a fisherman. His name was Simon. He had spent much of his life around water. The Sea of Galilee was not really a sea in the way a sailor from the Mediterranean might imagine it. It was a large freshwater lake, surrounded by hills and villages, with water that could appear peaceful in the early morning and suddenly become dangerous when the winds came down from the surrounding heights. Simon knew that water. He knew its moods. He knew the smell of wet nets. He knew the ache in his shoulders after hauling them in. He knew what it meant to work through the night and discover that the fish had apparently decided to spend the evening somewhere else, which, to be fair, was probably not the most spiritually rewarding occupation. But it was his life. He was a fisherman. And then, somewhere along the shoreline of Galilee, he encountered a man named Jesus. That meeting would eventually become one of the most consequential encounters in human history. But Simon could not possibly have known that. He could not have looked across the water that morning and thought, casually, that he had just met the future center of a religion that would one day reshape Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and much of the wider world. He probably had more immediate concerns. The weather, the nets, the boat, the fish, the taxes, the Romans, the ordinary irritations of being alive. And yet, somehow, from that quiet world of fishing boats and village roads, a story began. A story about loyalty and fear, about courage and failure, about friendship and grief, about a man who repeatedly believed he was stronger than he really was, and about another man who apparently knew that already. This is the story of Saint Peter, the fisherman who became an apostle, the disciple who repeatedly misunderstood his teacher, the man who promised he would never abandon Jesus, the man who abandoned him anyway, the man who wept bitterly afterward, and, according to Christian tradition, the man who eventually stood in Rome and helped establish one of the most influential Christian communities in the ancient world. It is a story of extraordinary transformation, and because we are going to spend a long time together tonight, there is no need to hurry. So settle in. Let the room become quiet. Let the modern world move a little farther away. Imagine, instead, the soft movement of water against a wooden boat. Imagine the smell of smoke from a village fire. Imagine sandals pressing into warm dust. Imagine the distant hills around Galilee turning purple as evening arrives. And somewhere in that ancient landscape, almost 2,000 years ago, imagine a fisherman named Simon beginning a journey he could never have understood. A journey that would eventually make his name Peter, the rock. And, according to Christian tradition, one of the foundations upon which the early church was built. But before Simon became Peter, before there were apostles, before there were churches, before there was even a recognizable Christian movement, there was simply Galilee. And Galilee was a complicated place. It was beautiful. It was fertile. It was busy. And it lived under occupation. The first century was not an easy time to be an ordinary person in Judea or Galilee. The Roman Empire had extended its authority over the Eastern Mediterranean, and Rome had a particular talent for making distant provinces feel the weight of imperial power. There were soldiers. There were administrators. There were taxes. There were local rulers who had learned that survival often depended on cooperating with Rome. And there were ordinary people who had to live with the consequences. For someone like Simon, Politics was probably not something discussed in philosophical language every morning. Politics was the tax collector standing in front of you. Politics was the coin missing from your pocket. Politics was the soldier passing through the village. Politics was the knowledge that decisions made by men hundreds of miles away could change the price of bread. And beneath all of that was religion. Religion was not a private hobby in first-century Jewish society. It shaped time. It shaped food. It shaped festivals. It shaped family life. It shaped identity. The people of Judea and Galilee understood themselves as part of a covenant with God. They carried ancient scriptures. They remembered ancient kings. They remembered prophets. They remembered exile. They remembered return. And, above all, they remembered promises. Promises that God had made to Israel. Promises that history had not yet finished fulfilling. Many people therefore lived with an expectation. Perhaps something was coming. Perhaps God would intervene. Perhaps a king would arise. Perhaps Israel would be restored. Perhaps the foreign powers would finally disappear. Perhaps the kingdom of God was closer than anyone realized. Into that atmosphere came Jesus. And Jesus did not arrive as an obvious conqueror. He had no army, no cavalry, no official position, no palace, no treasury. He moved through villages. He spoke in synagogues. He taught beside lakes. He ate with ordinary people. He healed the sick. He told stories. He argued with religious authorities. And he gathered followers. Among those followers was Simon. We know surprisingly little about Simon's early life. This is worth remembering. The historical record is not a biography in the modern sense. The ancient writers did not sit down and explain what Peter's childhood bedroom looked like, what his favorite food was, what jokes he told his friends, or whether he preferred sleeping on his back or his side. Ancient biographies were selective. They focused on meaning, on character, on events considered important. And so Peter emerges into history almost like a figure appearing through mist. We see fragments, a name, a boat, a brother, a wife, a mother-in-law, a few arguments, a few miracles, terrible night, a rooster crowing, and then a lifetime of consequences. His original name was Simon. In Greek, the name appears as Simon. In Aramaic, the language probably spoken by Jesus and many Galileans, his name would have been something like Shimon. He had a brother named Andrew. Andrew is important because he seems to have been the bridge between Simon and Jesus. According to the Gospel of John, Andrew was among those who first encountered Jesus and then went to find his brother. There is something wonderfully ordinary about that scene. Andrew has found someone. He is excited. He goes looking for Simon. Perhaps Simon is working. Perhaps he is repairing equipment. Perhaps he is simply going about the exhausting business of being alive. And Andrew arrives with news. We have found the Messiah. Imagine being Simon. Imagine hearing those words from your brother. The Messiah. Not simply a teacher. Not simply a prophet. The Messiah. For a Jewish man living under Roman rule, that word carried enormous weight. Could mean hope. Could mean danger. Could mean political upheaval. Could mean divine intervention. Could mean the fulfillment of centuries of expectation. And Simon apparently went to see Jesus. The meeting is brief in the gospel account. Jesus looks at him, and then something remarkable happens. Jesus gives him another name, Peter. In Aramaic, Cephas. In Greek, Petros, the rock. There is something almost humorous about this. Imagine meeting someone for the first time and immediately deciding that his defining characteristic should be rock. Not Simon the fisherman. Not Simon, who seems reasonably sensible. Not Simon. Please stop interrupting. No, rock. And yet, as we will discover, Peter will spend years proving how strange that name sometimes sounds. Because rocks are supposed to be stable. Peter is not always stable. Peter is enthusiastic. Peter is impulsive. Peter speaks quickly. Peter acts quickly. Peter sometimes understands brilliantly, and then, moments later, he seems to understand absolutely nothing. He is one of the most human figures in the early Christian story precisely because he is not presented as a flawless hero. He gets things wrong, frequently, and that is part of what makes his story so compelling. The fishermen of Galilee lived hard lives. Fishing was not a picturesque hobby performed under perfect golden sunlight for tourists. It was work. There were nets to maintain, boats to repair, fish to clean, markets to reach, weather to survive. A night on the lake could be cold. A successful catch could mean income. An unsuccessful catch could mean disappointment. And there was always the next day. For Simon, Andrew, James, and John, the fishing world formed a kind of social network. They worked with family. They knew the lake. They knew the villages. They knew the rhythms of the seasons. They probably knew which markets paid better. They knew who owed money. They knew who could be trusted. They knew who could not. And then Jesus began calling them away from that life. The gospel stories describe the call in simple language. Follow me. The fishermen leave their nets. And that sentence has been repeated so often that it can become almost invisible. But pause there. Leave your nets. Leave your livelihood. Leave the familiar world. Leave the boat. Leave the routine. Follow a traveling teacher whose future you cannot possibly predict. It sounds simple when written in one sentence. It would have been anything but simple in real life. There must have been hesitation. There must have been questions. There must have been conversations. What are we doing? Where are we going? How long will this last? What does he actually mean? What happens to the boats? What happens to the family? What happens if this goes badly? And naturally, there was always the possibility that it could go very badly. Because the Roman Empire was not particularly famous for its patience with movements that looked like political rebellion. Jesus gathered followers in a society already full of tension. There were different Jewish groups with different interpretations of religious life. There were people who cooperated with Rome. There were people who resisted Rome. There were priests. There were Pharisees. There were Sadducees. There were revolutionaries. There were ordinary villagers who mostly wanted everyone to stop making their lives more complicated. And then there was Jesus. He spoke about the kingdom of God. That phrase alone could be heard in many different ways. Some imagined political liberation. Others expected spiritual transformation. Some may have imagined a coming age in which God would finally set things right. Jesus' followers had their own expectations. And Peter, more than almost anyone, seems to have struggled with the gap between what he expected Jesus to be and what Jesus actually was. This becomes one of the central themes of Peter's life. He expected glory. He encountered suffering. He expected triumph. He encountered a cross. He expected certainty. He encountered mystery. And he expected himself to be brave. That last one would become particularly painful. But before the failure came the excitement. Peter witnessed Jesus teaching crowds. He saw sick people approach. He heard arguments. He saw miracles according to the gospel traditions. He watched Jesus move from village to village. And slowly, Simon's identity began changing. He was no longer simply Simon the fisherman. He was Simon the disciple, then Simon the apostle, then Peter, the rock. And the closer he became to Jesus, the more deeply he became involved in the strange little community forming around him. There were 12 especially close disciples. The number itself carried meaning. 12 was not accidental. Israel remembered the 12 tribes. The 12 apostles symbolically represented a renewed people of God. And Peter often appears first in lists of the apostles. This suggests that he had a position of prominence among them. But prominence did not make him wise. At least not immediately. One of the most famous scenes occurs when Jesus asks his disciples who people say he is. The disciples offer various answers. Then Jesus asks the more difficult question, "Who do you say that I am?" And Peter answers, "You are the Christ." In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus responds by connecting Peter's name with the rock upon which his church will be built. It is one of the most famous passages associated with Peter, and yet almost immediately the story becomes complicated, because Jesus begins speaking about suffering, about rejection, about death, and Peter objects. The Messiah, in Peter's understanding, should not be heading toward humiliation and execution. Peter pulls Jesus aside. He rebukes him. Think about the courage required for that, or perhaps the complete lack of caution. Peter has just declared Jesus to be the Messiah, and now he is effectively telling him that he has misunderstood his own mission. It is one of those moments when confidence becomes almost indistinguishable from foolishness. Jesus responds harshly. Peter's vision is too human. He wants glory without the cross, victory without suffering. And perhaps that is not only Peter's problem. Perhaps it is the problem of almost every generation. We like redemption. We are less enthusiastic about the road leading toward it. Peter wanted the kingdom. He did not yet understand the cost. The disciples continued traveling with Jesus. Their lives became increasingly strange. They slept outdoors. They walked long distances. They ate wherever hospitality was offered. They were sometimes welcomed, sometimes rejected, sometimes surrounded by crowds, sometimes alone. At night, they would have rested under the open sky or in borrowed rooms. Imagine the sound: a fire crackling, low voices, someone coughing, sandals placed beside sleeping mats, the distant noise of animals, the smell of smoke clinging to clothing, and perhaps Peter lying awake, thinking, wondering, trying to understand the man he had decided to follow. There must have been moments when he believed completely, moments when everything seemed obvious. Jesus was the Messiah. God was acting. The kingdom was near. History was turning. And then there were moments when nothing made sense. Jesus spoke in parables. Jesus withdrew to pray. Jesus sometimes refused the obvious path to political power. Jesus talked about enemies differently than revolutionaries did. Love your enemies. Forgive. Serve. Become like children. The first shall be last. The last shall be first. These were not the slogans of an ordinary political uprising. Peter was slowly being forced to rethink everything. And then came Jerusalem. The journey toward Jerusalem had an ominous quality. The city was always more than simply another city. Jerusalem was sacred. It was the center of Jewish religious life. It was crowded during festivals. Pilgrims arrived from distant regions. The temple dominated the city. And during Passover, Roman authorities knew that crowds could become dangerous. The memory of liberation from Egypt was being celebrated by a people living under Roman authority. It was almost an invitation for history to become tense. Roman soldiers watched. Local authorities watched. Religious leaders watched. And Jesus entered Jerusalem with his followers. For Peter, this must have seemed like the moment when everything would finally become clear. Perhaps now. Perhaps the kingdom. Perhaps the triumph. Perhaps Jesus would reveal his power. Perhaps the whole story was about to explode into glory. Instead, it moved toward tragedy. Jesus continued teaching. He confronted religious authorities. He spoke about the temple. He spoke about betrayal. He spoke about suffering. And his disciples struggled to understand. Then came the final meal. The meal Christians would remember as the Last Supper. The room was probably not enormous. The atmosphere would have been intimate. Oil lamps flickered. The air smelled of food, bread, wine, human bodies, smoke. Outside, Jerusalem was still alive. People were moving through the streets. Animals made noise. Roman soldiers were nearby. And inside, Jesus spoke to his disciples about what was coming. Peter insisted he would remain loyal. Even if everyone else abandoned Jesus, Peter would not. It was a bold promise. Perhaps Peter meant every word. That is important. His later failure does not mean his promise was insincere. He genuinely believed himself capable of courage. And perhaps that is the most dangerous thing about confidence. It does not usually feel like arrogance from the inside. It feels like certainty. Peter was certain. He would not abandon Jesus. He would die first. He would never deny him. Never. Then the night deepened. Jesus was arrested. The disciples scattered. The man Peter had followed for years was suddenly in the hands of armed men. And Peter followed from a distance. That distance matters. He was brave enough to follow, but not brave enough to stand openly beside Jesus. He entered the courtyard. It was cold. The Gospel of John describes people warming themselves around a charcoal fire. Imagine that fire in the darkness. Orange light. Smoke drifting upward. Faces appearing and disappearing. Peter standing among strangers, trying not to be recognized. Someone notices him. A servant girl asks whether he is one of Jesus' disciples. Peter says no. A simple denial. Perhaps his voice was quiet. Perhaps his heart was pounding. Perhaps he hoped the question would end there. It did not. Another person recognized him. Again Peter denied it. Then another. And this time the pressure increased. You are one of them. Peter denied Jesus again. And then the rooster crowed. There is something devastating about the simplicity of that moment. No thunder. No earthquake. No dramatic music. Just a rooster. A completely ordinary animal announcing the arrival of morning. And Peter remembered. Jesus had told him this would happen. Before the rooster crowed, Peter would deny him 3 times. And now he had. The man who had promised absolute loyalty had discovered, within a few hours, the limits of his own courage. The gospel tradition says Peter went outside and wept bitterly. Perhaps he walked through the dark streets. Perhaps he simply stood somewhere alone. Perhaps he could not bear to look at anyone. The city was beginning to wake. The sky was changing. And somewhere inside Jerusalem, Jesus was being condemned. Peter had failed. Completely. And yet this was not the end of his story. That is one of the remarkable things about Peter. His failure becomes part of his identity. The Christian tradition does not erase it. It remembers it. The future leader of the apostles was once the man who denied his teacher 3 times. That contradiction would follow him for the rest of his life. And perhaps it made him better suited to lead frightened people. Because he knew fear personally. He knew what it felt like to make a promise and break it. He knew what shame felt like. He knew what it meant to believe that you had destroyed something that could never be repaired. And then Jesus was crucified. The cross stood outside the city. Roman execution was deliberately cruel and public. It was not merely a method of killing. It was a warning. Rome wanted people to see what happened to those who challenged its authority. The cross was humiliation made visible, and Jesus died. For Peter, the world he had imagined was collapsing. The Messiah had been executed. The teacher was gone. The movement appeared finished. The disciples were frightened. Some returned home. Some hid. Some remained together. And Peter, the rock, was now simply a grieving man. There is an important silence here. For a moment, there is no grand Peter. No future bishop. No founder of churches. No saint. Only a man who has lost someone he loved. The days after the crucifixion must have felt unreal. The crowds disappeared. The excitement vanished. The authorities moved on. The Roman soldiers returned to their routines. Jerusalem continued existing. Bread was still baked. Animals still wandered through streets. Merchants still argued over prices. Children still played. And yet, for the disciples, everything had changed. Then came the resurrection claims. According to the Christian Gospels, Jesus was seen alive again. Peter became one of the earliest witnesses. The exact historical reconstruction of these experiences is difficult. We do not have modern recordings. We have traditions, letters, narratives, memories preserved and written down by communities that believed these events had transformed history. But one fact is extremely difficult to ignore. Something happened to Peter and the other disciples that caused them to move from frightened followers hiding after Jesus' execution into people publicly proclaiming that Jesus had risen from the dead. Whatever one thinks about the theological explanation, the transformation itself is central to the historical story. Peter was no longer simply mourning. He was preaching. And that is where the second life of Peter begins. The fisherman becomes a preacher. The frightened disciple becomes a public witness. The man who denied Jesus now stands before crowds speaking about him. It is almost as if the story has turned Peter inside out. Before, he wanted to defend Jesus with a sword. Now he defends him with words. Before, he believed strength meant refusing to retreat. Now strength increasingly means enduring suffering. Before, he thought leadership meant standing first. Now leadership begins to look like serving others. And the first Christian communities began forming in Jerusalem. They were still deeply Jewish. This is important. Christianity did not initially appear as a completely separate religion with a clear boundary between itself and Judaism. The earliest followers of Jesus were Jews. They worshipped the God of Israel. They read Jewish scriptures. They gathered in Jerusalem. They continued to debate what Jesus meant. The separation that would eventually become Christianity was a process, not an instantaneous event. Peter stood in the middle of that process. He preached to crowds. He proclaimed Jesus as the Messiah. He spoke about resurrection. He performed acts that the Christian tradition understood as miraculous. And the movement grew. The authorities noticed, because of course they did. A movement proclaiming a recently executed man as God's chosen Messiah was not exactly the sort of thing likely to go unnoticed in Jerusalem. Peter and other apostles were arrested. They were questioned. They were warned. They were released. Then they preached again. This pattern would repeat. The early Christian movement developed a reputation for stubbornness. Threaten them. They preach. Arrest them. They preach. Tell them to stop. They preach louder. It was not a particularly efficient strategy for staying out of prison. But apparently nobody had explained that to Peter. The community itself was also changing. People gathered together. They shared food. They prayed. They supported poorer members. They developed common practices. The resurrection of Jesus was at the center of their faith. And Peter emerged as one of the principal leaders. But leadership brought problems. Communities are difficult. Even very small communities. Especially very small communities. Someone is always unhappy. Someone thinks another person received more. Someone misunderstands an instruction. Someone believes the food distribution is unfair. Someone has a theological question at precisely the moment when everyone else is trying to eat dinner. The early Christians were no different. They had disagreements. They had arguments. They had different interpretations. They had practical problems. And Peter had to help navigate them. One major question became increasingly important. Who could join this movement? Was it only for Jews? Or could non-Jews become followers of Jesus? At first, this was not an abstract theological question. It affected real people. Food, circumcision, purity, table fellowship, marriage, family relationships, identity. For Jewish followers of Jesus, the question could feel enormous. The movement was rooted in Israel's scriptures. Jesus was Jewish. The apostles were Jewish. The first community was Jewish. So what happened when Gentiles began wanting to join? Peter found himself at the center of this question. And one of the most famous stories concerns a Roman centurion named Cornelius. Cornelius lived in Caesarea. He was a Gentile and a Roman officer. That alone made the story symbolically explosive. Peter, meanwhile, was staying in Joppa. According to the Acts of the Apostles, Peter experienced a vision involving animals and a command that challenged his assumptions about ritual purity. The message was essentially that what God had made clean should not be treated as unclean. Then messengers arrived from Cornelius. Peter went, and he entered the house of a Gentile. For someone raised within Jewish traditions of purity, this was a meaningful step. Peter preached. The Holy Spirit, according to Acts, came upon the Gentile listeners, and Peter concluded that they should not be prevented from receiving baptism. The significance of this moment is difficult to overstate. The movement was beginning to cross boundaries, and once that happened, its future changed. Christianity would not remain simply a small Jewish renewal movement centered in Jerusalem. It would begin spreading outward, into Syria, Asia Minor, Greece, Rome, North Africa, and eventually far beyond the Mediterranean world. Peter did not accomplish this alone. In fact, another apostle would become even more famous for the Gentile mission. His name was Paul, and the relationship between Peter and Paul was complicated. Both believed in Jesus, both preached, both suffered, both became central figures in early Christianity, but they did not always agree. Paul was fiercely committed to the idea that Gentiles did not need to become Jews in order to follow Christ. Peter appears to have accepted Gentile inclusion, but his behavior was sometimes inconsistent. Paul later describes confronting Peter at Antioch. The issue concerned table fellowship. Peter had been eating with Gentile believers. Then certain people arrived associated with more conservative Jewish practice. Peter withdrew. Others followed. Paul was furious. The episode reveals something important. The early church was not a perfectly harmonious family where everyone sat around smiling peacefully and agreeing on everything. It was full of arguments. Real arguments. Arguments about identity. Arguments about food. Arguments about scripture. Arguments about authority. Arguments about what Jesus actually intended. And Peter, despite his status, could still make mistakes. Again. Because apparently becoming an apostle did not magically remove human inconsistency. Peter was learning. So was everyone else. Meanwhile, persecution continued. The first followers of Jesus faced hostility from some local authorities. Stephen, one of the early Christian leaders, was killed. The movement scattered, and paradoxically, persecution helped spread it. People fled Jerusalem. They carried their message with them. Communities appeared elsewhere. The Christian movement became increasingly connected across cities. Peter traveled. He visited communities. He encouraged believers. He became a figure of authority. But the historical Peter becomes increasingly difficult to trace. This is where we have to slow down. The earliest and strongest evidence for Peter comes from the New Testament and especially from the letters of Paul, along with the Gospels and Acts. Later Christian traditions tell us much more. Some traditions place Peter in Rome. Others preserve stories of his preaching in different regions. Eventually, Rome becomes central to his story. But exactly how Peter traveled, where he stayed, and how long he spent in each place is uncertain. Ancient Christians remembered him. They connected him to important communities. And eventually, his death became one of the central stories of early Christian memory. But before Rome, there were years of movement. Imagine Peter traveling through the Eastern Mediterranean, not as a wealthy traveler, not with a comfortable modern suitcase. Roads were dusty. Ships were unpredictable. Inns could be unpleasant. Travel was dangerous. Bandits existed. Weather could delay journeys. Food was basic. Sleep was often uncomfortable. A journey that modern travelers complete in hours might take days or weeks. And Peter was getting older. The fisherman who had once walked the shores of Galilee was now carrying the weight of a growing movement. His name had become known. People remembered him. Some loved him. Some feared him. Some doubted him. Some wanted his authority. Some disagreed with him. And all the while, the movement continued expanding. By the middle of the 1st century, Christianity was no longer confined to Jerusalem. It had become a network of communities. Some met in private homes. A wealthy believer might provide a room. Others gathered in modest spaces. There were no grand Christian churches yet. No basilicas. No stained glass. No giant stone crosses. A Christian gathering might simply involve people sitting together in a house after sunset. A lamp burning. Bread being broken. Wine being shared. Scripture being read. Prayers spoken. Someone teaching. Someone singing. Someone holding a child who had fallen asleep. Outside, the city continued its ordinary noise. Inside, people believed they were participating in something eternal. This contrast would define early Christianity. Small rooms. Huge claims. Weak communities. Immense confidence. And Peter stood among them, the old fisherman. The man who had once denied Jesus. The man who had been told he was the rock. The man who now carried memories that few others could share. He had seen Jesus alive according to his testimony. He had heard his voice. He had watched him die. He had watched the movement begin. He had seen people join. He had seen people leave. He had seen arguments. He had seen arrests. He had seen friends suffer. And eventually, Peter himself would face the question every apostle had to face. What happens when the authorities decide that your faith has become inconvenient? The Roman Empire was enormous, but it was not uniformly hostile to Christianity in its earliest decades. The persecution was often local, uneven, and dependent on circumstances. This is another place where later popular stories can simplify history. There was not one continuous Roman campaign against Christians from the beginning. Instead, Christian communities sometimes lived quietly. Sometimes they attracted attention. Sometimes they were accused. Sometimes local officials intervened. And sometimes emperors became involved. One of the most important turning points came under Emperor Nero. In the year 64, a devastating fire swept through Rome. Much of the city burned. Ancient sources tell us that rumors circulated blaming Nero himself. Nero responded by blaming Christians. The details are debated, but the persecution associated with Nero became famous. Christians were arrested. Some were executed. Some were reportedly subjected to horrifying punishments. The Roman historian Tacitus later described Christians being punished in ways intended to entertain the public. It was brutal. And Rome could be brutal with remarkable efficiency. Peter was traditionally believed to have been in Rome during this period. The evidence is not perfectly straightforward, but the tradition became extremely strong. And if Peter was indeed in Rome during Nero's persecution, he would have found himself at the heart of the imperial world. Rome, the city of marble and mud, palaces and slums, temples and markets, senators and slaves, triumphs and executions. The city where emperors lived like gods while thousands of ordinary people crowded into dangerous apartment buildings. Imagine Peter walking through Rome. The streets were noisy. Carts rattled over stone. Merchants shouted. Animals pushed through crowds. Smoke rose from cooking fires. The smell was complicated. Bread. Sweat. Sewage. Incense. Fish. Smoke. Perfume. Humanity. Rome was enormous, and somewhere inside that enormous machine was a small Christian community. People gathering quietly, whispering prayers, remembering Jesus. And now their leader was potentially in danger. Peter's final years are surrounded by tradition. The exact details are uncertain, but Christian memory holds that he was arrested under Nero and eventually executed. The method traditionally associated with Peter is crucifixion. And one of the most famous later traditions says that Peter asked to be crucified upside down because he did not consider himself worthy to die in the same manner as Jesus. This detail comes from later Christian tradition rather than the earliest surviving evidence. But it became enormously powerful. Peter, the man who once denied Jesus, would not deny him again. The symbolism is almost too perfect. The disciple who had fallen now dies faithful. The fisherman who once feared death now accepts it. The rock finally becomes stable. But if we strip away the later artistic imagery, the core idea remains haunting. An aging man, far from Galilee, in the capital of the Roman Empire, facing execution because he belonged to a movement that the authorities considered troublesome. He had begun as a fisherman. He had ended as a witness. And then he died. The city continued. Rome did not stop. The markets opened. The soldiers marched. The senators argued. The wealthy continued their dinners. The poor continued searching for work. Children were born. People died. And somewhere beneath the noise of the empire, the Christian community remembered Peter. They remembered his preaching. They remembered his failures. They remembered his courage. They remembered his voice. And they told his story. The story grew. Generations passed. Christian communities multiplied. The memory of Peter became increasingly important. Eventually, Christians in Rome associated themselves with his tomb. A shrine developed. Then a basilica. Centuries later, enormous structures would rise over the place associated with his burial. But those later buildings should not make us forget the beginning. The beginning was not marble. The beginning was wood, a fishing boat, a net, a Galilean lake, tired man, a teacher, a question. Follow me. And that is perhaps the strangest thing about Peter's story. He never set out to build a church in the form we know today. He did not know there would be cathedrals. He did not know emperors would convert. He did not know Christian theologians would spend centuries arguing over his authority. He did not know his name would become associated with one of the most powerful institutions in human history. He was simply trying to understand what had happened, trying to follow Jesus, trying to make sense of suffering, trying to hold together a community of frightened believers, trying, in other words, to remain faithful. And perhaps that is why Peter remains so compelling. Because beneath the title of apostle, beneath the traditions and symbols, beneath the paintings of an old man holding keys, there is still a fisherman, a human being, a man who was afraid, a man who made promises he could not keep, a man who failed, a man who was given another chance. And perhaps late at night, that is the part of his story worth remembering. Not the marble, not the empire, not even the arguments over authority, but the possibility that a person can fail terribly and still become something meaningful. Peter's life began beside a lake. It passed through villages, roads, synagogues, homes, prisons, arguments, miracles, grief, and hope. It crossed the boundary between Judaism and the emerging Christian movement. It moved from Galilee toward Jerusalem, from Jerusalem outward, and eventually, according to ancient Christian tradition, toward Rome. The journey was never smooth. Peter stumbled. He misunderstood. He argued. He doubted. He was frightened. He sometimes behaved courageously and sometimes behaved foolishly, but he kept walking. And perhaps that is what made him a rock. Not because he never moved, but because he kept returning. He kept getting up. He kept trying again. The early Christian movement itself was much the same. It was fragile. It was divided. It was uncertain. It had no armies, no political power, no monumental buildings, and yet it survived. Partly because people like Peter kept telling the story. A story about a teacher who had been executed. A story about death not being the end. A story about forgiveness. A story about a kingdom that did not look like the kingdoms of Rome. And eventually, that story would travel farther than Peter could ever have imagined. It would cross seas. It would cross deserts. It would enter Africa, Asia, Europe, eventually the Americas, eventually almost every corner of the globe. But tonight we can let the world remain small. We can return to Galilee, to the water, to the fishing boats, to the smell of nets drying in the sun, to the sound of waves against wood. Before Rome, before basilicas, before emperors, before councils, before Christianity became an empire, there was a fisherman named Simon. And one day, a teacher looked at him and gave him another name, Peter. The Rock. The name would outlive the fisherman, the memory would outlive the empire, and the story would travel farther than anyone standing on that Galilean shore could possibly have imagined. The lake would remain, the hills would remain, the wind would move across the water, generations would come and go, cities would rise and fall, Rome itself would change beyond recognition, but the quiet image remains. A boat resting near the shore, nets hanging to dry, the morning light spreading slowly across the water, and a man stepping away from the life he had always known, following someone into the unknown, not knowing where the road would lead, not knowing how much he would lose, not knowing how often he would fail, and certainly not knowing that nearly 2,000 years later, people would still be telling his story. Perhaps that is enough for tonight, because history is often remembered through monuments. But sometimes its most powerful beginnings are much smaller. A voice, a name, pair of worn sandals, a fishing net, a quiet invitation, follow me. And somewhere in the darkness of the ancient world, Peter began to follow. He would spend the rest of his life learning what that meant. Rome, memory, and the last road. The road to Rome was not a road that Peter would have recognized as the beginning of the end. For most people in the ancient world, journeys did not announce their significance. There was no narrator standing beside the road saying, quietly, this is the final chapter. There was simply another morning, another departure, another bag tied together, another pair of sandals, another meal eaten before sunrise, another road stretching toward a distant horizon. And if Peter did indeed travel to Rome, as early Christian tradition strongly remembers, then the journey would have carried him toward a city unlike anything he had known in Galilee. Rome was not merely large. Rome was an idea made into a city. It was power made visible. It was stone, marble, smoke, sewage, temples, military standards, imperial statues, crowded apartments, enormous villas, marketplaces, slave markets, fountains, public baths, theaters, and endless movement. The city had grown beyond anything one ordinary man could easily comprehend. People arrived from everywhere, from Gaul, from Spain, from North Africa, from Greece, from Egypt, from Syria, from Asia Minor, from the islands of the Mediterranean, and among these people were Jews. Rome had a substantial Jewish population, with communities organized around synagogues and family networks. This mattered enormously for the early Christian movement. The Christian message did not enter Rome as an entirely foreign philosophy. It arrived through people who already knew the scriptures of Israel, people who understood the stories of Abraham, Moses, David, the prophets, exile, return, covenant, and hope. Some Jews accepted Jesus as the Messiah. Others did not. And around these Jewish communities, Gentiles also became interested. The Roman Christian community was therefore likely diverse from an early stage. Different languages, different social classes, different backgrounds, different expectations, and naturally different opinions. Because if there is one thing human beings have historically demonstrated remarkable consistency in doing, it is having strong opinions about how everyone else should behave. Peter entered this complicated world as a man already carrying enormous authority among followers of Jesus. But what did he actually do in Rome? This is where history becomes quieter. We have to resist the temptation to fill every empty space with certainty. The earliest sources do not give us a complete travel diary. We do not know every house Peter entered. We do not know every sermon he preached. We do not know exactly when he arrived. We do not know precisely how long he stayed. And we do not have a surviving document written by Peter describing his daily life in Rome. What we have instead is a growing body of tradition. The memory of Peter became connected to Rome very early. By the late 1st and early 2nd centuries, Christian writers were already treating Peter and Paul as major figures associated with the city. Their stories became intertwined with Rome. Two apostles. Two very different personalities. Peter, the fisherman. Paul, the educated Jewish missionary. One had followed Jesus during his lifetime. The other had opposed the movement before becoming one of its most energetic missionaries. And yet both would eventually become symbols of Roman Christianity. Peter represented the memory of Jesus himself. Paul represented the movement's expansion into the Gentile world. Their traditions were different. Their personalities were different. Their letters were different. Their missions were different. But Rome remembered both. The city that had executed them would eventually become one of the greatest centers of the religion they had preached. There is a certain irony in that. Rome had crucified Christians. Centuries later, Rome would build churches over the memory of those same Christians. History has a strange sense of humor. But Peter's story was not yet finished. Before we reach the final days, we should spend some time with the man himself. Because the Peter of popular imagination can sometimes become strangely polished. A saint. An old man with keys. A solemn figure carved in stone. A symbol of authority. But the Peter we encounter in the earliest Christian writings is much more interesting. He is emotional. He is impulsive. He can be bold and frightened within the same story. He speaks when silence would probably be wiser. He sometimes understands Jesus with extraordinary clarity. And sometimes Jesus has to explain the most basic point to him. Peter is not presented as naturally perfect. He becomes important through transformation. That distinction matters. The Christian story does not say that Jesus found a perfect man and appointed him leader. It says, in effect, that Jesus found a complicated man and stayed with him. And perhaps that is why Peter's failures are remembered so clearly. The denial in the courtyard could easily have been removed from later tradition. There would have been no need to preserve such an embarrassing story if the early Christians wanted only to glorify their leaders. But they preserved it. Peter denied Jesus 3 times. And the rooster crowed. That story became part of his identity. It followed him into the later Christian memory. And yet Peter's leadership after the resurrection was not erased by the failure. Instead, the failure became part of the lesson. Leadership was not about never falling. It was about what happened after you fell. This becomes particularly clear in the Gospel of John. There is a quiet scene beside another fire, and that detail is easy to miss. The earlier denial occurred beside a charcoal fire. Now, after the resurrection, Peter encounters Jesus beside another charcoal fire. The setting mirrors the earlier failure. But this time the conversation is different. Jesus asks Peter whether he loves him. Once. Peter answers. Again. Peter answers. A third time. Peter answers. 3 questions. 3 answers. Almost as if the old wound is being touched carefully, not to reopen it, but to heal it. And then Jesus gives Peter a task. Feed my sheep. It is an extraordinary command. Not conquer. Not dominate. Not accumulate wealth. Not build monuments. Feed. Care. Serve. Protect. The image is almost strangely appropriate for a former fisherman. Peter understands animals, nets, boats, hunger, weather. Now the metaphor becomes pastoral. The fisherman becomes a shepherd. The man who once pulled fish from the water is told to care for people. And perhaps that was the deeper meaning of becoming a rock. Not becoming hard. Not becoming immovable. But becoming dependable. Peter had learned something about himself. He was capable of fear. He was capable of failure. But he could still serve. And that lesson would matter enormously as the Christian movement expanded. The early church needed leaders, not kings, not military commanders, not philosophers sitting in marble halls. Leaders who could keep communities together. People who could settle disputes. People who could teach. People who could travel. People who could encourage frightened believers. People who could stand before hostile authorities and say, in one form or another, that they could not simply stop speaking about what they believed they had seen. Peter became one of those people. The Acts of the Apostles presents him preaching in Jerusalem, healing, confronting authorities, and helping guide the growing community. One of the most dramatic episodes concerns his arrest by Herod Agrippa I. Peter was imprisoned. The situation looked bleak. Then, according to Acts, an angel appeared and Peter escaped. The story became part of Christian tradition. Whether one approaches the event as a miracle of faith or asks historical questions about how the story developed, its meaning for the early community is clear. Peter was protected. Peter escaped. Peter continued. And the movement continued. But Peter's life did not unfold in a straight line. He was involved in debates. He had to navigate tensions between Jewish and Gentile believers. He had to deal with communities that were becoming increasingly diverse. He had to work alongside people who disagreed with him. And perhaps the greatest lesson of the early Christian movement is that it was never as orderly as later generations sometimes imagined. There was no perfect blueprint. There was no universal rulebook already written for every situation. People were improvising. They were reading scripture, remembering Jesus, praying, arguing, traveling, writing letters, making decisions, and sometimes making mistakes. The church was being built while the builders were still trying to figure out what the building was supposed to look like. That may be one of the most human aspects of early Christianity. The movement was not born fully formed. It developed. It adapted. It argued. Spread. And Peter stood near the center of that process. But another transformation was happening around him. The Christian movement was becoming increasingly Gentile. This created a difficult question. What did it mean to belong to a movement that had begun inside Judaism but was now welcoming people from every background? Paul's answer was forceful. Faith in Christ was enough. Gentiles did not need to become Jews first. Peter appears to have moved toward the same conclusion, but his path was not always simple. At Antioch, as Paul later recounts, Peter withdrew from eating with Gentile believers when certain visitors arrived. Paul publicly opposed him. Imagine that room. Two of the most important figures in early Christianity arguing over dinner. Not exactly the peaceful image painted on stained glass. Peter had been brave in one situation and hesitant in another. Again, human. The issue, however, was enormous. Food was identity. Table fellowship meant acceptance. To eat together was to say that people belonged together. So Peter's withdrawal was not merely a personal awkwardness. It touched the question of what the Christian community actually was. Was it a Jewish movement with Gentile guests? Or was it a new community in which Jew and Gentile could belong equally? The answer would shape the future, and the movement eventually moved toward the second. Peter's role in that development is complicated. He was neither the sole architect nor a passive observer. He was part of the argument, part of the process, part of the transition, and perhaps that is the most accurate way to understand him. Peter did not single-handedly build the church. No individual could have. The early Christian movement was created by thousands of decisions made by ordinary people across many cities. But Peter became one of its foundational witnesses. He carried the memory of Jesus. He preached. He encouraged communities. He represented the earliest Jerusalem leadership. And his name became attached to the movement's claim that Jesus had risen. Eventually, those claims reached Rome. And Rome was ready to become one of the most important Christian cities in the world. But before Christianity became powerful, it was vulnerable. Very vulnerable. Most early Christians had little political protection. Many were poor. Some were enslaved. Some were merchants. Some were artisans. Some belonged to wealthy households. Christian communities could therefore cross social boundaries that Roman society usually kept very carefully in place. A household could contain people of very different status. A wealthy patron might host Christian gatherings. A slave might sit beside a free person. Women played significant roles in early Christian communities. Widows were cared for. Traveling teachers were hosted. Letters moved from city to city. The movement created networks of trust. And trust was incredibly valuable in the ancient world. Travelers needed somewhere to sleep. Merchants needed contacts. Poor people needed assistance. Widows needed support. Strangers needed hospitality. The Christian community could provide these things. And every new relationship became another thread connecting one city to another. A Christian in Corinth might know someone in Ephesus. Someone in Ephesus might know someone in Rome. Someone in Rome might have relatives in Jerusalem. Letters could travel with merchants. Stories could travel with travelers. And the memory of Peter traveled with them. The gospel traditions themselves developed during this period. One of the earliest written gospels is traditionally associated with Mark. Ancient tradition later connected Mark closely with Peter. The exact nature of that relationship remains debated, but the tradition is significant. Mark's gospel presents Peter in a remarkably human way. He is often confused. He misunderstands. He fails. He denies Jesus, and yet he remains central. Some scholars have wondered whether this unusual portrayal reflects a tradition rooted in Peter's own preaching. After all, if Peter was remembered as an important leader, why preserve so many stories that make him look foolish? Perhaps because they were true. Perhaps because humility mattered. Perhaps because the early Christians believed that God's work through Peter was more important than Peter's personal reputation. Or perhaps simply because that was the story people remembered. Whatever the explanation, Peter's humanity survived. He did not become a flawless statue until much later. In the earliest narratives, he is still the fisherman who speaks too quickly. And then there is the letter known as 1 Peter. Presents itself as written by Peter. Its authorship has been debated by scholars for generations. The Greek is polished. The theology is developed. The social situation appears to involve Christian communities spread across parts of Asia Minor. Some scholars accept Petrine authorship. Others believe it may have been written by a later Christian using Peter's authority or preserving Petrine traditions. The question remains open in scholarship. But regardless of authorship, the letter gives us something valuable. It shows how early Christians understood suffering. The believers are encouraged to endure hardship. They are reminded that their present situation is temporary. They are urged to live differently from the surrounding society. And suffering becomes part of Christian identity. This is important when we return to Rome, because by the time Nero's persecution occurred, Christians had already developed a theology of endurance. They had stories of Jesus suffering, stories of apostles suffering, stories of believers remaining faithful under pressure. Suffering was no longer simply something to avoid. It could become testimony. That did not mean Christians enjoyed suffering. They were human. They wanted to live. But if authorities demanded that they deny their faith, some were willing to accept the consequences. Peter's own story became the ultimate example. If tradition is correct, he eventually faced that choice himself. But before the final journey, there was the Roman Christian community. What did Rome look like when Peter arrived? Imagine the city at dawn. The sky is pale. Smoke rises from hundreds of cooking fires. The streets are already beginning to fill. A donkey complains somewhere nearby. A cart rattles over uneven stones. A vendor calls out. A baker removes loaves from an oven. The smell of bread mixes with smoke and sewage. The rich are beginning their day behind walls. The poor are climbing narrow staircases inside crowded apartment buildings. Slaves carry water. Children run through alleys. Soldiers march. Priests tend temples. Rome is awake. And somewhere among all of this, a small group of Christians gathers. They do not look powerful. They probably do not feel powerful. They are simply people. Some are Jewish. some Gentile, some wealthy, some poor, some free, some enslaved. They share bread, they pray, they remember Jesus, and now perhaps an old fisherman from Galilee is among them. Peter's presence would have been extraordinary. He was not simply another preacher. He was one of the men who had known Jesus personally. He had been there. He had heard him speak. He had watched him heal. He had watched him die. He believed he had seen him alive again. For the Roman Christians, Peter represented living memory. The past had walked into their room, and that must have mattered. Ancient people valued eyewitness testimony intensely. A person who had personally known an important teacher carried authority. Peter could say, "I was there. I saw this. I heard this." And that gave his preaching weight. But it also made him vulnerable. The more visible the Christian movement became, the more likely authorities were to notice it. And Rome under Nero was a dangerous environment. Nero became emperor in 54. He was young. His reign began under the influence of advisors, including Seneca and Burrus. Over time, however, Nero's government became increasingly autocratic. His relationship with the Roman elite deteriorated. Political intrigue multiplied. Executions occurred. And then came the fire of 64. It began in Rome and spread rapidly. Ancient Rome was extremely vulnerable to fire. Buildings were crowded. Wood was everywhere. Narrow streets created channels for flames. Wind could transform a small blaze into a disaster. The fire burned for days. Large portions of the city were destroyed. People fled. Families searched for one another. Buildings collapsed. Smoke filled the air. The city that symbolized imperial power suddenly looked fragile. And then rumors began. People blamed Nero. Nero needed someone else to blame. According to Tacitus, Christians were targeted. The punishment was not simply legal. It was theatrical. Roman executions could become public spectacles. Christians were reportedly dressed in animal skins and attacked by dogs. Some were crucified. Some were burned. Some were used as living torches in Nero's gardens. The exact scale of the persecution remains debated, but the event left a powerful memory. Christians were no longer merely a strange religious group. They had become associated with imperial punishment. And Peter's tradition places him in the middle of this world. An aging apostle. A man whose teacher had already been executed by crucifixion. Now his own community was suffering. What did he do? We do not have a diary. We do not know his private thoughts. But we can imagine the emotional weight. He had once stood in a courtyard and denied Jesus because he was afraid. Now the same empire that had killed Jesus was threatening his followers. Perhaps Peter remembered that courtyard. Perhaps he remembered the fire. Perhaps the smell of smoke brought back another night. Perhaps the old shame returned. But this time, according to tradition, he did not run. The final years of Peter's life became surrounded by stories. One of the most famous comes from a later work called the Acts of Peter. In that tradition, Peter is fleeing Rome during persecution. He encounters Jesus walking toward the city. Peter asks, "Lord, where are you going? Quo vadis? Where are you going?" Jesus answers that he is going to Rome to be crucified again. Peter understands. He turns back. The story is probably legendary, but its emotional meaning is profound. Peter has spent his life learning not to run, and now, at the very end, he turns around. He goes back toward the danger. It is the opposite of the courtyard. There, he fled from fear. Here, he walks toward it. Again, we must distinguish tradition from historical certainty. We cannot prove that the Quo Vadis encounter happened. But the story became powerful because it expressed something Christians already believed about Peter. He had changed. The frightened fisherman had become a martyr. And so the road to Peter's death becomes a kind of final reversal. At the beginning, Jesus says, "Follow me." At the end, Peter follows again. The destination is different. The road is darker, but the command remains. Follow. The tradition says Peter was arrested. He was condemned. He was crucified. And, according to later accounts, he requested to be crucified upside down. Again, this detail cannot be confirmed from the earliest evidence, but it became one of the most enduring images of Christian art. Peter inverted on the cross, the rock beneath the weight of death. The fisherman who once tried to prevent Jesus from suffering now accepting suffering himself. It is difficult to imagine the physical reality. Crucifixion was slow, humiliating, painful, public. The victim was stripped, nailed or tied, raised, left exposed. Death could take hours, sometimes longer. There was no dignity built into the method. Rome intended crucifixion to erase dignity, but Christian memory reversed the meaning. The cross became a symbol of faith. Peter's death became testimony, and the empire that intended to display power unintentionally helped create one of the most powerful symbols in human history, the cross. Peter died, and the Christian community survived. That is the central fact. The leader could die. The movement continued. People gathered. They preached. They wrote. They baptized. They traveled. They remembered. The empire remained enormous, but Christianity was becoming something the empire could not easily eliminate. Not because Christians were militarily powerful. They were not. But because ideas and communities could survive in ways armies could not. A soldier can occupy a city. He cannot occupy someone's memory. He can destroy a building. He cannot easily destroy a story told in hundreds of homes. He can execute a leader, and another person can stand up and continue speaking. This was the strange resilience of early Christianity, and Peter's death strengthened his symbolic importance. The community remembered him as a martyr. The place associated with his burial became sacred. Christians visited. They prayed. They preserved traditions. And over the following generations, Peter's memory became increasingly connected with the Roman Church. This is where the story moves from the life of Peter into the history of Peter's legacy. And that legacy would become enormous. The Roman Church gradually grew in importance. Rome was the capital of the empire. Its Christian community became one of the most significant in the Mediterranean. Letters from Rome circulated. Other churches appealed to Roman Christians. Leaders in Rome increasingly saw themselves as guardians of apostolic tradition, and Peter's name stood behind that authority. But this development did not happen overnight. There was no moment when Peter died and suddenly the Bishop of Rome became the Pope in the medieval sense. The institution developed gradually. Christian leadership in the first centuries was diverse. There were bishops, presbyters, deacons, teachers, prophets, local traditions, regional differences, and arguments over authority. The later papacy emerged through centuries of development. But the memory of Peter provided an extraordinary foundation. If Peter had been in Rome, if Peter had died in Rome, if Peter had led the Roman community, then Rome could claim a unique connection to the apostolic past. That claim would become increasingly important. The idea of apostolic succession developed. Christian leaders were understood as inheriting teaching authority through a chain reaching back to the apostles. Peter became central to that idea, and eventually, the Bishop of Rome would be understood as Peter's successor. The symbolic language became powerful. Peter held the keys. Peter was the rock. Peter was the shepherd. Peter was the first among the apostles. And Rome was his city. But history is rarely so simple. Other Christian communities also possessed apostolic traditions. Alexandria traced itself to Mark. Antioch had deep connections to Peter and Paul. Jerusalem possessed extraordinary importance because of Jesus himself. Constantinople would later claim enormous authority. The Christian world would become full of competing centers. and Rome's claim would be challenged repeatedly. Yet Peter remained. His name became the thread connecting Roman Christianity to the apostolic age. Centuries later, emperors would convert. Councils would meet. Theological arguments would shake the empire. Christianity would become legal, then favored, then eventually dominant in the Roman Empire. And through all those transformations, the memory of Peter remained. The fisherman was still there, not physically, but symbolically. His name was attached to authority. His story was preached to congregations. His image appeared in mosaics. His death was painted. His keys became a symbol. And the simple fisherman of Galilee became one of the most recognizable figures in Christian history. But perhaps we should pause here, because there is a temptation when looking backward to imagine that Peter understood all of this. He did not. He could not have. Peter did not know the future. He did not know Rome would become Christian. He did not know emperors would one day kneel beneath Christian crosses. He did not know a basilica would one day rise over the place associated with his burial. He did not know theologians would debate his authority for centuries. He did not know his name would become central to arguments about the structure of the church. He knew only his own time, his own road, his own memories, his own faith. And that makes his story more remarkable, because historical figures do not live knowing their legacy. They live ordinary days. They wake. They eat. They travel. They worry. They argue. They sleep. They make decisions. And only afterward do later generations decide what those decisions meant. Peter lived before the monument, before the legend fully formed, before the keys, before the grand basilica. He lived as a man trying to follow a teacher. And perhaps that is the image we should keep. Not the enormous statue, not the marble, not the golden halo, but the road. The dusty road. The road outside a Galilean village. The road toward Jerusalem. The road toward Rome. A man walking beneath an open sky. An old fisherman carrying memories that were becoming heavier with every passing year. The sun rising. The sun setting. Another day. Another step. And eventually the final road. When Peter died, the world did not stop. That is one of the quiet truths of history. The death of one human being, even a historically important one, does not interrupt the ordinary rhythm of life. The sun still rose over Rome. Bread was still baked. Children still cried. Merchants still argued. Ships still entered the harbor. Soldiers still marched. People still fell in love. People still became sick. People still died. The empire continued. And yet something had changed. A story had been planted. A memory had been preserved. Community had survived. And the man who once thought he needed a sword to defend Jesus had left behind something much stronger. A tradition. A network. A testimony. A story. Stories can be fragile, but they can also be remarkably durable. They cross borders. They survive languages. They survive governments. They survive the people who first told them. And Peter's story did exactly that. It crossed the Mediterranean. It entered Africa. It moved into Europe. It traveled east. It became part of cultures Peter could never have imagined. People who had never seen Galilee began speaking his name. People who had never touched the Sea of Galilee began painting it. People who had never met a fisherman began calling him the Rock. The small story became enormous. And perhaps the strangest part is that the story never stopped being about failure. Peter remained the disciple who denied Jesus. The church did not erase the weakness, preserved it. That may be one of the most comforting details in the entire tradition. Because Peter's greatness was never that he was incapable of fear. He was afraid. His greatness was not that he never failed. He failed spectacularly. His greatness was not that he understood everything. He misunderstood constantly. Instead, His significance came from what happened afterward. He returned. He preached. He served. He suffered. He continued. And perhaps this is why his story has lasted so long. Because human beings recognize themselves in him. Most of us will never stand before an emperor. Most of us will never build a religious movement. Most of us will never become a saint. But almost everyone knows what it means to make a promise and discover that we are weaker than we imagined. Everyone knows regret. Everyone knows fear. Everyone knows the strange silence after we realize we have made a mistake. And many people know what it means to begin again. Peter's story is, in that sense, not simply the story of an apostle. It is the story of beginning again. The fisherman gets another chance. The coward becomes courageous. The impulsive man learns patience. The disciple who wants glory learns service. The man who denies becomes a witness. The man who runs returns. And the man who once asked, in effect, why must this happen, eventually walks toward his own death. There is something deeply human in that progression. Not perfection. Transformation. And perhaps that is what the early Christians saw when they looked at Peter. Not a flawless hero. A witness. Someone who could say, I was there. I saw him. I failed him. I returned. And I believe. That was enough. More than enough. Because history is often moved not by people who possess complete certainty, but by people who believe something strongly enough to continue after certainty has disappeared. Peter continued. And so did the church. Long after the fisherman was gone, his name remained. Long after Nero disappeared into history, the Christian community remained. Long after Roman emperors became statues and ruins, Peter's story was still being told. And the city that once represented the power of Rome would eventually become one of the great centers of Christianity. The transformation took centuries. It involved politics, war, theology, ambition, devotion, corruption, reform, splendor, suffering. But underneath all of it was the memory of a fisherman who had once stood beside a lake, a fisherman who had heard a voice, a fisherman who had left his nets, a fisherman who had failed, a fisherman who had returned, a fisherman who, according to tradition, died far from the water he knew. And perhaps tonight, if we let the centuries become quiet, we can imagine the beginning again. The lake is still. The moon is reflected on the surface. A small boat rests near the shore. The nets hang loosely from wooden poles. The night air is cool. There are no crowds. No basilicas. No emperors. No arguments about theology. No monuments. Only water. Only wind. Only darkness. And somewhere in that darkness is the beginning of a story. A man named Simon. A man who did not know what was coming. A man who could not imagine Rome. A man who could not imagine the church. A man who could not imagine that his name would survive for nearly 2,000 years. He only knew that someone had called him, and he followed. That may be the quietest way to understand Peter. Not as a man who knew the future, but as a man who stepped into it without knowing. And perhaps that is what every human life ultimately is. A road we cannot see very far down. A sequence of ordinary mornings. A few decisions. A few mistakes. A few people who change us. A few losses. A few moments of courage. And then, eventually, the road disappears into history. Peter's road disappeared long ago, but the footprints remained. Not because they were made in stone, but because other people followed them. And perhaps, as we leave the ancient streets of Rome behind, that is where we should let the story rest for a moment. The empire is quiet now. The fires have gone out. The crowds are gone. The soldiers are gone. The emperor is gone. The fisherman is gone. Only the memory remains. And memory, as Peter's story shows us, can be a strange kind of immortality. Not immortality of the body, not immortality without pain, but the continuation of a life through the people who remember it. Peter was remembered. His failures were remembered. His courage was remembered. His words were remembered. His death was remembered. And through that memory, the fisherman of Galilee became one of the most enduring figures of the ancient world. So tonight, as the centuries settle around us, perhaps we can leave Peter beside the lake once more. The water is dark. The hills are quiet. The wind moves gently across the surface. A fishing boat rocks almost imperceptibly. The nets are waiting for morning. And somewhere nearby, an old road disappears into the darkness. Peter has already walked it. We do not need to follow him tonight. We can simply watch the road. Listen to the water. Let the ancient world become distant. And remember the strange, almost unbelievable journey of one ordinary man. A fisherman. A disciple. A failure. A witness. A shepherd. A martyr. The rock. And finally, simply Peter, the man who followed, the man who fell, the man who stood again, and the man whose story became part of the foundation of a church that would outlive the empire that once seemed impossible to challenge. The water moves, the night deepens, and somewhere beyond the darkness, morning is waiting. The church after Peter, and so Peter was gone. The fisherman from Galilee had become a memory. But the strange thing about historical memory is that it rarely becomes quieter when a person dies. Sometimes it becomes louder. The living Peter had been one man among other men. The remembered Peter could become many things at once. Preacher, a martyr, a shepherd, a witness, a symbol of authority, a model of repentance, a defender of the faith, and eventually, for millions of Christians, the rock upon which the church itself had been built. But Peter did not live long enough to see any of that. He died before Christianity possessed political power, before churches dominated city skylines, before emperors considered Christian theology a matter of imperial concern, before bishops gathered in enormous councils, before Christian philosophers wrote books that would fill libraries, before monks copied manuscripts through long winter nights, before Rome itself became the center of a Christian civilization. Peter died while Christianity was still small, and that is where the story becomes particularly interesting, because the survival of Christianity after Peter's death was not guaranteed. There was no obvious reason to assume that this movement would last. The Roman Empire was enormous. Christianity was tiny. There were competing religions, competing philosophies, competing Jewish traditions, local cults, imperial worship, mystery religions, traditional Roman religion, Greek philosophical schools. The ancient Mediterranean was already crowded with beliefs. There was no empty marketplace waiting for Christianity. Christianity had to survive in a world that had plenty of gods already. And its central claim was astonishing, that a man who had been executed as a criminal had been raised from the dead, that his death somehow represented salvation, that his followers should love their enemies, that the poor mattered, that the humble could be greater than the powerful, that the last could become first, and that one day God's kingdom would overcome the kingdoms of this world. It was a strange message, and yet it traveled. Peter's death did not end the movement. It accelerated the importance of memory. The communities that had known him preserved stories. Other communities heard those stories. Names were repeated. Letters were copied. Teachings were passed from one generation to another. The apostles were becoming memories, and memories were becoming traditions. This process would shape Christianity for centuries. The first generation had known Jesus. The second generation knew people who had known Jesus. The third generation knew people who had known those people. And eventually, Christianity became a religion of inherited testimony. The living eyewitnesses disappeared. The written texts became more important. The authority of bishops became more important. the idea of apostolic succession became more important. And Peter's name became increasingly useful as Christians tried to answer a difficult question. Who has the authority to teach? It is a question every movement eventually faces. At first, a charismatic founder can settle disagreements. Everyone knows who to ask. But what happens when the founder is dead? What happens when the original witnesses are dead? Who decides what is authentic? Who decides what counts as true teaching? Who decides which traditions are legitimate? The early Christians had to answer these questions while the movement was still young. And Peter's memory became one of the answers. The apostles had authority because they had been chosen by Jesus. Their successors inherited responsibility. This became the basic logic behind apostolic succession. The chain mattered. A bishop was not simply someone who had been elected because he was popular. His authority was connected to a tradition that reached backward. And among the apostles, Peter occupied a particularly prominent place. The gospel traditions repeatedly place him near the center. He speaks. He asks questions. He represents the 12. He appears at major moments. He is named first in several apostolic lists. He becomes one of the principal figures in Acts. And the memory of his martyrdom in Rome becomes central to Roman Christianity. The Roman Church, therefore, had an extraordinary story to tell. We are connected to Peter. Peter died here. Peter taught here. Peter's memory belongs here. And if Peter was the rock, then perhaps Rome possessed a special role in preserving the apostolic faith. But the road from Peter to the papacy was long, very long. The earliest Roman bishops did not walk around with the full institutional identity of medieval popes. The church had not yet developed that way. Early Christian leadership was much more local. Bishops governed communities. Presbyters assisted them. Deacons served. Different cities developed different customs. Different regions emphasized different traditions. And occasionally they argued intensely, sometimes over theology, sometimes over liturgy, sometimes over who had authority, sometimes over dates, because apparently human beings can spend an extraordinary amount of energy arguing about calendars. One famous example involved the date of Easter. Different Christian communities had different traditions concerning when to celebrate the resurrection. The disagreement was not trivial to them. Calendar meant identity. Identity meant tradition. Tradition meant authority. And behind all of these arguments was the larger question. Whose tradition was oldest? Who had preserved the apostles correctly? Who could claim continuity with the beginning? Rome increasingly appealed to Peter and Paul. Other cities appealed to their own apostolic founders. Jerusalem possessed the memory of Jesus' ministry. Antioch claimed Peter's presence. Alexandria traced itself to Mark. Later, Constantinople would claim an increasingly important place in the Christian world. The Christian map was becoming complicated, and Peter's name was part of the competition. But there was something deeper happening. The Christian movement was spreading across social boundaries. At first, Christians had been a relatively small group concentrated in certain Jewish communities. Now they were appearing in cities across the Mediterranean. They were in Syria, Asia Minor, Macedonia, Greece, Egypt, North Africa, Italy, and beyond. The Roman roads that carried soldiers and merchants also carried Christian travelers. The Mediterranean Sea, which connected the empire, became a highway for ideas. A ship leaving Alexandria could carry grain, could also carry a letter. A merchant traveling from Ephesus could carry goods. He could also carry stories. A slave transferred to another household could carry memories. A woman traveling to visit family could carry teachings. Christianity spread through people, not through institutions alone. This is important because early Christianity was not primarily a religion of buildings. It was a religion of relationships. People knew people. They invited people into homes. They taught children. They cared for widows. They buried the dead. They welcomed travelers. They collected money for poorer communities. They exchanged letters, and they told stories. Stories about Jesus, stories about Paul, stories about Peter, stories about martyrs, stories about miracles, stories about people who had endured suffering. The church grew through memory, and memory is powerful. Imagine sitting in a small room in Rome sometime near the end of the 1st century. The room is lit by oil lamps. The windows are small. The walls are plain. There is no enormous cross above the altar because there may not even be an altar in the later sense. There are people sitting together. Some are elderly. Some are young. Someone has brought bread. Someone has brought wine. Someone has brought a child. A visitor from another city has arrived. And someone begins telling a story about Peter, perhaps about his preaching, perhaps about his imprisonment, perhaps about his denial, perhaps about his death. The people listening have never met him, but for a moment through the story, Peter is present. That is how historical memory works. The dead can speak through the living, and Peter would continue speaking, not with his own voice, but through the traditions that carried his name. The Gospel of Mark became particularly important in this process. Ancient Christian tradition connected Mark with Peter. The tradition says Mark preserved Peter's preaching. Modern scholarship debates the exact historical relationship, but the tradition itself is ancient and significant. Mark's Gospel has a distinctive quality. It moves quickly. Jesus is constantly traveling, healing, teaching, arguing, leaving, returning. The disciples struggle to understand, and Peter appears repeatedly as both leader and failure. He is there at the beginning. He is there at major miracles. He is there at the Transfiguration. He is there in Gethsemane. He is there in the courtyard. And then he disappears into grief. That pattern gives the gospel a strangely human rhythm. Peter sees. Peter misunderstands. Peter promises. Peter fails. Peter remains. The story does not make him perfect. And perhaps this is exactly why later Christians found him believable. The saint who never makes mistakes is difficult to imitate. The saint who makes terrible mistakes and continues is easier to understand. Peter's story says something quietly radical. Failure does not have to be final. The man who denied Jesus could still become a witness. The man who feared death could still die courageously. The man who wanted to be first could learn to serve. This idea became central to Christian spirituality. Repentance, return, forgiveness, transformation. Peter became one of the great symbols of all four. But while Peter's memory was becoming more powerful, the Christian movement continued to face danger. Roman authorities did not always care about Christian theology. Sometimes they simply cared about public order. The problem was not necessarily that Christians believed in Jesus. The problem was that Christians could refuse participation in certain public religious practices. In Roman society, religion and civic life were deeply connected. Public sacrifices were not simply private spiritual activities. They could be expressions of loyalty to the community and the emperor. Christians sometimes refused. This could make them appear antisocial, or disloyal, or stubborn. The Christian refusal to sacrifice to traditional gods could be interpreted as dangerous. And so Christians could become targets during periods of political instability. The 2nd and 3rd centuries would bring several episodes of persecution. Some were local, some were imperial, some were brief, some were severe. But persecution was not the only experience. For long periods, Christians lived relatively peacefully. They worked, they married, they raised children, they bought houses, they served in government, they traded, they participated in ordinary life. The Christian community was becoming part of the Roman world even while it remained distinct from it. This created tensions. Could Christians serve in the army? Could they hold political office? Could they attend public festivals? Could they participate in traditional rituals? Could they eat food associated with pagan sacrifice? The questions multiplied. Peter's legacy offered guidance. The apostle had lived within a world where Jewish identity and Roman power were already in tension. He had learned to navigate complicated social boundaries. His letters and traditions became part of the conversation. The Christian movement was becoming more organized. By the 2nd century, bishops were increasingly important. Some communities began emphasizing a single bishop as the primary local leader. This helped maintain unity. It also created authority. And authority, as history repeatedly demonstrates, eventually creates arguments about authority. Who appoints bishops? Who judges bishops? Which bishop has greater authority? Can one bishop overrule another? What happens when two communities disagree? The memory of the apostles became a weapon in these debates. If your bishop could trace his teaching to an apostle, that strengthened his claim. If your city could claim an apostolic founder, that strengthened its prestige. And Rome had Peter. This would become enormously important. But there is another side to Peter's legacy. His image also became a symbol of humility. In Christian art, Peter is often depicted holding keys. The keys refer to Jesus' words in the Gospel of Matthew about the keys of the kingdom. The image became famous. Peter with keys. Peter at the gates of heaven. Peter as the guardian. But the biblical Peter was more complicated. He was not simply a gatekeeper. He was a fisherman. He was a man who slept when he was supposed to pray. A man who swung a sword impulsively. A man who misunderstood Jesus. A man who denied him. The keys therefore became almost ironic. The man entrusted with keys had once struggled even to remain steady beside a fire. But perhaps that is the point. Authority was not presented as the reward for perfection. It was a responsibility given to imperfect people. That idea would shape Christian thinking for centuries. And eventually, the story of Peter would become intertwined with the development of the papacy. The Bishop of Rome began to possess increasing influence, partly because Rome was the capital, partly because its Christian community was wealthy and influential, partly because Rome was associated with Peter and Paul, and partly because Roman bishops increasingly intervened in disputes beyond their local community. By the 3rd century, the Roman bishop's authority was becoming more visible. But again, there was no single moment when everyone suddenly agreed that Rome had universal authority. Christian history was full of disagreement. Some accepted Roman claims. Some resisted. Some accepted certain forms of Roman authority while rejecting others. The later papacy emerged through centuries of argument. Yet Peter remained at its center. His name became almost impossible to separate from Rome. And eventually, one of the greatest buildings in Christian history would rise over the place associated with his burial. But before that happened, there were centuries of change. The Roman Empire itself transformed. Emperors came and went. Wars were fought. Borders shifted. Economic crises emerged. New religions spread. Christian theologians wrote. Councils gathered. And Christianity slowly moved from the margins toward the center of imperial life. One emperor changed everything. Constantine. In the early 4th century, Constantine became emperor after a series of civil wars. He eventually embraced Christianity. The transformation was extraordinary. A religion once associated with persecuted minorities was now receiving imperial favor. Churches could be built openly. Christian clergy gained privileges. Christian symbols entered public life. And the memory of martyrs became even more important. Peter's story now belonged to a religion with imperial backing. The contrast was astonishing. Under Nero, Christians had been executed in Rome. Under Constantine, Christians were building churches in Rome. The city had changed. The empire had changed. And Peter's memory had become more powerful than anyone could have predicted. Tradition associated Constantine with the construction of a great basilica over Peter's burial place. The original Constantinian basilica stood for centuries. Eventually, it would be replaced by the enormous structure known today as St. Peter's Basilica. But even before the Grand Basilica, there was the tomb. The tomb mattered. Ancient Christians cared deeply about the physical remains of martyrs. A martyr was not merely remembered abstractly. The place of burial could become a sacred location. People prayed there. They gathered there. They celebrated the Eucharist there. They believed the physical location connected them to the apostolic past. Peter's burial place, therefore, became one of the most important Christian sites in Rome. But what exactly lies beneath St. Peter's? That question would fascinate archaeologists for centuries. In the 20th century, excavations beneath the basilica uncovered a complex of ancient structures and burials. The area was a Roman cemetery. There were tombs, walls, inscriptions, fragments, and one particular location became associated with Peter's burial. The archaeological evidence is complex and has been debated. It does not provide a simple modern proof of every element of the traditional story, but it does show something significant. There was an ancient Christian tradition centered on this location, and that tradition was old, very old. The memory of Peter's tomb was not a medieval invention appearing out of nowhere. It had roots in the early Christian period. The physical site mattered. People remembered. They preserved. They built. And eventually, they covered the ancient cemetery with a basilica. Imagine standing beneath the enormous dome of St. Peter's Basilica today. The scale is overwhelming. Marble, mosaics, columns, statues, gold, light. The architecture seems almost designed to overwhelm the human body. But beneath all that grandeur is something much smaller. A cemetery, a burial place, a memory, and perhaps beneath that, the possibility of a fisherman. That contrast is extraordinary. The largest Christian basilica in one of the world's most famous cities stands above the memory of a man who began with a fishing boat. History can turn small beginnings into enormous monuments. But the monument can also hide the beginning. And if we want to understand Peter, we have to look beneath the marble. Back to the ordinary. Back to the human. Peter's story is not really about architecture. It is about transformation. And the church that developed after him inherited his contradictions. It became powerful but also divided. It became wealthy but also concerned with poverty. It became institutional but still claimed to be built around a suffering servant. It gained political influence but continued preaching humility. The tension never disappeared. Perhaps it could not. Christianity carried the memory of Jesus, who had spoken about serving rather than ruling. It also developed institutions that required leadership, property, money, law, and political relationships. Those contradictions would shape Christian history for centuries. Peter's name appeared on both sides. He was the rock of authority, but he was also the repentant disciple. He represented institutional continuity, but he also represented vulnerability. He was a martyr, and he was a leader. He was a fisherman. And eventually, in Christian imagination, he became almost a prince. Yet the original story never completely disappeared. The fisherman remained, and perhaps that is why artists kept returning to him. Peter appears in ancient mosaics, in medieval manuscripts, in Renaissance paintings, in Baroque sculptures, in modern churches. His face changes, his clothing changes, his expression changes, but the symbols remain: the keys, the boat, the rooster, sometimes the inverted cross. The rooster is especially interesting. It became a reminder of Peter's denial. The man who said he would never abandon Jesus was reminded by a bird, a very ordinary bird. History is full of humiliating details. The emperor can command armies. The philosopher can write books. The apostle can build a movement. And then a rooster wakes everyone up. Peter's story, therefore, contains a quiet lesson about human pride. We rarely know ourselves as well as we think we do. Peter thought he knew how he would behave under pressure. Then pressure came. He discovered the truth. And perhaps everyone eventually has such a moment. A moment when circumstances reveal the distance between who we imagine ourselves to be and who we actually are. For Peter, that moment happened in a courtyard. But it did not define the rest of his life. That is the crucial point. The denial became part of his story. It did not become the end of it. And that is why his story endured. The church could look at Peter and say, "Here is a man who failed. And here is what happened next. He was forgiven. He returned. He served. He became courageous." That message would become enormously powerful for generations of Christians. Because Christianity was not only a religion of saints. It was a religion of sinners who believed they could become saints. Peter was the perfect example. The road from Galilee to Rome was therefore not only geographical. It was psychological. It was spiritual. Peter traveled from certainty to confusion, from confidence to failure, from failure to forgiveness, from fear to courage, from fisherman to shepherd, from disciple to apostle, from living witness to remembered martyr, and then, through the centuries, from martyr to symbol. Each transformation built upon the previous one. The church Peter helped lead would eventually become an institution capable of shaping kings and emperors. But that institution still traced itself back to gatherings of ordinary people. People sitting around tables. People sharing bread. People remembering a teacher. People trying to live differently. And Peter's presence in those early communities gave them continuity. He connected them to the beginning. He was not the whole church. He was not the only apostle. He was not the only missionary. But he was one of the most important. And his story became one of the church's foundational memories. By the time Christianity became dominant in the Roman Empire, Peter's image had been transformed into something much larger than the fisherman himself. He had become an archetype. The flawed leader, the repentant sinner, the courageous martyr, the keeper of keys, the guardian of the church, and eventually the first pope in Catholic tradition. But that final title needs historical care. The modern papacy did not exist in the first century in the form we recognize today. The office evolved. The language evolved. The authority evolved. The institutions evolved. Peter himself would probably not have recognized the later Vatican. He would not have recognized the enormous basilica. He would not have recognized the elaborate papal ceremonies. He would not have recognized the global bureaucracy. He would have recognized a Christian gathering. He would have recognized prayer. He would have recognized bread and wine. He would have recognized the stories of Jesus. And perhaps, if shown the immense basilica built over the place associated with his burial, he might have stared at it for a long time. Perhaps he would have been amazed, perhaps confused, perhaps amused. Perhaps he would have asked why everyone had built such an enormous building over the grave of a fisherman. And perhaps someone would have answered, "Because we remembered you." That may be the simplest explanation. They remembered. And because they remembered, they built. Because they built, later generations remembered. And because later generations remembered, the story survived. History often works like that. Memory creates monuments. Monuments preserve memory. And each generation adds another layer. Peter's life became buried beneath centuries of interpretation. But beneath the layers, the original man is still visible. A fisherman beside a lake. A disciple following a teacher. A frightened man beside a fire, a grieving man after a crucifixion, a preacher in Jerusalem, a traveler, a leader, an old man in Rome, a martyr, and then silence. The story continues without him. That may be the most important part. Peter's greatest achievement was not that he remained alive. It was that the movement continued after he died. The church did not depend upon one man. Peter became part of something larger. He was a foundation. But foundations are buried. You do not normally see them. They hold up the structure precisely because they are beneath it. Perhaps that is why the image of Peter as the rock became so enduring. A rock does not need to stand on top of the building. It holds quietly underneath. And perhaps the same could be said of the early apostles. They did not know what Christianity would become. They simply kept carrying the memory forward, from person to person, from city to city, from generation to generation. And eventually the memory became civilization. But that transformation would take centuries. Between Peter and the Christian empire lay a long, difficult road. There were persecutions, debates, martyrdoms, councils, schisms, theological arguments, imperial politics, and thousands of ordinary lives. Peter's story was only one thread in that enormous tapestry, but it was one of the strongest, because Peter connected the church to Jesus, and Rome connected Peter to the wider Christian world. That connection would eventually become one of the central pillars of Western Christianity. Yet even as Rome rose in Christian importance, other Christian worlds developed independently. Christianity spread through Egypt. In Alexandria, theologians developed sophisticated traditions. In Syria, Christians worshipped in languages very different from Latin. In Asia Minor, ancient communities continued to flourish. In Armenia, Christianity would eventually become deeply rooted. In Ethiopia, a distinct Christian tradition developed. Across the Eastern Mediterranean, Christian communities developed their own liturgies, languages, saints, and memories. Peter belonged to all of these worlds in different ways. His name crossed boundaries, but Rome claimed him especially strongly. And over the centuries, the Roman claim grew. Peter's keys became the keys of Rome. Peter's chair became a symbol of Roman authority. Peter's tomb became a center of pilgrimage. And the Bishop of Rome increasingly presented himself as Peter's successor. This was not merely theological. It was political. Authority over Christian communities meant influence over kings. Influence over kings meant wealth. Wealth meant land. Land meant power. The simple fisherman had become attached to an institution with enormous political significance. This is one of history's great ironies. Peter had preached humility. His successors would sometimes rule territories. Peter had owned a boat. His successors would live in palaces. Peter had slept outdoors. His successors would occupy magnificent residences. Peter had faced execution. His successors would negotiate with emperors. History had transformed the meaning of his name. But perhaps the transformation was inevitable. Institutions evolve. Ideas acquire structures. Communities acquire leaders. And memory becomes tradition. The question is not whether this happened. It did. The more interesting question is what remained unchanged. And remarkably, some things did. The stories remained. The denial remained. The rooster remained. The resurrection remained at the center. The keys remained. The fisherman remained. The church continued to speak about Peter as someone who had been transformed by failure. And perhaps that is why, even after centuries of politics, the old story still has emotional power. Because beneath every institution is a human story. And beneath Peter's institution is a human being. A man who once stood beside a charcoal fire. A man who heard a question. Are you one of them? No. Again. No. Again. No. And then the rooster. That moment became part of his story forever. But it was not the final word. The final word was not denial. It was return. It was service. It was witness. It was endurance. And perhaps that is the real reason Peter became the rock. Not because he never cracked, but because he was repaired. Not because he was fearless, but because he learned to live with fear. Not because he was perfect, but because he learned that perfection was not required for faithfulness. He only had to keep walking. And so, as we leave the first centuries behind, the road opens again. The Roman Empire is changing. Christianity is changing. Peter's memory is changing. The small communities of the first century are becoming something much larger. The fishermen are becoming saints. The meeting rooms are becoming churches. The whispered prayers are becoming public liturgies. The persecuted movement is becoming an institution. And the old fisherman of Galilee is becoming the symbolic founder of one of the greatest Christian traditions in the world. But before we enter that later history, it is worth returning one final time to the beginning. Because every monument has a foundation, and every foundation begins somewhere. Peter's began beside water, not in Rome, not in a palace, not in a basilica, beside the Sea of Galilee, a man with rough hands, a net, a boat, a brother, family, and a life that seemed ordinary until someone called him. The rest of history followed. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. The Roman streets grow quiet. The lamps burn low. The ancient city fades into darkness. Under the marble, under the basilica, under centuries of stone, there is a much smaller memory. A fisherman, sleeping after another long day, dreaming perhaps of the lake, dreaming perhaps of home, unaware that the road ahead would take him farther than any fishing boat ever could. The wind moves across Galilee. The water touches the shore. The nets wait for morning. And the old story continues to breathe. A man named Simon. A name changed to Peter. A life changed by a call. A failure transformed into a testimony. A fisherman transformed into a shepherd. And a death transformed by memory into a beginning. Because Peter's story did not end when Peter died. In some ways, that was when it truly began. The long shadow of the fisherman. When Peter died, he left behind no empire, no treasury, no army, no palace, no official decree carved into marble announcing that his movement would one day become one of the world's great religions. He left behind people, and perhaps that was more important. People remembered. They remembered his voice. They remembered his mistakes. They remembered his courage. They remembered the stories he had told about Jesus. And they remembered the place where they believed he had been buried. In the ancient world, memory had geography. People did not simply remember someone in the abstract. They went somewhere. They stood somewhere. They touched a wall. They prayed beside a tomb. They gathered where a martyr had died. They told stories at the places where those stories had supposedly happened. And Peter's memory became rooted in Rome. The city itself would eventually be transformed beyond recognition. But the association with Peter remained. This is one reason the archaeology beneath St. Peter's Basilica is so fascinating. Modern visitors see an enormous Renaissance and Baroque building. They see Michelangelo's dome rising above the city. They see columns, statues, marble floors, mosaics, chapels, altars, and vast spaces designed to make the human body feel very small. But beneath those layers lies something older, much older. A Roman cemetery, burials, walls, ancient structures. And beneath the monumental church is the memory of a man who, according to Christian tradition, was buried here. The excavation of the area beneath the basilica in the 20th century revealed a complex archaeological landscape. There were pagan and Roman burials. There were Christian markings. There were structures built and rebuilt. And somewhere within this landscape was a location identified by ancient Christian tradition as Peter's tomb. The archaeological evidence cannot answer every question, cannot tell us with absolute certainty every detail of Peter's final days, cannot reproduce his voice, cannot show us the exact moment of his death. But it can demonstrate that Christians were venerating this location very early. And that matters. Because memory is not nothing. Memory leaves traces. A wall. An inscription. A shrine. A cemetery. A building. A road. A tradition passed from generation to generation. Peter's memory survived because people cared enough to preserve it. And preservation itself is a form of faith. Imagine the earliest Christians who gathered near the place associated with Peter. They did not have the basilica. They did not have the enormous dome. They did not have the marble pavement. They had a grave. Perhaps the most powerful thing about a grave is its smallness. A human life can be enormous. A human reputation can become enormous. But the body returns to the earth. The grave remains small. And perhaps Peter's tomb reminded Christians of exactly that. The apostle was not an emperor. He was mortal. He had died. He had suffered. He had been buried. And yet his memory had not disappeared. This was particularly meaningful in a religion built around resurrection. The dead were not considered forgotten. They were awaiting restoration. Martyrs were not merely victims. They were witnesses. The Greek word martyr originally carried the sense of witness. That is important. A martyr was someone who testified. Peter's death, therefore, became more than an execution. It became testimony. He had seen. He had believed. He had endured. And he had refused to abandon the message he carried. The Roman state had the power to kill him. It did not have the power to erase his testimony. That distinction would become central to Christian thinking. The martyrs became heroes. Their graves became sacred. Their stories became lessons. And their courage became a kind of spiritual currency. Peter was the greatest of them, or at least one of the greatest, and the church would continue to tell his story. But the church itself was changing. The 2nd century brought new challenges. Christianity had grown enough to attract serious criticism. Some Roman writers mocked Christians. Some philosophers dismissed Christian beliefs as irrational. Some Jews rejected the Christian interpretation of Scripture. Some Christians themselves developed radically different ideas about Jesus. And this produced another challenge. What exactly did Christians believe? The apostles were dead. Different teachers claimed to speak in their name. Different writings circulated. Some communities accepted texts others rejected. Some Christians emphasized Jesus' humanity. Others emphasized his divinity. Some believed the material world was fundamentally evil. Others insisted that creation was good because it had been made by God. The movement needed boundaries, and apostolic tradition became one of the tools used to create those boundaries. If a teaching could be traced back to the apostles, it had credibility. If it contradicted apostolic teaching, it could be rejected. Peter therefore became important not only as a person but as a standard. His name represented continuity. Continuity mattered because Christianity claimed to preserve something that had happened in history. This was not simply a philosophy invented by a later generation. Christians believed their faith began with real people in real places. Jesus had lived. Peter had known him. The apostles had witnessed him. The church preserved their testimony. That chain became the foundation of Christian identity. And Rome stood near the end of that chain. Peter had become a bridge. From Galilee to Jerusalem. From Jerusalem to the wider Mediterranean. From the apostles to later bishops. From the 1st century to the 2nd. And then to the 3rd. The bridge kept stretching. But it was not always peaceful. The Roman Church itself faced internal disagreements. Different leaders had different ideas. Different Christians interpreted Scripture differently. And sometimes rival bishops claimed legitimacy. One of the most important debates involved the question of whether Christians who had renounced their faith under persecution could later be restored. Imagine the situation. A Christian is arrested. Authorities demand sacrifice. The person is terrified. They deny Christ. They survive. Later, the persecution ends. Now they want to return. Should the church forgive them? Some Christians said yes. Others believed apostasy was too serious. The debate could become furious. And Peter's own story hung over the argument. After all, Peter had denied Jesus. If Peter could be forgiven, what did that imply about other people who had failed? The church repeatedly returned to this question. Can the person who falls be restored? Peter's answer, at least in the Christian tradition, was yes. not because failure did not matter, but because forgiveness mattered more. This became one of the most powerful themes of Christian theology. Peter was living proof that apostolic authority could coexist with human weakness. The rock had cracked, and yet the church had not collapsed. Perhaps the builders understood something that later generations sometimes forgot. The church was not built out of perfect people. It was built out of forgiven people. That idea would become central to Christian spirituality. But Rome was changing. The empire faced enormous problems in the 3rd century. Political instability, economic crises, civil wars, border pressures. Emperors rose and fell with alarming speed. The old Roman confidence began to weaken, and Christianity continued growing. Sometimes persecution intensified. Under emperors such as Decius and later Diocletian, Christians faced serious pressure. Churches were destroyed. Christian scriptures were targeted. Leaders were arrested. Some believers were executed. Others compromised. Again, Peter's story became relevant. What should a Christian do when survival requires denial? Peter had faced the question. He had failed once. Later tradition remembered that he succeeded. And now Christians across the empire faced similar choices. Some remained faithful. Some fled. Some sacrificed to Roman gods. Some later repented. The church had to decide how to deal with them. The debates were bitter, but Christianity survived. Then came Constantine. The transformation was so dramatic that it almost feels like a different story. For centuries, Christians had lived under varying degrees of suspicion. Now an emperor openly supported Christianity. The emperor who had once been outside the church became its patron. The political world shifted. Church buildings expanded. Christian clergy gained privileges. The symbols of Christianity entered imperial culture. And Peter's memory gained monumental form. A great basilica was built over the traditional site of his burial. The old cemetery disappeared beneath architecture. The apostles' grave became part of a public Christian landscape. The transformation was breathtaking. A fisherman who had died under Roman persecution was now honored in a church supported by imperial power. The same empire that had crucified Christians was now building for them. History had turned completely around. But Christianity did not become simple after Constantine. If anything, it became more complicated. When a persecuted minority becomes politically powerful, new problems appear. Money, property, authority, politics, factions, ambition, and theology, especially theology. Christian leaders now had to answer questions that had once been discussed in small rooms. What exactly did Christians believe about Jesus? Was he divine? Human? Both? How did the Father and Son relate? What did the Holy Spirit do? Which writings were authoritative? How should Christians worship? These debates eventually led to councils, and Peter's authority continued to matter. The apostles were invoked. Scripture was debated. Tradition was defended. Rome increasingly claimed a special role. But other bishops were not always willing to accept Roman claims. The Christian world remained diverse. This diversity is easy to forget when looking backward from modern Christianity. Today, we tend to think of Christianity as a recognizable category. But ancient Christianity was much more fluid. Different languages, different liturgies, different theological traditions, different structures, different political relationships. The church was not one uniform institution. It was a family of communities, sometimes cooperating, sometimes arguing, sometimes separating, sometimes reconciling. Peter belonged to all of them in different ways. But Rome made a particularly strong claim. Peter was its apostle. His tomb was there. His memory was there. His successor was there. And gradually, the Bishop of Rome became one of the most influential Christian leaders in the world. The word Pope itself would acquire its later meaning only gradually. The institution evolved. The political authority came later. The territorial power came later. The Vatican, as we know it, came much later. Peter was long gone by then, but his name remained the foundation of the claim. This is perhaps one of history's strangest transformations. A man who owned almost nothing became the symbolic ancestor of an institution that would accumulate enormous wealth. A man who had no palace became associated with one of the world's grandest religious complexes. A man who traveled on foot became the patron of a global institution. A man who preached humility became the source of a claim to spiritual authority over kings. But the contradiction does not necessarily make the original story meaningless. It makes it human. Institutions reinterpret their founders. Every movement does. The founders usually imagine one thing. Their successors build something else. Sometimes the difference is enormous. And yet, the original memory remains powerful enough to justify the new structure. Peter was therefore both a historical person and a symbol. The historical Peter was a Galilean Jew. The symbolic Peter became something much larger. He became the rock, the fisherman, the first apostle, the martyr, the keeper of keys, the shepherd, the foundation, and finally the first pope in Catholic tradition. Each title represented a different layer of memory. Together, they created a figure almost impossible to separate from the history of Christianity itself. Yet Peter's story also belongs to a much larger question. What happens when a religion built around a suffering teacher becomes powerful? Jesus had told his followers to serve. The Roman Church eventually became an institution capable of commanding political influence. Jesus had warned against seeking worldly status. Christian leaders eventually became advisors to emperors and kings. Jesus had spent time among the poor. Christian institutions eventually became major landowners. The contradiction would trouble Christians for centuries. Reform movements would repeatedly arise. Monks would reject wealth. Preachers would criticize corruption. Mystics would seek simplicity. Reformers would call Christians back to Scripture. And again, they would appeal to the memory of the apostles, especially Peter, because Peter was simple enough to symbolize both authority and humility. He could be invoked by bishops defending hierarchy. He could also be invoked by reformers calling for simplicity. Peter belonged to everyone, or perhaps everyone wanted him to belong to them. The long history of Christianity would be full of debates over what Peter really represented. Was he the first bishop of Rome? Was he the leader of all apostles? Was his authority unique? Did that authority pass to later bishops? What did Jesus mean when he called him the rock? What did the keys symbolize? These questions would produce books, libraries, councils, arguments, schisms, and occasionally probably headaches. But beneath the theological debates was a very simple question. Who was Peter? The answer depends partly on where you stand. To a historian, he is a first-century Jewish fisherman who became a leader of the Jesus movement. To a Christian believer, he is an apostle and saint. To the Catholic tradition, he is the first pope and foundational shepherd of the Church. To Orthodox Christians, he remains one of the foremost apostles, while the later claims of papal supremacy are understood differently. To Protestant traditions, Peter remains a major biblical figure, but the interpretation of his authority varies enormously. And to the wider historical world, Peter is one of the most important individuals connected to the birth of Christianity. All of these perspectives overlap. None completely erase the others. The mystery remains, and perhaps that is appropriate, because Peter himself lived in a world of uncertainty. He did not understand everything. He asked questions. He made mistakes. He followed anyway. That is the recurring rhythm of his life. He did not receive a map. He received a call. Follow me. And then he spent the rest of his life trying to understand where that road led. The road took him through Galilee, Jerusalem, Antioch, perhaps Corinth, perhaps other cities. and eventually Rome. The exact geography remains partly uncertain, but the direction is clear: outward. The movement that began in a small Jewish world expanded into the Mediterranean, and Peter's name traveled with it. Eventually, the Christian movement became a global religion, but Peter could never have imagined that word, global. His world was the Mediterranean. His mental map was much smaller. He knew Galilee, Judea, Jerusalem, perhaps Syria. He knew the Roman world, but not continents beyond it. He could not imagine Christianity in Ethiopia, or India, or Armenia, or Britain, or China. He could not imagine cathedrals beneath African sunlight. He could not imagine Christian communities speaking languages he had never heard. He could not imagine millions of people reading his name. He could not imagine his story being translated into hundreds of languages. And yet it happened. That is the strange power of ideas. They travel farther than their creators. Peter's words traveled farther than Peter. His memory traveled farther than his feet. His influence reached places he never saw. And perhaps this is why the story of Peter is ultimately a story about unintended consequences. A fisherman followed a teacher. That decision changed his life. His life influenced a small community. That community influenced other communities. Those communities grew. Their traditions spread. Their writings were preserved. Their institutions developed. Their beliefs influenced emperors. Their institutions shaped kingdoms. Their culture shaped civilizations. And eventually, the name Peter became associated with an enormous portion of human history. None of that was planned by the fisherman. He simply followed. History often begins that way, not with someone trying to become famous, but with someone making a decision that seems small at the time. Peter's decision was to leave the nets. That was it. The rest came later, and perhaps that is why the image of the nets is so powerful. The net is a perfect symbol for Peter's life. A fisherman casts a net without knowing exactly what it will catch. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes something enormous. Sometimes something unexpected. Peter's life was like that. He cast himself into a future he could not see. He caught consequences he could not predict. And eventually, his name became woven into a much larger net. A network of communities stretching across the ancient world. The metaphor almost writes itself. But perhaps we should not make it too neat. Real history is never neat. Peter argued. He failed. He disagreed with Paul. He had to learn. The church argued. The church divided. The church made mistakes. The church accumulated power. The church also inspired extraordinary acts of charity. It created hospitals, monasteries, schools, libraries, missionary networks, art, music, philosophy. And it also became entangled in politics, warfare, wealth, and ambition. Peter's legacy inherited all of this. The rock became the foundation beneath a very complicated building. And perhaps that is why we should not judge Peter by everything later generations did in his name. Peter was not responsible for medieval politics. He did not design Renaissance basilicas. He did not appoint every bishop who claimed his authority. He did not write every theological argument attached to his name. He was a first-century man. His world was smaller. His life was shorter. His understanding was incomplete. But his story became enormous. And that is where history becomes almost dreamlike. A fisherman disappears into the past. Yet his name remains. You can travel to Rome today. You can walk into St. Peter's Basilica. You can stand beneath Michelangelo's dome. You can look upward and feel almost overwhelmed by the scale. The architecture rises above you. Light filters through windows. Marble surrounds you. Thousands of visitors move through the enormous space. And beneath all of it is a memory of a man who once lived in a world where most buildings were small, most roads were dusty, and most people never traveled very far from home. The contrast is almost impossible to comprehend. A fisherman became a symbol of a global religion. And yet, perhaps the most powerful place to remember him is not beneath the dome. It is beside the lake, because there, everything becomes simple again. Water, wind, boat, net, man, voice. Follow me. That is the beginning. Everything else is history. And perhaps tonight, that is where we can let the story breathe. The great institutions can wait. The arguments can wait. The theological disputes can wait. The marble can wait. The empire can wait. Peter is still beside the lake. The sun is beginning to rise. The water is turning silver. The fishermen are preparing their nets. A village is waking. Smoke rises from the first cooking fires. Somewhere a child is crying. Someone is calling to a neighbor. A boat scrapes softly against the shore. And Peter stands there, not yet a saint, not yet a martyr, not yet a bishop, not yet the rock, just Simon, a fisherman, a man with ordinary worries, a man who does not know what is coming. And then he hears the call. He looks up, and for reasons we can never completely know, he follows. Perhaps he was curious, perhaps he was hopeful, perhaps he was tired of the life he had known. Perhaps he sensed something extraordinary. Or perhaps, as human beings often do, he simply made a decision without understanding its consequences. That decision became his life, and his life became a story, and the story became a tradition, and the tradition became a church, and the church became a civilization, and the civilization carried his name across centuries. That is the long shadow of the fisherman. Not the shadow of a conqueror, not the shadow of an emperor, but the shadow of a witness. Someone who believed he had seen something that mattered. Someone who failed. Someone who returned. Someone who kept speaking. And someone whose story became too large for the small boat where it began. The lake remains. The hills remain. The roads have changed. The cities have changed. The languages have changed. The empire is gone. The fishermen still work the water. The nets still tear. The wind still changes. The night still comes. And the story still travels. Perhaps that is what it means for a person to become part of history. Not that their face remains forever, but that something they carried continues moving after they are gone. Peter carried a memory. The memory became faith. The faith became community. The community became institution. The institution became civilization. And beneath every layer, the original memory still waits. A man. A lake. A call. A road. And finally, a quiet ending. Peter's life had begun with water. It would end in Rome. But perhaps the most beautiful thing about the story is that the fisherman never really left the lake. He remained there in memory. Every time Christians spoke of the Apostle Peter, the fisherman was still present. Every time someone remembered the nets, the boats, the call, the denial, the rooster, the resurrection, the road to Rome, the old Galilean returned. And perhaps that is why his story still feels strangely intimate after nearly 2,000 years. Because the empire is difficult to imagine. The ancient politics are distant. The theological arguments can be complicated. The monuments can be overwhelming. But a fisherman standing beside a lake is easy to understand. A man hearing his name is easy to understand. A person making a promise is easy to understand. A person breaking that promise is easy to understand. A person regretting it is easy to understand. A person being given another chance is easy to understand. And a person walking forward despite fear is perhaps the easiest thing of all to understand. Peter did not begin as a legend. He became one. Slowly. Through memory. Through failure. Through courage. Through the people who remembered him. And perhaps that is the final lesson hidden inside his story. We do not know what our lives will become. Peter certainly did not. The road ahead is always larger than the person walking it. Sometimes a decision that feels ordinary changes everything. Sometimes failure becomes part of the story rather than the end of it. Sometimes the person who seems least prepared becomes the one remembered. And sometimes a fisherman becomes a rock. Not because he was born strong, but because he learned how to stand after falling. So let the ancient world become quiet now. Let Rome fade into the distance. Let the basilica disappear. Let the marble dissolve. Let the statues become shadows. Let the centuries fall away. Return once more to Galilee. The moon is low. The lake is dark. The boat rocks gently. The nets are still. The hills are quiet. There is no crowd. No empire. No persecution. No argument. No monument. Only water. Only wind. And somewhere in that darkness, the first chapter of Peter's life is still waiting. A fisherman wakes. The morning comes. He steps outside. He looks toward the lake. And history, without announcing itself, begins again. The man does not know his future. He only knows that someone has called him. And he follows. Quietly. One step at a time. Toward Jerusalem. Toward Rome. Toward suffering. Toward hope. Toward memory. Toward a story that will outlive him. And eventually, toward the silence of the grave. But even there, the story does not stop. Because the church remembers. And memory, like water, has a way of traveling. It slips through cracks, crosses borders, survives walls. It finds its way through centuries. Peter's memory traveled. From a Galilean lake to the streets of Rome. From the first Christian gatherings to enormous basilicas. From frightened disciples to emperors. From a tiny movement to a global faith. And perhaps, in the quietest sense, that is what Peter built. Not the buildings. Not the institutions. Not the monuments. He helped build a chain of memory. One person remembering another. One generation telling the next. A story carried forward. And perhaps every church, every chapel, every prayer, every whispered name of Peter is another link in that chain. The fisherman is gone. The chain remains. The road is empty. The story continues. And the night grows deeper. So if you are listening now in the quiet hours, perhaps you can let the final image remain simple. Not Rome. Not the basilica. Not the cross. But the lake. A little boat. A net. The sound of water. The first pale light of morning. And a fisherman standing quietly beside the shore. He does not know what history will make of him. He does not know that his name will be remembered for centuries. He does not know that people will one day argue about his authority. He does not know that churches will be built in his honor. He does not know that artists will paint his face. He does not know that pilgrims will travel thousands of miles to pray beside the place where he was buried. He only knows that he has been called, and so he follows. The first step, then another, until the road disappears into the morning. And somewhere behind him, the nets remain hanging by the water, waiting, quiet, empty, as if the fisherman might return. But he does not. He has another road now, and the world is waiting. The long shadow of Peter begins there, with one man, one call, one decision, and a road no one could see the end of. Peter's church and the making of Christian memory. There is something strange about following a person through history after they are dead. The person stops changing. Everyone else keeps changing around them. Peter could not learn anything new after Rome. He could not correct later interpretations. He could not object when artists painted him with keys. He could not explain what he meant by something he had said decades earlier. He could not stand up in a council and say, quietly, that perhaps everyone was making the matter rather more complicated than necessary. Peter was gone. But his name remained available, and history would use it, again and again, sometimes gently, sometimes reverently, sometimes politically, sometimes almost aggressively. The memory of Peter became a kind of language. To say Peter was eventually to speak about authority, to speak about Rome, to speak about apostolic continuity, to speak about martyrdom, to speak about repentance, to speak about the beginning. And the more Christianity grew, the more important its beginning became. Every growing institution eventually looks backward. It wants to know where it came from. It wants founders. It wants origins. It wants a story that explains why it exists. Christianity had something extraordinarily valuable in this respect. Possessed names. Peter, Paul, John, James, Matthew. And behind them stood Jesus. The apostles became bridges between the historical Jesus and later Christian communities. Peter was one of the strongest bridges. But bridges are not always peaceful places. People fight over bridges. They argue about who owns them. They argue about who may cross them. And Christian history would do exactly that. The question of Peter's authority became increasingly important as different Christian communities developed their own structures. The Bishop of Rome claimed connection to Peter. Other bishops recognized Rome's importance but did not always accept unlimited Roman authority. This distinction matters. Early Christianity did not emerge with a fully developed papal monarchy sitting in Rome, waiting for history to catch up. The papacy developed gradually. Its authority was shaped by theology, politics, geography, wealth, tradition, and necessity. Peter was the memory at the center of that development. But memory and institution are not the same thing. The fisherman was historical. The institution was historical too. But the institution came later. It grew. It adapted. It argued. And eventually it became something Peter himself could hardly have imagined. The city of Rome was particularly suited to this transformation. It was enormous. It was wealthy. It was politically important. It was the old center of imperial power. Even after the Western Roman Empire declined, Rome retained enormous symbolic importance. And Christianity inherited that symbolism. The city once associated with Jupiter, Mars, emperors, triumphs, and legions became associated with apostles and martyrs. The transformation was astonishing. Imagine Rome at night. The streets are dark except for lamps. The old monuments rise in silhouette. The Forum is slowly falling into ruin. Ancient temples stand beside Christian churches. The city contains layers of history stacked almost on top of one another. And somewhere beneath the streets are the graves of people who lived through the first generations of Christianity. Peter's memory sits among them. Rome had become Christian, but Christianity had also become Roman. That relationship would shape Western history for centuries. The Bishop of Rome inherited a city whose symbolic importance was almost impossible to match. But the Roman Church also inherited something else. A martyr tradition. Peter and Paul. 2 apostles. 2 deaths. 2 memories. Their traditions became deeply connected to Rome. Peter was associated with the Jewish Christian beginnings of the movement. Paul with missionary expansion among Gentiles. Together they represented the universal character of Christianity. Peter and Paul. Fisherman and scholar. Galilean and Roman citizen. Different personalities. Different journeys. Different styles. Yet both became foundational figures. Their feast days were celebrated. Their names appeared in prayers. Their images appeared in churches. Their supposed burial places became pilgrimage destinations. Rome had 2 apostles, and that gave the city extraordinary symbolic capital. But Peter remained first in the Roman imagination. The keys belonged to him. The chair belonged to him. The tomb belonged to him. And gradually, the bishop who occupied that city could say something powerful. I stand where Peter stood. That statement would become more consequential with every passing century. Yet we should pause here, because there is a danger in looking at Peter only through later institutions. If we do that, we turn him into a title, position, a symbol. We forget the man, so let us return to him. Peter was not born into Christian history. He was born into Jewish history. This matters. The earliest followers of Jesus were not trying to create a new religion in the modern sense. They were Jews. They lived within Jewish traditions. They knew Jewish scripture. They worshipped the God of Israel. They observed Jewish customs to varying degrees. They debated the meaning of the law. They lived in a world shaped by Jewish hopes and Roman occupation. Peter's story, therefore, begins before Christianity. It begins inside Judaism. This was a world of synagogues, pilgrimage, scripture, ritual purity, festivals, family obligations, fishing villages, agricultural work, taxation, Roman authority, and religious expectation. Jerusalem mattered enormously. The temple mattered. The temple was not simply a building. It was the center of Jewish religious life. Pilgrims traveled there. Sacrifices were offered there. Priests served there. Money changed hands there. Debates occurred there. And the Roman authorities watched it carefully. Because religion and politics were not separate. Not really. The Roman governor knew that religious unrest could become political unrest. The Jewish population knew that Roman control could become oppressive. Messianic hopes circulated. Prophets appeared. Movements formed. Some people expected God to intervene dramatically. Into this world came Jesus, and Peter followed him. That is the first great transformation. Peter was not searching for Christianity. Christianity did not yet exist. He was responding to Jesus. This is important because later Christianity sometimes makes the first century look inevitable. As though Peter knew he was founding a global religion. He did not. He was following a Jewish teacher. He believed that something extraordinary was happening. He did not possess a blueprint for the future. He had faith. He had questions. He had confusion. And he had hope. The early disciples probably imagined the future differently from later Christians. They expected God's kingdom. They expected fulfillment. They expected the resurrection to mean something immediate. They lived with urgency. The first generation did not know that centuries would pass before the Christian movement became dominant. They did not know that the Roman Empire would eventually become Christian. They did not know that Christianity would divide into major traditions. They did not know that councils would define doctrines. They did not know that bishops would govern vast communities. They did not know that monasteries would preserve ancient texts. They certainly did not know about the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Reformation, or modern Christianity. Peter lived before all of that. His world was immediate. Jesus, the disciples, Jerusalem, the temple, the road, the lake, the cross, the empty tomb, the mission. That was enough. And perhaps there is something comforting about that simplicity. History becomes complicated later. Beginnings are often simple. Person hears something. Person believes something. Person decides to follow. Then other people follow too. Soon there is a community. Then the community needs organization. Then organization needs leaders. Then leaders need rules. Then rules need interpretation. Then interpretation creates arguments. And suddenly the fisherman has become the subject of thousands of books. Because of course he did. Human beings have an extraordinary talent for turning simple questions into complicated institutions. Peter's life sat at the beginning of this process. And the church grew. One of the most remarkable things about early Christianity was its ability to survive without the original apostles. That should not be underestimated. Many movements collapse when their founder or founding generation disappears. Christianity did not. Instead, it developed mechanisms for continuity. Texts, traditions, bishops, liturgies, creeds, community memory, and perhaps most importantly, stories. The Gospels became central. They preserved the story of Jesus. And Peter was everywhere inside that story, sometimes prominently, sometimes embarrassingly. This honesty is remarkable. The early Christians could have polished Peter. They could have removed his mistakes. They could have turned him into an uncomplicated hero. Instead, the traditions preserved his failures. He misunderstood. He argued. He denied. He hesitated. He was rebuked. And yet he remained. This suggests something important about early Christian memory. The goal was not simply to create impressive heroes. The apostles were witnesses. Their imperfections could remain because their importance did not depend on personal perfection. In fact, their weakness could reinforce the Christian message. The power belonged to God, not to the personality. Peter was not powerful because he was naturally extraordinary. He was powerful because he had been transformed. This idea became one of Christianity's deepest themes. Grace works through weakness. The broken person can become useful. The frightened person can become brave. The proud person can become humble. The sinner can become a saint. Peter was practically a walking illustration, and this made him an ideal figure for Christian preaching. A preacher could tell Peter's story to ordinary people. You failed. Peter failed. You are afraid. Peter was afraid. You regret something. Peter regretted something. You wonder whether you can begin again. Peter began again. The story was emotionally accessible. It crossed social boundaries. A peasant could understand it. A merchant could understand it. A soldier could understand it. A wealthy Roman could understand it. A slave could understand it. A grieving widow could understand it. Peter's story belonged to anyone who had ever failed. And that is almost everyone. The church's expansion, therefore, depended not only on theology. It depended on human recognition. People heard stories that sounded like their own lives. Fear, loss, hope, guilt, friendship, betrayal, forgiveness, death. Peter carried all of these. And then there was the question of death itself. The ancient world was full of death. Infant mortality was high. Disease was common. Childbirth was dangerous. Wars occurred. Executions were public. Medical knowledge was limited. People lived much closer to mortality than modern societies often do. Death was not an abstract idea. It was part of daily life. Christianity offered a dramatic answer. Death was not necessarily the end. The resurrection of Jesus was understood as the beginning of a larger promise. The martyr, therefore, became a special figure. Someone could die and still be victorious. This reversed ordinary Roman logic. The empire measured power by the ability to command. Christianity increasingly measured victory differently. A person could lose everything and still win. Peter's death, therefore, became spiritually meaningful. The executioner could kill the body, but the witness could not be silenced. That was the message. And this message inspired later generations. Martyrs were remembered in calendars. Their names were read aloud. Their graves were honored. Their stories were copied. Children learned about them. The church grew around the memories of the dead. Peter was the greatest example. He had died, but his authority seemed to increase after death. That is one of the strangest phenomena in religious history. Death can magnify a person's symbolic power. The living person has limitations. The dead person can become whatever later generations need him to be. Peter became the rock, and the rock could not argue. He could only be interpreted. That made his legacy powerful. The bishops of Rome could invoke him. Monks could invoke him. Reformers could invoke him. Artists could invoke him. Pilgrims could invoke him. Theologians could invoke him. Everyone could see something different in Peter. But one image remained remarkably consistent. The keys. The keys became one of the most recognizable symbols in Christian art. Peter holding two keys, one associated with heaven, one with earth. The image came from the gospel tradition, but its later symbolism became enormous. Keys mean access. Keys mean authority. Keys mean stewardship. They also imply responsibility. If someone gives you keys, they are not merely giving you power. They are giving you something to take care of. Peter's keys therefore carry an interesting tension. Authority and responsibility. Power and service. Privilege and burden. The later church would emphasize authority, but the biblical story repeatedly emphasizes responsibility. Feed my sheep. Tend my sheep. Care for the flock. The shepherd image is perhaps even more important than the keys. A shepherd does not merely command sheep. A shepherd protects them, finds them, feeds them, stays awake while they sleep, walks through dangerous places, and if the flock is lost, the shepherd goes looking. Peter was remembered as a shepherd. That image became central to Christian leadership. The bishop as shepherd, the priest as shepherd, the church as flock, Jesus as the good shepherd, Peter as the shepherd entrusted with the flock. It created an entire vocabulary of Christian leadership, and it contained a warning. A shepherd who abuses the flock has betrayed the role. That tension would remain throughout Christian history. Authority is justified only when it serves. At least that was the ideal. Human beings did not always live up to it, but the ideal remained, and ideals matter. They give people a standard against which to judge reality. That is why reformers could criticize the church using the church's own language. They could say, "You have forgotten Peter. You have forgotten the apostles. You have forgotten the poor. You have forgotten the shepherd." And those accusations could be powerful precisely because Peter's memory was so deeply embedded in Christian culture. The fisherman could become a standard against which institutions were measured. Centuries later, reformers would return to this. But before we reach them, the church had to pass through many centuries. The Roman Empire in the West would decline. Political authority would fragment. New kingdoms would emerge. The Bishop of Rome would become increasingly important. Monastic communities would preserve texts. Christianity would spread into Northern Europe. The Latin Church would develop. The Eastern Christian world would develop along different lines. And gradually, the memory of Peter would become part of a much larger European civilization. But Peter was never exclusively European. His story had begun in the Middle East. Christianity itself would remain deeply rooted in the Eastern Mediterranean. The oldest Christian communities were not European. They were Middle Eastern and North African. This is another important reminder. When we imagine Peter today, we sometimes imagine him through later European art. A bearded European-looking man holding keys. But Peter was a first-century Jewish man from Galilee. He belonged to the ancient Near Eastern world. He spoke languages of that world. He ate its food. He knew its customs. He lived under Roman occupation. He was not a medieval European. The paintings came later. The marble came later. The architecture came later. The fisherman came first. And perhaps we should keep him there, beside the lake, under the hot Galilean sun, with dust on his feet, his clothes smelling of fish and smoke, his hands rough from work, his face tired after another night on the water. That is the Peter who matters. The rest is interpretation, and interpretation can become enormous, but it should never completely erase the man. Peter's humanity is precisely what makes his story so compelling. He was not born knowing what he would become. He learned. He failed. He changed. He aged. He suffered. And finally, he died. The same things happen to every human being. That is why his story can still feel strangely close. 2,000 years can seem impossibly distant. But fear has not changed much. Regret has not changed much. Friendship has not changed much. Grief has not changed much. Hope has not changed much. Peter lived in another world, but he was still human. And perhaps that is the bridge across the centuries. Not doctrine, not architecture, human experience. Imagine Peter on the morning after the crucifixion. The city is quiet. The disciples are frightened. The future is uncertain. The man they followed is dead. The movement seems broken. Peter has another burden. He remembers the courtyard. He remembers saying no. He remembers the rooster. He remembers the look. If the gospel traditions preserve something psychologically true about him, then Peter must have carried enormous shame. He had promised loyalty. Then he had failed. That kind of memory can follow a person for years, perhaps decades. But Christianity would transform that memory. Peter was not defined by his worst night. He was defined by what came after. And that is one reason his story has endured. Because people need stories in which the worst moment is not the final moment. They need to believe that a person can return, that forgiveness can be real, that a broken relationship can be restored, that shame does not have to become identity. Peter became proof. The man who denied Jesus became the man who preached Jesus. The contrast is almost too perfect. And yet, perhaps that is exactly why the tradition remembered it. The story was too useful to forget. But useful does not necessarily mean invented. Human beings can remember painful truths precisely because they matter. The early Christian community had no obvious reason to hide Peter's failure if it was already well known. Instead, the story became part of the foundation. Peter's authority did not come from being flawless. It came from having been forgiven and transformed. That idea would become one of Christianity's most enduring themes. The church itself could therefore imagine its own history through Peter. The church would fail. The church would argue. The church would sometimes betray its ideals. But it could also repent, could begin again, could return to its foundation. Peter became a model for that process. And so, as the centuries passed, the church continued to look backward. Every generation asked, what did Peter teach? What did the apostles believe? What did the first Christians do? How should we remain faithful to the beginning? The answer was never completely simple, but the question itself preserved Peter's importance. He remained part of the conversation, and perhaps that is the true meaning of apostolic memory. The apostles were not simply historical figures. They became reference points. When Christians were uncertain, they looked backward. When they argued, they looked backward. When they wanted reform, they looked backward. When they wanted to defend tradition, they looked backward. And Peter was waiting there, the fisherman, the witness, the rock, the man with the keys, the man who had once said no, the man who eventually said yes, again, and again, and again, until his life was over. But not his influence. Influence does not require a living body. Sometimes it only requires a story. And Peter had one of the greatest stories. So the centuries continue. The Roman roads become medieval roads. The Roman Empire becomes memory. The old temples crumble. Christian churches rise. Kingdoms appear. Kingdoms disappear. Monks illuminate manuscripts by candlelight. Pilgrims walk long roads toward Rome. They carry small bags. They sleep in inns. They pray. They arrive at the city. They see the great basilicas. They hear bells. And somewhere beneath their feet is the memory of Peter, the fisherman who came to Rome, the apostle who died, the man whose name became larger than his life. Pilgrim might kneel there. Perhaps they have traveled for months. Perhaps they have carried grief, perhaps illness, perhaps guilt, perhaps hope. And they pray beside the memory of someone who had also been afraid, someone who had also failed, someone who had also hoped. Peter becomes more than history. He becomes company. And perhaps that is the deepest reason saints survive. Not because people need perfect heroes, but because they need companions. People who can walk beside them through difficult questions. Peter's story says, you can fail. You can be afraid. You can be uncertain. You can still continue. The road does not end where you think it ends. And perhaps tonight that is enough. The old fisherman has nothing more to prove. His life is finished. His mistakes are known. His courage is remembered. His grave has become a monument. His name has crossed centuries. But underneath all of it is still a human being. A man who once cast a net into a dark lake. A man who probably woke before dawn more times than he could count. A man who knew the smell of fish, the cold of night water, the ache of tired shoulders, the irritation of a torn net, the sound of waves against wood. And perhaps he never imagined that the world would one day remember him for anything other than being a fisherman. That is perhaps the most beautiful irony of all. He wanted to catch fish. Instead, history caught him, and it never let him go. So let us leave Peter here for a moment, not as a statue, not as a title, not as a theological argument, but as a man, standing beside the water, the dawn slowly brightening, the boat waiting, the net hanging loose, the world still quiet. He looks toward the horizon. There is no basilica, no empire, no papal palace, no marble, no arguments, only the lake. And somewhere beyond the horizon is a future he cannot see. A future that will remember him. A future that will argue about him. A future that will build upon his memory. But for now, he knows none of it. He simply stands there, and the morning comes, slowly, quietly. As mornings always do, the first light touches the water. The darkness retreats. The birds begin. The village wakes. And Peter steps forward, again. Because that was what he learned to do. Step forward. Even after failure. Even after fear. Even after loss. Step forward. Toward the unknown. Toward the call. Toward the road. Toward history. And eventually toward Rome, where the fisherman would die, and where the memory of the fisherman would begin its longest journey. The fisherman becomes a foundation. By now, the fisherman has almost disappeared beneath the weight of his own legend. There is Peter the disciple, Peter the apostle, Peter the preacher, Peter the martyr, Peter the rock, Peter the keeper of the keys, Peter the supposed first bishop of Rome. And then there is the Peter who lived, a Jewish man from Galilee who worked with his hands. It is worth returning to him again, because the larger the legend becomes, the easier it is to forget how small the beginning was. There were no grand cathedrals, no Christian empire, no papal court, no official Christian calendar covering half the year with saints' days. There was only a man standing beside a lake. And perhaps that is where the story of the church really begins. Not with power, with movement. A person follows another person, then another follows, then another. Soon there are enough people that they need somewhere to meet. They gather. They eat. They pray. They remember. And slowly, without anyone announcing it, a community begins. That was the earliest Christian world. Small, personal, fragile, and yet remarkably resilient. Peter was one of its most visible leaders, but he was never alone. The apostles worked together. Different communities developed. Different personalities emerged. Paul became one of the most important missionaries. James became a central figure in Jerusalem. John became associated with traditions that would profoundly influence Christian theology. Others traveled farther. Some disappeared from the historical record almost completely. This is an important reminder. History remembers some people better than others. The absence of evidence does not necessarily mean absence of activity. There may have been countless missionaries whose names were lost. There may have been women who carried Christianity between households and cities whose stories were never preserved. There may have been slaves who memorized Christian prayers and whispered them to other slaves. There may have been merchants who carried Christian texts across the Mediterranean. There may have been children who grew up hearing stories about Jesus from grandparents who had heard them from their grandparents. The church was built by thousands of ordinary lives. Peter was one of the visible foundations, but the building was much larger than any one person. That becomes especially clear after the first generation dies. Christianity continues. The second generation inherits the stories. The third generation inherits the traditions. And gradually the question changes. It is no longer simply, what did Jesus say? It becomes, what did the apostles teach? And then, how do we know what the apostles taught? That question leads directly to scripture, tradition, and apostolic succession. The early church begins collecting around authoritative memories. Some writings become widely accepted. Others remain controversial. Some disappear. Some survive only in fragments. The process is gradual. There is no single morning when everyone wakes up and discovers that a complete New Testament has been placed on the table. The collection develops over time. Communities read texts. They exchange texts. They argue about texts. They copy texts. They preserve texts. And the apostolic connection matters. A writing associated with an apostle carries authority. Peter's name, therefore, becomes important in Christian literature. 2 letters in the New Testament bear his name, 1 Peter and 2 Peter. Their authorship has been debated by scholars for centuries, particularly because of differences in style, vocabulary, and historical context. Ancient Christian communities nevertheless preserve them as Petrine writings. 1 Peter presents a deeply moving message to Christians experiencing hardship. It speaks about suffering, hope, identity, holiness, endurance. The Christian is described as a stranger or exile in the world. The image is powerful. You belong somewhere else. You are living temporarily. You are passing through. That idea resonated deeply with early Christians. Many of them were minorities. They sometimes felt socially displaced. They did not fit neatly into the surrounding religious culture. Peter's voice, as preserved in the letter, tells them to endure. Do not let suffering define you. Do not answer hatred with hatred. Live differently. And remember that suffering is not necessarily proof that God has abandoned you. That message would echo through Christian history, because suffering never disappeared. The church became powerful, but individual Christians still suffered. Illness, poverty, war, persecution, loss, death. The ancient world remained dangerous. Peter's message remained relevant. 2 Peter takes a different tone. It addresses questions of false teachers and the delay of Christ's return. The early Christians had expected the return of Jesus, but time was passing. Years, decades, generations. The question became unavoidable. If Christ was coming soon, why had so much time passed? This was one of the earliest theological challenges. The church had to learn to live with waiting. Peter became part of that process. The Christian story was no longer only about an immediate future. It became a long historical journey, and perhaps Peter himself became a symbol of that transition. The first generation had expected the kingdom. Later generations learned to build communities while waiting. They established institutions. They educated children. They buried their dead. They appointed leaders. They preserved texts. They developed liturgy. The church learned to live between promise and fulfillment. This was a major transformation, and Peter's legacy helped anchor it. The apostles belonged to the past. The church lived in the present. The future belonged to God. That threefold structure shaped Christian imagination. Past, present, future. Peter stood in the past as a witness. Bishops stood in the present as shepherds. Christ remained the future hope. The structure was elegant and powerful. But again, human beings complicated it. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Christian communities had to decide who was trustworthy. Some teachers claimed special revelation. Others produced alternative gospels. Some groups denied parts of the apostolic tradition. One of the broad movements later labeled Gnosticism offered radically different interpretations of creation, salvation, and Jesus. The church responded by emphasizing apostolic teaching. Peter's name became part of that defense. If the apostles had taught something, later teachers could not simply replace it with private revelation. The church needed continuity, and Peter represented continuity. This is one reason apostolic succession became so important. The bishop was not supposed to invent Christianity. He was supposed to preserve it. The idea sounds simple. In practice, it became enormously complex, because everyone claimed to be preserving the true tradition. Every side in a theological dispute could point backward. Everyone had apostles. Everyone had scriptures. Everyone had traditions. And so arguments intensified. The church became a community of memory. But memory can disagree with itself. That is one of the great problems of history. Two people can remember the same event differently. Two communities can preserve different traditions. Two documents can tell the same story with different emphases. The early church had to navigate these differences. Peter's role became especially important because he was associated with unity. He represented the apostolic center. But even Peter's own life contains disagreement. The famous conflict with Paul in Antioch is one example. Paul describes opposing Peter over the question of table fellowship between Jewish and Gentile Christians. The issue was explosive. Could Jewish and Gentile believers eat together without requiring Gentiles to adopt the full Jewish law? This was not merely a question about food. It was about identity. Who belongs? What does it mean to be part of God's people? Does a Gentile need to become Jewish in order to follow Jesus? Peter had participated in welcoming Gentiles. Yet in Antioch, his behavior became more cautious under pressure from certain visitors. Paul confronted him. It is one of the most striking moments in the New Testament. Peter the rock, Peter the leader, Peter the apostle, and Paul publicly challenges him. This is deeply human. Even the leaders disagreed. Even the people closest to the beginning did not have every answer. And perhaps that is important. The church was never built on the assumption that its leaders would never disagree. It was built around the belief that disagreement could eventually be worked through. Peter and Paul represented different perspectives. Jewish tradition, Gentile mission, Jerusalem, Antioch, Rome. Different experiences, different temperaments, yet they remained part of the same movement. Their relationship would later become symbolic. The church celebrated both, Peter and Paul together, the fisherman and the missionary, the apostle of the Jewish beginnings and the apostle to the nations. Two roads meeting in Rome, and perhaps Rome liked that story very much, because it made the city look like the meeting place of Christianity itself. Peter arrived from the east. Paul arrived from the east as well. Both died there. The city inherited their memories, and their memories gave Rome spiritual prestige. But there is another reason Peter became so important. His story made Christianity emotionally accessible. Paul could write complicated arguments. Peter could stand in a courtyard. Paul could debate philosophers. Peter could fish. Paul could travel thousands of miles. Peter could understand what it meant to be tired after a night on the water. The two apostles represented different sides of the Christian personality: mind and heart, argument and memory, mission and community. Peter's image remained close to ordinary life, and that helped him survive every theological transformation. You can argue about doctrine, but you cannot easily argue away a man standing beside a fire remembering his mistake. That image remains human, and so Peter became the saint of second chances, the fisherman who fell, the disciple who returned, the leader who learned humility, the martyr who faced death. This image became especially powerful in Christian art. Artists often showed Peter with an expression of sorrow, sometimes tears, sometimes gray hair, sometimes rough hands, sometimes keys hanging from his belt. The face changed across centuries, but the sorrow remained. The rooster sometimes appeared nearby, a reminder. Always a reminder. Peter's story never let him escape his past, and perhaps that is why it became so powerful. He was not allowed to pretend that the denial never happened. He had to live beyond it. There is a difference. Forgiveness does not always erase memory. Sometimes forgiveness changes what the memory means. Before the resurrection, the denial might have been a story of failure. After restoration, it could become a story of grace. The same event, different meaning. That is one of the deepest ideas in the Christian tradition, and Peter embodies it almost perfectly. The past cannot be changed, but the future can. Peter could not undo the courtyard. He could only decide what to do afterward, and he did. He preached. He traveled. He served. He suffered. He continued. The church would later do something similar. It would inherit a complicated history, mistakes, divisions, scandals, wars, failures. But it would also inherit an enormous tradition of repentance and renewal. Peter provided the template. Fall, return, continue. Perhaps that is why his story remained useful even when Christian institutions became enormous. The larger the institution became, the more it needed reminders of humility. Peter provided one. The first pope in Catholic tradition was not presented as an emperor. He was a fisherman. The church could become magnificent. Peter could remain poor. The church could acquire wealth. Peter could remain associated with nets. The church could command. Peter could remain associated with serving. The tension was always there, and sometimes the tension became a source of reform. Monastic movements repeatedly sought to recover apostolic simplicity. Give up wealth. Live in community. Pray. Work. Serve. Follow Christ. The ideal was often described as a return to the apostles. Peter stood at the beginning of that ideal. The fisherman represented simplicity before the institution, but he also represented authority. That combination made him uniquely useful. He could justify both hierarchy and reform. It sounds contradictory. It was. Christian history is full of contradictions. Perhaps that is why it is so interesting. The church could say, Peter was the rock, and also, Peter was weak. Peter had authority, and Peter needed correction. Peter was first, and Peter was a servant. Peter was a martyr, and Peter was a sinner. These contradictions were not necessarily weaknesses in the tradition. They were part of its realism. People are contradictory. Institutions are contradictory. History is contradictory. Peter was simply one of the clearest examples. And perhaps this is where the story becomes less about Christianity and more about human beings. Every community creates heroes, but the most enduring heroes are rarely perfect. Perfect people feel distant. They can be admired, but flawed people can be loved. Peter was flawed, and therefore accessible. You could imagine him losing his temper. You could imagine him getting excited. You could imagine him talking too quickly. You could imagine him regretting something. You could imagine him waking up the next morning and trying again. That is not a distant saint. That is a person. And perhaps that is why, after 2,000 years, Peter still feels surprisingly close. We know people like Peter. We have been Peter. We have promised more than we could deliver. We have been afraid. We have misunderstood. We have regretted. We have wanted another chance. Peter's story gives that desire a face with tired eyes, a weathered beard, a line of grief, and keys in his hand. The keys are almost funny when you think about it. A fisherman holding the keys to heaven. What an unlikely career progression. He starts by repairing nets, He ends as the symbolic gatekeeper of eternity. Because of course history does things like that. The absurdity is part of the charm. But behind the symbolism is something serious. The keys represent trust. Peter is entrusted. And being entrusted means responsibility. The church's leaders would later inherit that language. They were not owners. They were stewards. At least ideally. A steward does not own the house. He cares for it. A shepherd does not own the sheep. He protects them. The distinction matters. And the ideal remained even when reality became complicated. Peter's authority was supposed to serve. That was the foundation. And perhaps that is what building the church really meant. Not constructing buildings. Building people. Building communities. Building trust. Building continuity. Building a way for the message to survive beyond one generation. Peter helped do that. He did not do it alone. But he was one of the central figures. The church became a living memory. Peter's role was to help carry the memory forward. And then others carried it after him. And others after them. The chain continued. A letter copied. A gospel read. A sermon preached. A child baptized. A martyr remembered. A traveler welcomed. A poor person fed. A grave honored. Prayer repeated. The church survived through thousands of small acts. Not every act became history. Most disappeared. But together they created something enormous. And Peter's name became attached to that enormous story. The fisherman became a foundation. Not because he built every wall, but because later generations built upon the memory of his witness. That distinction is important. Peter did not single-handedly create Christianity. No one did. Jesus began the movement. The apostles carried it. Paul and others expanded it. Thousands of believers sustained it. Generations organized it. And centuries transformed it. Peter was part of that process. Crucial part. But still part. The church was larger than Peter. And perhaps Peter would have insisted on that. The apostles' entire life pointed beyond himself. Toward Jesus. That is the irony of saints. The more important they become in Christian memory, the more their tradition insists that they point beyond themselves. Peter's importance was never supposed to end with Peter. The rock was not the destination. He was the foundation. The foundation points upward, toward the building. And the building points beyond itself, toward the sky, toward God, toward the hope the Christians believed awaited them. That is why Peter's story could survive. His life had meaning beyond his biography. It became a pattern. Call, failure, restoration, service, suffering, hope, death, memory. And perhaps every generation could find itself somewhere along that path. Somewhere, centuries later, a Christian would feel lost. They could remember Peter. Someone would feel guilty. They could remember Peter. Someone would feel afraid. They could remember Peter. Someone would wonder whether they could begin again. They could remember Peter. The fisherman was still speaking, not with his own voice, but through the story. And perhaps that is the closest thing history has to immortality. Not living forever, being remembered in a way that continues to matter. Peter achieved that, but perhaps he never wanted it. He probably did not imagine himself as a symbol. He probably wanted to follow his teacher. He wanted to understand. He wanted to belong. He wanted to serve. The legend came later, and maybe that is worth remembering whenever we look at famous historical figures. The person and the legend are never exactly the same. The legend grows around the person like layers of stone. Sometimes it protects. Sometimes it hides. The historian's task is to look through the layers carefully, to separate what can be known from what is later tradition, to respect faith without pretending that historical questions have no uncertainty, to respect history without dismissing the meaning people have found in the story. Peter deserves both. The historical Peter matters. The remembered Peter matters. The theological Peter matters. The human Peter matters. And somewhere between all of them is the man himself. We may never recover every detail. We may never know exactly what he said on his final night. We may never know the exact location of every step he took. We may never know precisely what he saw when he arrived in Rome. But we know the shape of the story. A fisherman followed Jesus. He became a leader. He experienced extraordinary moments. He failed. He was restored. He helped lead the early Christian movement. He became associated with Rome. He died as a martyr according to ancient Christian tradition. And after his death, his memory became foundational. That is enough. Sometimes history has to accept enough. Not every question has an answer. Not every grave gives up its secrets. Not every tradition can be verified. But uncertainty does not make the past meaningless. It makes the past human. Peter lived in a world that left fewer records than ours. Most people from his time disappeared without names. Peter survived because people remembered him. And perhaps the most remarkable thing about his survival is not that people remembered him as powerful. They remembered him as weak. That is rare. Most ancient heroes were remembered for victories. Peter was remembered for a failure, and then for what he did afterward. That may be his greatest legacy. Not the keys. Not the title. Not Rome. But return. The ability to return. To stand up. To go back to the road. To keep walking. And so the night moves on. The ancient streets grow quieter. The lamps burn lower. The centuries settle. Rome fades. Galilee returns. The lake is dark. A boat rocks gently. The stars are reflected in the water. The nets are folded. The fisherman is asleep. Perhaps he dreams. Perhaps he remembers his brother. Perhaps he remembers his home. Perhaps he remembers Jesus. Perhaps he does not know what tomorrow will bring. And that is the beauty of the beginning. Tomorrow is still unknown. The future has not yet become history. The church has not yet become an empire. The fisherman has not yet become a saint. Everything is still possible. The lake waits. The dawn waits. The call waits. And when morning comes, Peter will rise. He will step toward the water. He will begin another day, not knowing that one day, people will build a cathedral over his grave. Not knowing that millions will say his name. Not knowing that scholars will debate him. Not knowing that kings will invoke him. Not knowing that reformers will challenge institutions in his name. Not knowing that artists will paint him. Not knowing that pilgrims will cross oceans to stand where he is remembered. He only knows the lake, the boat, the net, and the call. That is enough. For now. And perhaps it is enough for us too. Because history does not always begin with someone trying to change the world. Sometimes it begins with someone listening, someone answering, someone taking one step, and then another. The fisherman becomes the apostle. The apostle becomes the martyr. The martyr becomes the memory. The memory becomes the foundation. And the foundation supports a church that will travel far beyond the horizon Peter could see. The sun rises. The water turns gold. The first boat moves away from shore. And somewhere, centuries before marble basilicas and papal palaces, Peter begins the work. Quietly. Humanly. One person at a time. One story at a time. One uncertain step at a time. And the church begins with him. Rome, the final road. There is a moment in every long journey when the landscape begins to change. The road becomes unfamiliar. The language sounds different. The faces are strangers. The places that once felt permanent are now far behind. For Peter, if the ancient traditions are correct, that road eventually led west, toward Rome. It is difficult to know exactly when Peter arrived there, or precisely how long he remained. The surviving evidence does not give us a convenient travel diary. There is no ancient notebook saying, arrived in Rome today, whether unpleasant, bread acceptable, would not recommend the local inn. History is rarely so considerate. Instead, we have fragments, letters, traditions, ancient writers, archaeological evidence, and the persistent memory of a Roman Christian community that believed Peter had lived, preached, and died in its city. The road to Rome therefore exists partly in history and partly in memory. But either way, the destination matters, because Rome was not just another city. It was the heart of the Roman world. Imagine approaching it in the 1st century. The road is crowded. Merchants, soldiers, slaves, farmers, travelers, officials, pilgrims, animals, carts, dust, noise. The empire moved through Rome every day. Its roads carried taxes, grain, soldiers, letters, luxury goods, and people. A traveler could encounter people from almost anywhere in the Mediterranean. Egyptians, Greeks, Syrians, Jews, Gauls, North Africans, Spaniards, and countless others. Rome was enormous by ancient standards. It was crowded, noisy, and often unpleasant. The smell of smoke mixed with sewage. Street vendors shouted. Animals moved through narrow streets. People argued. Children played. Soldiers marched. Rich men traveled in litters. Poor people walked. The city was magnificent and exhausting. Peter, if he arrived there, would have entered a world unlike Galilee. He had known villages, fishing towns, Jerusalem. Now he was entering the imperial capital. The skyline was dominated by monuments, temples, public buildings, baths, markets, theaters, forums, theaters, statues, palaces, and somewhere within that enormous city were small Christian communities. They met in houses. They gathered quietly. They shared meals. They remembered Jesus. They read letters. They prayed. They baptized new believers. The contrast was extraordinary. The empire was enormous. The church was tiny, at least at first. And Peter was one of the men standing inside that tiny movement. This is where the story becomes especially compelling, because Christianity in Rome was not yet powerful. It was vulnerable. Christians had no army, no political authority, no public monuments, no official status. They were one group among many, and Rome was not naturally friendly to religions that rejected traditional Roman religious practices. Roman society was religiously pluralistic. Many gods were worshipped. People could add new deities to their religious world. But Christians increasingly distinguished themselves by refusing to participate in traditional sacrifices. This could create suspicion. Why would someone refuse to sacrifice to the gods? Why would someone refuse to honor the emperor? Why did Christians meet privately? What were they doing? Rumors grew. Ancient societies were highly sensitive to perceived threats against social order. Religion was part of that order. The Roman state did not initially see Christianity as a world religion. It saw groups, local disturbances, strange practices, Jewish disputes, private associations. But eventually, Christians became visible enough to attract official attention. And then came Nero. The year was 64. Rome burned. The Great Fire devastated large sections of the city. The cause remains uncertain. Ancient sources disagree about its origin. Later tradition famously blamed Nero. The emperor may or may not have started the fire, but he certainly became associated with it. And according to the Roman historian Tacitus, Christians were blamed and punished. This is one of the earliest external accounts connecting Roman persecution with Christians. Tacitus describes horrific executions, Some Christians were covered with animal skins and attacked by dogs. Others were crucified. Some were burned as living torches. The details are disturbing. And yet, for our purposes, the most important point is simple. The Roman state had turned its attention toward Christians. The movement had entered a new stage. Peter was already an elderly man by this point, assuming a conventional chronology. The fisherman from Galilee was now living in the imperial capital. And Rome was becoming dangerous. Very dangerous. Imagine the Christian community at night. A house with shutters closed. A lamp burning low. People gathered quietly. Someone has brought news. The authorities are searching. Someone has been arrested. Someone has disappeared. A mother holds her child close. A man whispers a prayer. An older believer remembers Jerusalem. Peter sits among them. Perhaps he speaks. Perhaps he comforts them. Perhaps he tells them not to be afraid. Or perhaps he is afraid too. That last possibility matters. We sometimes imagine saints as fearless. But courage without fear is not really courage. Courage means fear is present and action continues anyway. Peter knew fear. He had already demonstrated that. The man who once denied Jesus in fear was now facing a world that could kill him. The contrast is profound. His life had come full circle. Once, he had been afraid of a servant girl's question. Now he faced the machinery of Roman power. And this time, according to Christian tradition, he did not run away. The ancient Christian tradition says Peter was crucified. But it adds another detail. He was crucified upside down. The story became famous. The explanation is that Peter did not consider himself worthy to die in the same manner as Jesus. He requested to be crucified upside down. The story is ancient, but its historical certainty is difficult to establish. We cannot reconstruct every detail. Yet the symbolism became enormously powerful. Peter had once denied Jesus. Now he refuses to claim equality with him even in death. He dies differently because he sees himself as unworthy. Humility becomes the final act. The rock bows. The fisherman is turned upside down. The empire believes it has defeated him. Christian memory says otherwise. And that is the key to understanding martyrdom. The Roman authorities could control the body. They could not control the meaning Christians assigned to the death. To Rome, crucifixion was punishment. To Christians, Peter's crucifixion became witness. The instrument of humiliation became a symbol of victory. The empire's violence was transformed into Christian memory. That pattern would repeat across the history of Christianity. Crosses, martyr stories, shrines, relics, feasts, prayers. The dead became powerful symbols, and Peter was the most important of them. But we should not romanticize the violence. Crucifixion was brutal. It was designed to humiliate as much as to kill. The victim was exposed. The body suffered. The death could take hours, sometimes longer. The Roman authorities wanted everyone watching to understand one thing. This is what happens to those who challenge the order. Peter's death, if the tradition is correct, therefore took place within a system designed to break the spirit. Yet the memory of his death became a source of strength for Christians. That reversal is central to Christian history. The weak become strong. The defeated become victorious. The executed become saints. The cross becomes glory. Peter becomes foundation. The Roman world had its own language of power. Armies, law, citizenship, property, titles, monuments. Christianity slowly developed another language. Faith, witness, sacrifice, service, resurrection. Peter's death stood at the intersection of those two worlds. The Roman state could kill him. The church could remember him. And remembrance became a form of resistance. After his death, the Christian community in Rome continued. That is crucial. Peter's death did not end Christianity. If anything, it strengthened the community's sense of continuity. They had lost a leader, but they had gained a martyr, and the martyr's grave became a place of memory. Christians continued to gather. They remembered Peter. They remembered Paul. They remembered others who had died. They preserved their stories. The cemetery became sacred. The grave became a point of connection between the living and the dead. This practice would eventually reshape Christian architecture. Churches were built near martyrs' graves. Altars were placed over tombs. Relics were preserved. Pilgrims traveled to sacred places. The geography of Christianity became a geography of memory. Rome was no longer simply the city of emperors. It was the city of martyrs, and Peter stood at the center. Over time, Christian writers reinforced this memory. Clement of Rome, writing near the end of the 1st century, refers to Peter and Paul and describes their suffering. Later writers, including Ignatius, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and others, contributed to the developing tradition of apostolic Rome. By the 2nd century, the connection between Peter and Rome was increasingly prominent. Irenaeus, writing around the late 2nd century, identifies the Roman Church as having a particularly significant apostolic foundation associated with Peter and Paul. This did not instantly create the later papacy, but it strengthened Rome's claim to apostolic continuity. The argument was simple. If Peter preached here, if Peter died here, if Peter's successors lead this church, then Rome possesses a special connection to the apostles. That connection became increasingly important as Christian communities argued over doctrine. When disagreements emerged, Rome could appeal to its apostolic heritage. The memory of Peter became institutional authority, and so the fisherman became a foundation stone. Not literally, symbolically. The building grew. The city changed. The empire changed. The church changed. But the foundation remained in the story. And now we reach one of the most fascinating transformations in Christian history. The church that Peter belonged to was not the church of the Middle Ages. It was not the church of the Renaissance. It was not the church of the modern Vatican. It was a network of small communities, mostly house churches, different languages, different customs, different local leaders. Some communities were wealthy, others were poor. Some members were slaves, others were merchants. Some were educated, others were illiterate. The Christian movement crossed social boundaries in ways that made Roman society both curious and uncomfortable. A wealthy woman could worship beside a slave. A merchant could share a meal with a laborer. A widow could become a respected community leader. A former pagan could sit beside a Jewish Christian. This did not eliminate social inequality. Christian communities still existed within Roman society. They still had slaves. They still had wealthy members. They still struggled with questions of gender and status. But the religious community created new relationships. The language of brother and sister became important. Not everyone was literally related, but everyone could be treated as part of the family. That was radical in its own quiet way. Peter's church was not an institution of stone. It was a community of people. And those people had to learn how to survive. They needed food. They needed places to meet. They needed leaders. They needed teachers. They needed to care for widows and orphans. They needed to bury their dead. They needed to support prisoners. They needed to communicate with other communities. They needed to resolve disputes. In other words, they needed organization. The church gradually developed offices, bishops, presbyters, deacons. The exact structures varied by place and developed over time, but leadership became essential. Peter's memory became part of the justification for that leadership. The bishop was connected to the apostles. The apostles were connected to Jesus. Therefore, the church could claim continuity. Again, this was not a single event. It was a slow development, and slow developments are often the most important. One generation makes a small adjustment. The next inherits it. Another adds something. Eventually, the accumulated changes become an institution. By the time Christianity became legal and then favored under Constantine, the church already possessed centuries of organizational development. Peter's memory was one strand in that web. The imperial conversion, therefore, did not create Christianity. It transformed Christianity. That distinction matters. The church existed before Constantine. It had bishops before Constantine. It had scripture before Constantine. It had martyrs before Constantine. It had theological arguments before Constantine. It had communities throughout the Mediterranean before Constantine. Constantine changed the political environment. The church suddenly had access to resources it had never possessed before. Buildings became possible on an enormous scale, and Peter's tomb became one of the most important places to receive imperial attention. A basilica was constructed over the traditional burial site. The old cemetery was incorporated into the new sacred landscape. Imagine the transformation. A place once associated with burial became a monumental church. The apostles' grave was surrounded by architecture. Columns rose. Walls were decorated. Pilgrims arrived. The fisherman became the center of a monumental space. And yet beneath all that stone remained the original truth. A man had died there. A man whose life began with nets. This contrast would define Peter's memory for centuries. Simplicity and grandeur, poverty and wealth, fisherman and prince, martyr and bishop, human weakness and institutional authority. The church would wrestle with these contradictions endlessly, sometimes beautifully, sometimes painfully, but always with Peter somewhere in the background. The Middle Ages would make Peter almost unimaginably important. His name would appear in prayers. His feast would be celebrated. His keys would become a papal emblem. His supposed chair would become an object of devotion. His basilica would dominate Rome. Pilgrims would travel to the city to see the place associated with him. Kings would seek recognition from his successors. Popes would invoke him when asserting authority. And ordinary Christians would simply pray to him as a saint. Peter's story had become larger than history, but beneath the layers the fisherman remained. That is perhaps the paradox of all historical memory. The more famous a person becomes, the less directly we encounter the original person. We encounter interpretations, paintings, sculptures, stories, institutions, buildings, rituals. And yet, occasionally a tiny detail breaks through. The rough hands, the fishing boat, the denial, the tears, the rooster, the old man's death. Those details bring the legend back to life. And perhaps the most powerful of them is the rooster. It became one of Peter's symbols. A bird announcing dawn, a reminder of failure, but also a reminder that morning comes after the darkest night. Peter's story contains several dawns. The dawn after the denial, the dawn after the resurrection, the dawn of the growing church, and finally, the symbolic dawn of a new era after his martyrdom. The rooster is therefore more than an accusation. It is a clock. It marks time. Peter failed in the night. He was restored in the morning. He preached through the years. He died. The church continued. The symbol says, "The night is not the end. Morning comes." Perhaps this is why Peter has remained so emotionally powerful. His story is not a story of uninterrupted triumph. It is a story of recovery. And recovery is something ordinary people understand. The person who falls, the person who tries again, the person who is ashamed, the person who hopes, the person who keeps going. That is Peter. And perhaps that is why his story is more useful than a story about a perfect hero would be. A perfect hero can inspire admiration. A flawed hero can inspire courage. Because if Peter could continue, perhaps we can too. Of course, the historical Peter did not know any of this. He did not know his story would become an argument for papal authority. He did not know people would build enormous churches in his memory. He did not know artists would spend centuries painting his tears. He did not know his letters would be debated by scholars. He did not know his name would become one of the most recognizable names in Christian history. He was simply living. And perhaps that is the most important thing to remember. History is made by people who do not know they are making it. Peter woke up. He ate. He worked. He traveled. He prayed. He argued. He preached. He suffered. He slept. He woke again. And through those ordinary days, history accumulated. The church was not built in a single moment. It was built through thousands of ordinary mornings. And Peter lived through many of them. The sun rose. The sun set. The fishermen went out. The fishermen returned. Children grew. Old people died. Roman officials changed. Governors came and went. The empire continued. And the small Christian communities kept gathering. The movement survived. Peter's final road therefore matters not only because of his death. It matters because of what happened afterward. The story did not collapse. The memory continued. The church continued. The message continued. And eventually, Christianity reached places Peter could never have imagined. Africa, Europe, Asia, and much later the Americas and beyond. A movement that began among a small group of Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean became a global religion. Peter's name traveled with it. Everywhere the gospel was read, his story was present. Everywhere Christians told the story of the apostles, Peter was present. Everywhere churches looked back to the beginnings, Peter was present. He had become part of the DNA of Christianity. And perhaps that is why the title, The Apostle Who Built the Church, needs a little explanation. Peter did not build the church alone. He did not create it from nothing. He did not design its later institutions. But he helped establish the earliest community. He preached. He witnessed. He led. He endured. He passed on what he believed he had received. And after his death, others built upon that foundation. The church became larger than its first generation. That is what successful movements do. They outlive their founders. But the founder's memory remains embedded in the structure. Peter's memory became one of Christianity's deepest foundations. And so the road to Rome becomes more than a journey across geography. It becomes a journey across time. Galilee to Jerusalem, Jerusalem to the Mediterranean to Rome, the first century to the second to the third, the ancient world to the medieval world to the modern world. The fisherman keeps moving, not physically, historically. His name travels, his story travels, his image travels, his keys travel, and his failure travels too. Perhaps that is what makes him believable. The church did not erase the denial, preserved it, kept the rooster, kept the tears, kept the memory of the man who failed, because the story only makes sense if the failure remains. Without the denial, Peter becomes another heroic figure. With the denial, he becomes Peter, a human being, a man who discovered that courage is not the absence of fear. It is what happens after fear. And perhaps, after all the centuries of theological debate, that is the simplest message left behind. When you fall, get up. When you fail, return. When you are afraid, keep walking. When you are trusted, serve. When you are given authority, remember that it belongs to something larger than you. Peter spent his life learning these lessons. And perhaps the church spent its history learning them too. Sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But always returning to the fisherman. The night in Rome is nearly over. The city is quiet. Somewhere, a lamp burns beside a small gathering of believers. They whisper prayers. Outside, the empire continues. Soldiers walk. Merchants sleep. Officials plan tomorrow. The city does not know what will happen to Christianity. No one knows. The movement is still fragile. But inside that small room, someone remembers Jesus. Someone remembers Peter. Someone tells the story. And the story passes from one person to another, quietly, almost invisibly. That is how history sometimes survives. Not with trumpets, with whispers. One voice, then another, then another. And eventually, centuries later, millions of voices. The fisherman has become a foundation. The foundation has become a church. The church has become a civilization. But the story began in a room small enough for a handful of frightened people. And perhaps that is where we should leave Rome tonight. Not beneath the great dome. Not beneath the marble. But inside a small room. A few people sitting together. A lamp burning. A child asleep nearby. Someone reading. Someone listening. Someone remembering. Outside, Rome. Inside, hope. And somewhere in that quiet room, Peter's memory remains. Not as a statue. Not as a title. But as a story. A story about a man who failed. A man who returned. A man who followed. A man who died. And a man whose memory refused to die with him. The lamp burns lower. The voices become softer. The city settles. The night deepens. And the road from Galilee to Rome disappears into darkness. But the story continues. It always has. And perhaps in the quietest hours, that is enough. The fisherman is gone. The boat is gone. The empire is gone. The road is gone. But the call remains. And somewhere, beyond the centuries, someone is still listening. The church after Peter. After Peter was gone, the world did not stop. That is perhaps the strangest thing about death. A person can feel as though they have become the center of the universe, and then the next morning the sun still rises. Rome still wakes. Bread is still baked. Ships still enter the harbor. Children still cry. Merchants still complain about prices. Soldiers still march. People still fall in love. People still get sick. The empire continues. And somewhere inside that enormous machine, a small Christian community gathers without the man who had helped lead it. Peter is gone. But the church remains. This is where the story becomes less about one apostle and more about what happens when a movement has to survive its founders. The first generation had carried the memory of Jesus directly. Now the second generation had to carry the memory of the first. That sounds simple. It was anything but. Imagine inheriting a story from someone you loved. You remember their voice. You remember how they moved. You remember the little details. But eventually, someone asks you to explain exactly what they meant. And you realize that memory is not a perfect recording. It is interpretation. The early Christians faced the same problem. What exactly had Jesus taught? What did the apostles mean? How should Christians behave? What should happen when someone sinned? How should Gentiles be included? What should Christians do about Jewish law? How should leaders be chosen? What writings should be read? What traditions should be preserved? The questions multiplied, and Peter could no longer answer them. So the church developed ways of answering in his name. This is the beginning of a very long process. The bishop becomes important. The bishop is not simply an administrator. He is a keeper of memory. He is expected to preserve teaching, to maintain unity, to supervise worship, to care for the poor, to discipline members, to represent the community. The role develops gradually, and in Rome, the memory of Peter gives the bishop an unusual prestige. The bishop is connected to the apostle. The apostle is connected to Jesus. Therefore, the bishop becomes part of a chain. This is what later Christians would call apostolic succession. The concept sounds straightforward, but it carries a profound psychological reassurance. The Christian is told, "You are not inventing this. You are receiving something. You are part of a chain that reaches backward, past the bishop, past the community, past Peter, past the other apostles, and ultimately to Jesus." The chain becomes a defense against uncertainty. There are always people claiming new teachings. There are always charismatic teachers. There are always alternative interpretations. But the church can say, look backward. What did the apostles teach? Who learned from them? Who taught the next generation? Which communities preserved the tradition? History becomes an argument, and Peter becomes one of its strongest witnesses. But the church after Peter was not perfectly unified. Far from it. Different communities developed different customs. Some celebrated Easter on different dates. Some practiced baptism differently. Some had different fasting traditions. Some interpreted scripture differently. Some emphasized different theological ideas. This diversity was normal. The Mediterranean world itself was diverse. Greek-speaking Christians and Latin-speaking Christians did not always think alike. Eastern communities developed their own traditions. North African Christianity had its own character. Syrian Christianity had its own traditions. Egyptian Christianity developed distinctive forms. Rome was important, but Rome was not the entire Christian world. That distinction becomes essential later. The modern idea of a single centralized Christian institution cannot simply be projected backward onto the first centuries. The early church was more like a network, a family of communities. They shared central beliefs. They exchanged letters. They recognized important leaders. They appealed to common scriptures. They celebrated the memory of the apostles. But they also disagreed. And sometimes those disagreements became severe. Peter's legacy lived inside this complicated network. Different Christians could claim him. Rome claimed him strongly. Eastern Christians honored him deeply. Other traditions interpreted his authority differently. Yet almost everyone agreed on one thing: Peter mattered. The argument was about what that importance meant. And those arguments would continue for centuries. Meanwhile, Christianity kept spreading. This is perhaps the most remarkable part of the story. Peter died. Paul died. James died. Other apostles disappeared. And yet the movement expanded. Missionaries traveled along Roman roads. Merchants carried stories. Travelers carried letters. Families carried traditions. Slaves carried prayers. Soldiers carried beliefs. Women carried Christianity between households. Children grew up in Christian homes. The movement became self-reproducing. That is when a religion becomes durable. It no longer depends on a single personality. It becomes a culture. Christianity slowly became a way of life. Not merely something someone believed, something they did. They gathered on particular days. They shared meals. They baptized. They buried their dead differently. They cared for widows. They gave to the poor. They avoided certain practices. They developed moral expectations. They taught children. They remembered martyrs. They created calendars. They created rituals. And the rituals preserved memory. Peter's story was embedded in that memory. The church did not merely talk about Peter. Prayed with Peter. It celebrated Peter. It remembered Peter. His name became part of Christian identity. This is how historical memory becomes powerful. It stops being something stored in books. It becomes something performed. A person is remembered because people do something every year. They gather. They read. They sing. They pray. They tell the story. And so the dead remain present. Peter became permanently present in Christian ritual. The fisherman entered the calendar. The apostle entered the prayers. The martyr entered the liturgy. The memory became embodied. That is why churches became so important. A church was not merely a place to meet. It became a physical memory. A building could say, "This happened here. This person is remembered here. This community belongs to this story." The church at Rome gradually became one of the greatest examples. The city had the tomb of Peter, or at least the place remembered as his tomb. That location became sacred. Then the architecture grew around it. a basilica. Later, another basilica. Eventually, the enormous structure that dominates modern Rome. The building became a monument to memory, but the monument also changed how people imagined Peter. A fisherman remembered through marble begins to look very different from a fisherman beside a Galilean lake. This is the strange power of architecture. Buildings tell stories. They tell visitors what is important. They tell the body where to stand. They tell the eye where to look. They tell the mind what to remember. Peter's basilica therefore became an enormous argument in stone. It said, "This man mattered. This place matters. This church has roots. This city has an apostolic foundation." And millions of visitors would eventually walk through that argument. But before the great basilica, there were centuries of smaller memory. There were graves, shrines, house churches, cemeteries, simple gatherings. Christianity developed before it became monumental. The marble came later. The memory came first. And the memory was often carried by ordinary people. This is one of the most important things to remember about early Christian history. We tend to focus on famous men: Peter, Paul, Constantine, Augustine, Jerome, popes, emperors, councils. But religions survive because ordinary people keep practicing them. A woman teaches her child a prayer. A man gives food to a widow. A family welcomes travelers. Someone copies a letter. Someone preserves a manuscript. Someone hides a Christian text during persecution. Someone visits a prisoner. Someone buries a martyr. Someone lights a lamp. Someone tells a story. That is how Christianity survived. Peter's name became part of those small acts. The apostle who had once preached to small communities was now remembered by generations who had never seen him. And yet the connection felt real. This is the power of tradition. It creates a relationship with the past. You were not there, but you feel as though you belong to what happened. That feeling shaped Christian identity. The apostles became spiritual ancestors. Peter was the ancestor of Rome. Paul was the ancestor of many missionary traditions. John was associated with theological and mystical traditions. James remained connected to Jerusalem. The early church became a family tree, and Peter sat near the trunk. But trees grow branches, and branches eventually grow in different directions. Christianity would eventually divide. The differences between Eastern and Western Christianity developed over centuries. They involved language, politics, culture, theology, church authority, and competing ideas about Rome. The Bishop of Rome claimed a unique authority based partly on Peter. Eastern bishops respected Rome but increasingly resisted the idea that Rome possessed universal jurisdiction. These tensions accumulated. They did not suddenly appear. For centuries, the Christian world argued over authority. Who has the final word? A council? A bishop? Several bishops? The emperor? Scripture? Tradition? Peter's name stood at the center of these questions. Because if Peter had been given special authority, what happened to that authority after his death? Did it continue? Where? How? Through whom? The Roman answer became increasingly clear. It continued through the Bishop of Rome. Other Christians were less willing to accept that. The disagreements eventually became part of the road toward the East-West Schism of 1054. By then, Peter had been dead for roughly 1,000 years. Think about that. A dispute in the 11th century could invoke the authority of a man who had lived in the 1st century. That is the extraordinary longevity of apostolic memory. Peter was still participating in arguments long after everyone who had known him was gone. And perhaps that is the ultimate form of historical influence. Your life ends. Your arguments continue. People you never met debate what you meant. Institutions you never saw claim your authority. Languages you never heard tell your story. This happened to Peter. It happened to Jesus. It happened to Paul. It happens to almost every major historical figure. But Peter's case is especially striking because his identity became institutionalized. His name became attached to an office. The office became powerful. The powerful office looked backward to the fisherman. That created a permanent tension between the humble origins and the grandeur of the institution. Imagine Peter walking into a modern papal palace. The marble floors, the enormous rooms, the paintings, the guards, the ceremony, the gold, the diplomatic power, the sheer scale. He might have stared, and then perhaps he would have looked for the fishing nets. They would not be there. History had changed the setting, but the institution would still say, "We come from you." That is the strange logic of tradition. The descendant becomes larger than the ancestor. The institution becomes more powerful than the person. And yet, the institution depends on the ancestor's memory for legitimacy. Peter therefore remained both humble and enormous. Contradiction, but a productive one, because Christians could always return to the fisherman. Whenever the church became too wealthy, someone could say, "Remember Peter." Whenever leaders became too proud, someone could say, "Remember Peter." Whenever reformers challenged the institution, they could say, "Return to the apostles." Whenever Rome defended its authority, it could say, "Peter was here." The same man could support opposite arguments. That is not necessarily because the historical Peter was ambiguous. It is because historical figures become symbols. Symbols are flexible. They can carry multiple meanings. Peter could represent authority. He could represent humility. He could represent unity. He could represent repentance. He could represent martyrdom. He could represent mission. He could represent the ordinary believer. That is an extraordinary symbolic range. And perhaps it comes from the contradictions already present in his life. Peter was both leader and learner, confident and frightened, faithful and failing, bold and uncertain, apostle and ordinary fisherman. The later church did not invent those contradictions. They were already there. That is why the story felt authentic. It had room for human beings, and human beings kept finding themselves in it. A medieval pilgrim could see Peter and think about repentance. A monk could see Peter and think about poverty. A pope could see Peter and think about authority. A reformer could see Peter and think about corruption. A grieving person could see Peter and think about forgiveness. A fisherman could see Peter and think, "He was one of us." The saint was never completely separated from the ordinary man. That is perhaps Peter's greatest strength. He never became too distant. Even in the most elaborate art, the keys remain. The fisherman still carries them. And the keys are a reminder that Christianity's greatest authority was imagined through a surprisingly ordinary object. Keys. Something a working person could understand. You own a door. You hold a key. You open it. You close it. You are responsible for what lies inside. The metaphor is simple, and simplicity is often why symbols survive. The key became Peter's, and eventually the keys became Rome's. The symbol crossed centuries, but the meaning changed. At first, the keys represented spiritual authority. Later, they became associated with papal government. The symbol appeared on coats of arms. It appeared in art. It appeared on buildings. It became one of the most recognizable emblems in Christianity. Two keys crossed. One perhaps representing heaven, the other earth. A visual summary of a theological argument. And yet, beneath the symbolism, the old fisherman remains. That is the strange thing about Peter. You can pile centuries on top of him. He remains recognizable. The lake, the net, the boat, the rooster, the keys, the cross. These images form a kind of visual biography, a biography that can be understood even without words. And perhaps that is why Peter's story became so important to artists. His life contains drama, the call, the storms, the miracles, the confession, the denial, the tears, the restoration, the preaching, the martyrdom. There is almost too much material. Artists had centuries of images to work with, but the most memorable image might still be Peter in the courtyard. A fire, darkness, strangers, questions, fear. Then the rooster. It is a tiny scene compared with the later history of Christianity, but emotionally, it contains everything. A man who wants to be brave discovers that he is afraid. That is human. And then he has to live with what he has done. That is also human. The resurrection does not erase the courtyard. It gives Peter a way through it. And perhaps that is the deepest Christian interpretation of Peter's life. The past is not destroyed. It is redeemed. The scars remain, but they no longer have the final word. Peter's life becomes a story about second chances. And the church needed that story, because the church itself would need second chances. Again and again, it would fail. It would repent. It would reform. It would divide. It would reunite. It would become powerful. It would become corrupt in places. It would produce saints. It would produce sinners. It would create beauty. It would create suffering. It would build hospitals. It would bless wars. It would defend the poor. It would accumulate wealth. It would inspire humility. It would sometimes forget humility. The history is complicated. Peter's story survives inside that complexity, perhaps because he himself was complicated. The church could not honestly claim that its first leader had been perfect. Its own founder tradition said otherwise. Peter failed. Peter was corrected. Peter needed forgiveness. That gave Christian history a built-in reminder. The institution could never completely escape the fisherman. And the fisherman could never completely escape the memory of his failure. That is perhaps why the rooster remains such a powerful symbol. It is not merely about denial. It is about waking up. The rooster calls the morning. Peter's failure happens at night. The sound marks the moment when darkness is exposed. He knows what he has done. And then the long process of restoration begins. There is something almost painfully ordinary about that. We all have moments we wish we could undo. We all have words we wish we had not spoken. We all have promises we wish we had kept. We all have nights we would rather forget. Peter's story says, "The morning will come." It does not say the past disappears. It says the story continues. And perhaps that is why people have carried Peter's name across centuries. Not because he was flawless, but because he was recognizable. A human being trying to become better than he had been. The church after Peter inherited that task. Become better. Stay faithful. Remember. Serve. Continue. And it did. Not perfectly, but continuously. That continuity is astonishing. 2,000 years is a long time. Languages have changed. Borders have changed. Empires have risen and fallen. Cities have been destroyed and rebuilt. Technologies have transformed daily life. And yet people still gather in churches and read about Peter, a fisherman from Galilee, still remembered, still argued about, still loved, still interpreted, still prayed about. That is an extraordinary historical survival. And perhaps we can now understand why the title, "The Apostle Who Built the Church," is both true and incomplete. Peter did not build the later institution. He did not create the Vatican. He did not invent the papacy. He did not design Christian architecture. He did not establish medieval Europe. But he helped build the earliest community. He helped carry the memory of Jesus. He helped establish leadership. He helped create continuity. He helped transform a group of frightened disciples into a movement willing to face the Roman world. And after he died, Others built on what he had begun. The church grew because memory became structure. Structure became institution. Institution became civilization. And civilization preserved memory. The cycle continued. Peter was at the beginning, but he was also present at the end of every later argument. Every time Christians asked, "Where did we come from?" they found Peter. Every time they asked, "What did the apostles teach?" they found Peter. Every time they asked, "Who carries the authority?" they found Peter. Every time they asked, "Can failure be forgiven?" they found Peter. That is why he never really disappeared. He became a permanent question. And perhaps permanent questions are the most powerful things human beings leave behind. Peter's life asks, what do you do after you fail? What does courage look like? What does leadership mean? What does forgiveness mean? What does it mean to remain faithful when the future is uncertain? What happens when a small movement becomes enormous? What happens when memory becomes institution? And what happens when the institution begins to look very different from the people who started it? Those questions are bigger than Christianity. They belong to human history. Every movement faces them. Every community faces them. Every generation faces them. Peter simply stands near the beginning. And so the story continues. The fisherman becomes the foundation. The foundation becomes a tradition. The tradition becomes a church. The church becomes many churches. And the memory remains. The night is quiet now. The centuries have folded over one another. The Roman streets are gone. The old houses are gone. The fishermen who knew Peter are gone. Their children are gone. Their grandchildren are gone. Even the empire that once seemed eternal has vanished. But somewhere, a church bell rings. Someone opens a Bible. Someone reads the name Peter. And for a moment, the fisherman returns. Not physically, but through memory. A name becomes a person. Person becomes a story. A story becomes a presence. And perhaps that is the closest thing history has to resurrection. Not the resurrection of the body, but the resurrection of memory. The dead speak again when the living remember. Peter speaks again, quietly, across the centuries, and the words are simple. Follow. Do not be afraid. Feed my sheep. Return when you fall. Keep walking. The road is not over. Not yet. The lamp burns low. The city sleeps. The lake is far away. But the memory of the fisherman is still moving. Still traveling. Still crossing borders. Still entering languages he never knew existed. Still finding people he could never have imagined. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, another person hears the story. Person who has never seen Galilee. Never walked Roman roads. Never stood beneath the dome of St. Peter's. But they hear the name, Peter. And for a moment, the distance between centuries becomes very small. The fisherman is there. The lake is there. The dawn is there. The call is there. And the story begins again. The fisherman and the keys. There is something almost strange about the way history remembers Peter. If we had met him during his lifetime, we might not have recognized the man that later generations would describe. There would have been no golden halo, no enormous basilica, no crossed keys, no white-robed successor standing beneath a painted ceiling, no pilgrims speaking his name in dozens of languages. There would simply have been a man, perhaps tired, perhaps sunburned, perhaps carrying the smell of fish and salt on his clothes. A man whose hands had spent years pulling nets from cold water. And yet, centuries later, those same hands became symbols of spiritual authority over millions. The fisherman received keys, and the keys became one of the most recognizable symbols in Christian history. But what exactly did they mean? To understand that, we have to return once more to the words attributed to Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew. Peter is told that the keys of the kingdom of heaven will be given to him. Whatever one believes about the theological meaning of that passage, its historical importance is enormous. It gave later Christians a powerful image. A key opens. A key grants access. A key represents responsibility. And a person entrusted with keys is expected to use them wisely. The image was simple enough for a child to understand, which was probably one reason it survived. Theologians could write hundreds of pages about authority. An artist could simply paint 2 keys, and everyone understood. Peter had been entrusted. The question was, entrusted with what? And then, who inherited that trust? Those questions would occupy Christian thinkers for centuries. The answer developed differently in different traditions. Catholic Christianity eventually came to understand Peter's authority as continuing through the bishops of Rome. The Pope became the successor of Peter. The office therefore carried a special relationship to the apostle. Eastern Orthodox Christianity honored Peter deeply but developed a different understanding of church authority, emphasizing the shared authority of bishops and councils rather than universal jurisdiction centered in Rome. Other Christian traditions later rejected papal authority altogether, but almost all of them continued to respect Peter as one of the central apostles. So Peter became something unusual. He became a figure shared by communities that disagreed profoundly about what his authority meant. Everyone wanted the fisherman. They simply argued about who got to hold the keys. History, as usual, had found a way to turn a simple object into a very complicated argument. And yet, the argument tells us something important. Peter mattered. His memory mattered so much that later Christians were willing to debate for centuries over what his role meant. That does not happen with forgotten people. It happens when someone becomes foundational. But before the keys became political and theological symbols, Peter's authority was much more personal. He was one of the men who had been there. He had seen Jesus. He had heard him teach. He had traveled with him. He had witnessed the crucifixion. He had experienced the aftermath. Whether every detail of the gospel narratives can be reconstructed historically is another question. But the early Christian communities believed Peter was a witness. And witness was everything. The earliest Christians were not simply asking, "What philosophy should we believe?" They were saying, "We saw something. We heard something. We received something. We are passing it on." Peter's authority therefore came from memory. He was part of the chain of witnesses. This is why the concept of apostolic tradition became so important. The apostles were not merely founders. They were witnesses. And witnesses carry testimony. Their testimony can be preserved, repeated, written, taught, and passed to the next generation. Peter therefore became a kind of human bridge. Jesus to the apostles, apostles to communities, communities to later generations. The bridge could not exist forever as a living person. Peter would die. So the church had to build structures that could carry his memory after his death. That is where bishops and traditions became important. But there was another development: Scripture. The stories about Jesus were written down. Letters circulated. Communities copied texts. Collections formed. Eventually, the Christian Bible became a central source of authority. Peter's own name became attached to 2 letters. 1 Peter speaks with a remarkable tenderness about suffering. It tells Christians that their identity is deeper than their social circumstances. They may be scattered. They may be marginalized. They may suffer. But they belong to something larger. The language of exile appears repeatedly. Christians are described as strangers in the world. This was not necessarily a statement that Christians should hate the world. Rather, they were being told not to let the surrounding culture determine their identity completely. Live differently. Remain faithful. Be ready to explain your hope. Endure suffering without becoming consumed by hatred. It is an unusually calm message considering the circumstances. And perhaps that calmness is part of its power. The early Christian world could be frightening. But Peter's message is not, "Become more powerful than your enemies." It is, "Become more faithful than your circumstances." That is a very different kind of strength. and it would become one of the central themes of Christian martyrdom. The martyr does not defeat Rome militarily. The martyr refuses to surrender identity. The empire can take the body. It cannot force the believer to say something they no longer believe. At least that was the ideal. Reality was more complicated. Some Christians did recant. Some fled. Some sacrificed to Roman gods under pressure. Some later returned to the church. And the question of what to do with Christians who had failed became one of the major controversies of early Christianity. Should they be forgiven? Could they return? Was baptism enough? Could the church restore them? Again, Peter's story became relevant. The man who denied Jesus had been restored. If Peter could be forgiven, perhaps others could be forgiven too. Peter became an argument for mercy. That was enormously important. The church could not survive without a theology of failure. People would fail. They would lie. They would steal. They would betray. They would fear. They would compromise. They would regret. The question was never whether Christians would fail. The question was what the community would do afterward. Peter provided an answer. Restoration was possible. Not cheap. Not meaningless. But possible. That idea shaped Christian penitential practice for centuries. Confession. Repentance. Reconciliation. The sinner could return. The fisherman had already shown the way. And perhaps this is why Peter became so popular among ordinary believers. He was not the saint of people who had never made mistakes. He was the saint of people who had. His story offered hope without pretending that failure did not matter. Peter did not say, "Nothing happened." He said, "In effect, something happened. It hurt. You failed. But you can still return." That is a deeply human message. And it would become especially powerful in medieval Christianity. People lived in a world where death was constantly visible. Disease. War. Childbirth. Famine. Accidents. High infant mortality. Shorter life expectancy. The possibility of death was not theoretical. It was nearby. People needed reassurance. The saints became companions for the journey. Peter became one of the most important. His image appeared in churches. His feast days marked the calendar. His stories were preached. Children learned his name. Adults prayed to him. Pilgrims traveled to his shrine. The fisherman became a companion to millions of ordinary lives. But there was another side to Peter's medieval importance. Power. The papacy grew. The Bishop of Rome became a major political figure. The Pope was not merely a spiritual leader. In medieval Europe, popes could negotiate with kings, excommunicate rulers, claim territories, raise armies, sponsor crusades, issue political judgments. The institution became enormous, and Peter's name stood behind it. The Pope was Peter's successor. The keys symbolized his authority. The papal office inherited the apostles' legacy. This gave the papacy extraordinary symbolic power. But it also created a dangerous temptation. If a leader believes he holds Peter's keys, what prevents him from believing that almost anything he does is justified? This became one of the great problems of medieval Christianity. Authority can become self-protective. Institutions can begin defending themselves. And whenever that happens, people return to the original story. What did Peter actually look like? A ruler? Or a servant? The gospel tradition gives a powerful answer. At the Last Supper, Jesus washes the disciples' feet. The master performs the work of a servant. Peter objects. And yet Jesus insists. The lesson is unmistakable. Leadership is service. Peter's authority is not supposed to be domination. It is supposed to be care. Feed my sheep. That phrase becomes central to the Christian imagination. The leader is a shepherd. A shepherd does not stand above the flock simply to be admired. He watches. He protects. He searches. He carries the weak. He stays awake while others sleep. At least that is the ideal. The history of Christian leadership would repeatedly fall short of it. But the ideal remained, and Peter remained its witness. The shepherd image became especially important in papal symbolism. The Pope was supposed to shepherd. The bishop was supposed to shepherd. The priest was supposed to shepherd. The Christian leader was supposed to serve. The fisherman became the shepherd. The man who had once thrown nets over fish now carried responsibility for people. That transformation is one of the most beautiful metaphors in the entire story. Fishers of people, shepherds of people, builders of communities. Peter's occupations become metaphors for Christian leadership. Catch, gather, feed, protect, guide, serve. And perhaps that is what the keys were really supposed to mean. Not ownership, responsibility. The person with the keys is responsible for the door. The person with the flock is responsible for the sheep. The person with authority is responsible for those under their care. That is the ideal. History naturally was Messier. But ideals matter because they give people a standard by which to judge reality. A corrupt leader can be criticized precisely because the tradition says leaders should serve. A greedy bishop can be challenged because Peter was a fisherman. A wealthy institution can be questioned because Jesus traveled without palaces. The apostolic ideal became a measuring stick. And Peter's humble beginnings gave that measuring stick unusual force. You cannot completely escape a fisherman. He keeps appearing in the story. When the church becomes too grand, someone remembers the boat. When the church becomes too political, someone remembers the courtyard. When the church becomes too confident, someone remembers the denial. When the church becomes too comfortable, someone remembers the cross. Peter is always there, quietly, reminding, not necessarily condemning, just reminding. And perhaps that is one reason the story has lasted. Peter is not simply a historical figure. He is a mirror. Every generation looks at him and sees something different. The first Christians saw an apostolic witness. Roman Christians saw their founder. Medieval popes saw a source of authority. Reformers saw a symbol of the early church. Artists saw a face full of emotion. Ordinary believers saw someone who failed and was forgiven. Modern historians see a difficult figure surrounded by layers of tradition. Modern Christians see a saint. All of these Peters exist, and none completely replaces the others. That is the strange life of historical memory. A person becomes larger after death, sometimes much larger. Peter became enormous, but there is a danger in making him too large. We can forget the man, so let us shrink the image again. Take away the marble. Take away the keys. Take away the basilica. Take away the papal palace. Take away the debates. Take away the centuries. Return to Galilee. The lake is quiet. The morning is cool. Mist lies over the water. A boat rocks gently. Peter steps into it. His hands are rough. His back aches. He knows how to read the wind. He knows where the fish might be. He knows the smell of wet rope. He knows the frustration of empty nets. He knows the satisfaction of a heavy catch. This is Peter. Before the theology, before the institution, before the legend, just Peter. And perhaps Jesus sees something in him, not perfection, potential. That is important. Jesus does not call Peter because Peter is already ready. He calls him because Peter can become something, and Peter spends the rest of his life becoming. Slowly, painfully, sometimes badly, but becoming. Perhaps that is what discipleship means. Not becoming perfect overnight, becoming different over time. Peter's transformation is gradual. The fisherman becomes a disciple. The disciple becomes a witness. The witness becomes a leader. The leader becomes a servant. The servant becomes a martyr. The martyr becomes a memory. The memory becomes a foundation. Each stage grows out of the previous one. There is no shortcut. And perhaps that is why the story feels believable. Peter does not suddenly become fearless. He becomes courageous through experience. He does not stop making mistakes. He learns from them. He does not stop being human. He learns how to use his humanity differently. That may be the most important distinction. Christian tradition does not remember Peter as someone who stopped being human. It remembers him as someone whose humanity was transformed. His anger becomes passion. His impulsiveness becomes courage. His fear becomes endurance. His failure becomes humility. His experience becomes leadership. His death becomes witness. The same person. Changed meaning. And that is a powerful idea. We often imagine transformation as becoming someone completely different. But perhaps real transformation is becoming more fully yourself. Peter remains Peter. The fisherman never disappears. He simply learns what to do with the person he already is. And perhaps that is why his story has such emotional depth. The church did not need another flawless hero. It needed a human being who could show what grace looked like in practice. Peter was that person. And so the keys became more than a symbol of authority. They became a symbol of trust. Jesus entrusts something to a man who has already failed. That is remarkable. It means failure does not automatically disqualify someone from meaningful work. The past matters. But it does not have to be the final chapter. Peter's story, therefore, contains a quiet message for anyone who has ever thought, "I have ruined everything." Peter had ruined something. He denied the person he loved. He knew it. He wept. And then he returned. That return became one of the foundations of his legacy. Not the absence of failure, the presence of restoration. And perhaps that is why the church still speaks about him. Because every generation contains people who need that message. People who are ashamed. People who are afraid. People who have failed. People who wonder whether they can begin again. Peter answers, "Yes, but begin. Do not stay in the courtyard forever. The morning has come. The boat is waiting. The road continues. And perhaps that is where the keys truly belong. Not on a throne, but in the hands of someone willing to open the door again." The centuries pass. The basilica grows. The institution expands. The world changes. But the fisherman remains. A man with keys. A man with scars. A man with memories. A man who once said he would never deny Jesus. A man who did. A man who later stood before others and preached. A man who eventually faced death. A man whose story became a foundation for millions. The keys are still crossed. The rooster still appears. The fisherman still stands. And if you look carefully beneath the gold, beneath the marble, beneath the layers of theology and politics, you can still see the lake. Dark water. A cold morning. A boat. A net. A voice calling from the shore. Peter turns. And everything begins again. The lasting echo of a fisherman. The story of Peter has now traveled a very long distance. From a fishing village beside the Sea of Galilee to Jerusalem. From Jerusalem into the wider Roman world. From the small gatherings of the first Christians to the great churches of late antiquity. From the catacombs to basilicas. From whispered prayers to public ceremonies. From a handful of frightened followers to a worldwide religion. And somehow, through all of it, the name Peter remained. That is remarkable when you stop and think about it. Empires disappear. Languages disappear. Political borders disappear. Buildings collapse. Roads are buried. Coins become archaeological objects. Names vanish. And yet the name of one fisherman survives. Not merely survives. It becomes one of the most recognizable names in Christian history. There is a lesson in that. Historical influence is not always proportional to power. Peter did not command an army. He did not govern a province. He did not mint coins. He did not build a palace. He did not leave behind a military empire. He left behind a story, and stories can be remarkably durable, especially stories carried by communities. The first Christians remembered Peter because he mattered to them. Their children heard about him. Their children's children heard about him. And gradually the memory became tradition. Tradition became ritual. Ritual became architecture. Architecture became pilgrimage. Pilgrimage became culture. Culture became civilization. The fisherman had become something much larger than the fisherman himself. But perhaps the most interesting part is that his story did not become powerful because he was perfect. It became powerful because he was not. Peter's greatest historical importance may be connected to his greatest weakness. He failed publicly. He denied Jesus. And yet the tradition did not hide that failure, preserved it. Generation after generation. That is unusual. Most movements prefer their founders to look impressive. They polish the edges. They remove embarrassing moments. They make the heroes look stronger. The Christian tradition did something different with Peter. Kept the embarrassment. The fisherman was afraid. The fisherman lied. The fisherman wept. The fisherman was restored. And then the fisherman became a leader. The message was almost impossible to miss. Grace works through imperfect people. The church itself would spend centuries proving the uncomfortable truth of that idea. Its leaders would fail. Its institutions would fail. Its members would fail, sometimes spectacularly. But the story of Peter provided a theological language for recovery. Repent. Return. Continue. It is a simple rhythm. And perhaps one reason Christianity endured was that it understood something about human beings. People fail. If a religion cannot account for failure, it eventually becomes unbearable. Peter gave Christianity a face for failure, a human face, and a hopeful one. There is another reason Peter's memory survived. He belonged to a very specific world, a world that was already disappearing. The Galilee of Peter's childhood was not the same as the Roman world of later Christian centuries. The villages changed. The political rulers changed. The economy changed. The language environment changed. Yet Peter's story preserved something about the beginning. It reminded Christians that before there were bishops, there were disciples. Before there were basilicas, there were boats. Before there were papal palaces, there were fishing nets. Before there were theological libraries, there were conversations beside a lake. That memory became precious, especially when the church became enormous. Every large institution eventually risks forgetting where it began. Peter's story was a reminder. The church began small. It began with ordinary people. It began among Jews in a Roman province. It began with meals and prayers. It began with people who did not have political power. That memory mattered. It still matters. Because origins shape identity. And Peter was one of the clearest faces of the origin. When later Christians imagined the apostolic age, Peter stood near the center. He was the fisherman who had been there, the man who had walked with Jesus, the man who had spoken for the apostles, the man who had preached after the resurrection, the man who had crossed the Mediterranean, the man who had reached Rome, the man who had died. His biography became a map, and that map helped Christians locate themselves in time. They were not inventing something new. They belonged to a story that had begun earlier. This sense of continuity became increasingly important as Christianity encountered new cultures. When Christianity spread into Europe, Christians could imagine themselves as part of the same tradition as Peter. When it spread into Africa, the same. When it spread into Asia, the same. The language changed. Music changed. Architecture changed. Clothing changed. Local customs influenced Christian practice. But Peter remained. A kind of anchor. And that is one reason Christianity could become global without completely losing the memory of its origins. The fisherman remained attached to the center. But Peter's legacy was not only institutional. It was also spiritual. Think about the ordinary Christian, someone living centuries after Peter. Perhaps they are poor. Perhaps they work in a field. Perhaps they are a merchant. Perhaps they are a mother. Perhaps they are a soldier. Perhaps they are sick. Perhaps they are old. They may never travel to Rome. They may never see a basilica. They may never understand theological debates about apostolic succession. But they know Peter. They know the story of the denial. They know the rooster. They know the keys. They know that the apostle was forgiven. And that is enough. This is how religious memory works. The average believer does not need to understand every theological argument. They need a story they can carry. Peter's story was easy to carry. A fisherman. A call. A mistake. A second chance. A mission. A death. Promise. Simple enough to remember. Deep enough to think about for a lifetime. Perhaps that is why artists kept returning to him. A face can hold a theology. Peter's face became one of the most recognizable in Christian art. Usually older. Usually bearded. Often serious. Sometimes sorrowful. Sometimes determined. His eyes seem to carry memory. The painter is not merely creating a portrait. The painter is trying to show a soul. And what kind of soul was Peter? A restless one. Passionate one. A frightened one. A loyal one. Confused one. A repentant one. A hopeful one. A human one. The face changes depending on the century, but the emotional weight remains. The old fisherman knows something. Perhaps he knows what it means to fail. Perhaps he knows what it means to be forgiven. Perhaps he knows that death is close. The keys hang beside him. The rooster appears. And suddenly the entire story is present. Art does something historians often cannot. It gives shape to emotion. The historian can tell you that Peter denied Jesus. The painter can show you what regret looks like. The historian can tell you that Peter became a martyr. The painter can show you what courage might look like in an old man's face. That is why Peter became so powerful in visual culture. His story was emotionally rich, contained darkness and light, failure and redemption, life and death, ordinary labor and sacred calling. The contrast was irresistible. And then there is Rome. No place became more closely associated with Peter. The city turned his memory into geography. His supposed burial site became sacred. Pilgrims came. Churches were built. The city became a destination. Eventually, St. Peter's Basilica became one of the greatest Christian buildings on earth. Stand beneath its enormous dome and consider the irony. The structure is vast enough to make an ordinary human being feel very small. The dome rises above you. Marble surrounds you. Statues look down. Light enters from high above. The architecture speaks of permanence, power, glory. And beneath all that grandeur is the memory of a fisherman. A man who probably never imagined such a building. A man who had no interest in architecture. A man who probably would have been more comfortable near a boat than beneath a dome. And yet his name is attached to it. The contrast is almost humorous. Peter who owned nets. Peter who knew the smell of fish. Peter who lived in a world of boats and dusty roads. Peter whose followers eventually built one of the most spectacular churches in human history. Because of course they did. Human beings are very good at turning simple memories into enormous buildings. But perhaps the building serves a purpose. Keeps the memory visible. It gives people a place to stand and remember. And remembrance requires places. A grave. A shrine. A church. A stone. A road. A city. Without physical reminders, memories can become abstract. Peter's memory became physical. You can walk into his world. At least symbolically. You can stand in Rome. You can visit the places associated with him. You can descend into ancient burial spaces. You can look at the layers of archaeology. You can see how one generation built over another. History becomes visible, and that is powerful. The past is no longer just a paragraph. It becomes stone beneath your feet. But archaeology also teaches humility. The ancient world rarely gives us certainty. Excavations can reveal structures, bones, inscriptions, artifacts, burial practices, but objects do not automatically tell us everything about the people who used them. The traditional tomb associated with Peter has been studied extensively. Archaeologists have found evidence of an ancient burial site beneath St. Peter's. Human remains have been associated with the area. But connecting specific remains conclusively to Peter remains a complicated historical question. Faith and archaeology sometimes speak different languages. Faith asks, "Is this Peter?" Archaeology asks, "What can we demonstrate?" Those questions can coexist. They do not have to be enemies. One deals with belief, the other with evidence. Peter's story lives in the space between them, and perhaps that is appropriate. His entire legacy has always existed between history and memory, between what can be proven and what is believed, between the man and the legend, between the fisherman and the saint. The historian must resist the temptation to pretend certainty where there is none. But the historian must also resist another temptation. The temptation to assume that anything uncertain is therefore meaningless. Uncertainty is not emptiness. It is simply the boundary of what we know. And beyond that boundary, traditions continue. People believe. People remember. People interpret. History does not control meaning, can clarify, can question, can distinguish. But meaning belongs to communities and individuals. Peter has carried meaning for almost 2,000 years. That alone is historically significant. Whether one accepts every later tradition or not, the fact that generations found meaning in Peter is itself part of history. Millions of people shaped their lives around his memory. That matters. And perhaps Peter's most enduring contribution is precisely that. He became a symbol of continuity. When the world changes, something remains. Not everything. Not institutions exactly as they were. Not political systems. Not buildings. But memory. Memory can cross centuries, and Peter's memory crossed them. The Roman Empire collapsed. The Western Roman Empire disappeared. The medieval kingdoms rose. They fell. The papacy changed. The Reformation transformed Europe. Colonial empires expanded. Modern nation-states emerged. Industrialization transformed the world. Technology changed human life beyond anything Peter could have imagined. And through all of it, the fisherman remained in Christian memory. His name continued to be spoken. His story continued to be read. His image continued to be painted. His feast continued to be celebrated. His basilica continued to stand. The world changed. Peter remained. That is legacy. But perhaps legacy should not be confused with immortality. Peter is not alive. The historical man is gone. The body died. The voice stopped. The hands became dust. The eyes closed. The fisherman returned to the earth. What survived was the meaning people attached to him. That is a different kind of survival. A cultural survival. A spiritual survival. A historical survival. And perhaps that is the only form of immortality human beings can reliably observe. We cannot watch a soul live forever, but we can watch a story travel. And Peter's story traveled extraordinarily far. Crossed oceans. Crossed languages. Crossed social classes. Crossed political borders. Crossed centuries. And every time it arrived somewhere new, it changed slightly. A local artist painted Peter with local features. A local community translated his story into its own language. A local church developed its own traditions. The fisherman became universal. That is another paradox. Peter began as a very specific person, a Jewish fisherman from Galilee. Yet he became a global Christian symbol. The local became universal. The ordinary became monumental. The uncertain became foundational. The weak became strong. The man who once stumbled became the symbol of stability. The man who once denied became the symbol of faith. The man who worked with nets became the holder of keys. The contradictions never disappear. They are the story. And perhaps that is why the title Saint Peter carries so much weight. The word saint can make someone seem distant, untouchable, almost unreal. But Peter's story refuses to let him become completely distant. The saint still remembers the courtyard. The saint still remembers the rooster. The saint still remembers fear. The saint still carries the scars of being human. That is comforting, because it suggests that holiness is not the same as perfection. At least in the Christian imagination, holiness can involve transformation. Person can begin badly. Person can stumble. Person can be afraid, and still become something meaningful. Peter's story is therefore not only about the founding of a church. It is about the possibility of becoming. That may be why his story remains alive. Human beings are always becoming. We are never finished. We carry our past. We make mistakes. We change. We grow older. We lose people. We gain wisdom. We become different versions of ourselves. Peter's life captures that process across decades. Young fisherman, excited disciple, confident spokesman, terrified denier, restored apostle, experienced leader, aging missionary, martyr, saint. Each Peter is still the same Peter, and yet each is different. Perhaps history works the same way. The church of the first century becomes the church of late antiquity, then the medieval church, then the early modern church, then the modern church, still Christian, still connected to Peter, and yet transformed. The past does not remain still. It grows. It changes. It is interpreted. The story of Peter changed with every generation, but the core remained. A man was called. A man failed. A man returned. A man witnessed. A man died. And the community remembered. Perhaps that is the simplest version of the story. And sometimes the simplest version is the most powerful. The night is deep now. Imagine returning once more to Galilee. No basilica. No Rome. No marble. No tourists. No bells. No papal guards. Only the lake. The water moves gently against the shore. The wind passes over the surface. Somewhere in the darkness, a fisherman adjusts a rope. A boat creaks. A net shifts. The stars are reflected in the water. Peter is young. He does not know what is coming. He does not know that he will become famous. He does not know that he will fail. He does not know that he will be forgiven. He does not know that he will travel to Rome. He does not know that he will die. He does not know that his name will survive nearly 2,000 years. He only knows the next morning. And perhaps that is the lesson. None of us knows what the next morning contains. We imagine our lives in years. History remembers them in centuries. But we live them in mornings. One morning at a time. One decision. One conversation. One mistake. One act of courage. One act of kindness. Peter did not build the church in a single heroic moment. He built it through a lifetime, and perhaps every life works that way. We build without seeing the finished structure. We lay one stone, then another, sometimes badly, sometimes beautifully, sometimes we knock one down and start again. Peter did the same. His stones were sermons, journeys, letters, friendships, failures, acts of courage, and finally, his willingness to die for what he believed. Others placed stones after him, and others after them. The structure grew, but the first stones remain visible. Peter is one of them, and so the fisherman still stands near the beginning, not above everyone, not as an emperor, not as a flawless hero, but as a man who learned how to begin again. That may be his greatest legacy. Not the keys, not the basilica, not the office, not the arguments. The beginning again. The rooster calls. Morning comes. Peter rises. The past remains behind him, but the road opens ahead, and he walks. The story continues, for a while longer. Then the road disappears, the footsteps fade, the lake becomes quiet, and the fisherman becomes a memory. But memory, if cared for, can travel farther than a body ever could. Peter's body remained in the earth. His story traveled across Rome, across Europe, across Africa, across Asia, across oceans, across languages, across generations, until, eventually, a person somewhere far from Galilee could hear the name Peter and know exactly who was meant. The fisherman, the apostle, the rock, the man who failed, the man who returned, the man who built, and perhaps, as the night finally settles over the ancient world, that is where we should leave him. Not beneath a golden dome, not holding keys, not surrounded by emperors, but beside the lake, a quiet shore, a little boat, a net folded carefully, the smell of salt in the air, the first pale light of dawn appearing beyond the hills, and a man standing there listening. Because before Peter became a symbol, he was a listener. Before he became a leader, he was a follower. Before he became a saint, he was a sinner. Before he became a foundation, he was simply a fisherman. And perhaps that is why the story remains so strangely comforting. Great things can begin quietly. History can change through ordinary people. A person can fail and still become useful. A frightened man can become brave. A broken heart can still love. A life can become larger than its beginning. The fisherman could not have imagined what his life would become. But then again, none of us can. We wake tomorrow morning without knowing which ordinary moment will become important. We step outside. We speak. We work. We help someone. We make a mistake. We apologize. We continue. And perhaps somewhere inside those ordinary actions is the beginning of something we will never live long enough to see. Peter never saw the church that later carried his name. He never saw the basilica. He never saw the popes who claimed his succession. He never saw the millions of pilgrims. He never saw the paintings. He never saw the books. He never saw the arguments. He never saw the world that would remember him. He simply lived. And then he died. The rest belonged to history. The rest belonged to memory. The rest belonged to those who came after. And perhaps that is the quiet truth beneath every great historical story. We live only a small part of the story. Others continue it. Others interpret it. Others remember it. And sometimes, if we are fortunate, they remember something worth remembering. Peter gave them much to remember. A call. A failure. A restoration. A mission. A death. A hope. The lake grows darker. The stars become brighter. The wind moves softly over the water. And for a final moment, the centuries seem to disappear. No empire. No basilica. No argument. No institution. Only the shore. Only the fisherman. Only the voice calling from the distance. And Peter turns toward it. Then he walks. Slowly. Into the morning. And the story fades with him. Not because it is finished, but because it has been passed on. The fisherman has done his part. The road belongs to those who come after. The keys remain. The door remains. The call remains. And somewhere, beneath the noise of 2,000 years, the quiet beginning can still be heard. A boat creaking on dark water. A net being pulled from the lake. a man taking his first uncertain step, and the soft sound of history beginning, beyond the fisherman. And yet, even after the fisherman disappears into the morning, the story does not truly become quiet, because Peter's greatest legacy was never simply that people remembered him. It was that people kept building. They built communities. They built traditions. They built arguments. They built churches. They built hospitals. They built monasteries. They built schools. They built libraries. They built entire cultures around the memory of a small group of people who had once gathered in the Eastern Mediterranean and believed that something extraordinary had happened. Peter stood close to the beginning of that process. But beginnings are rarely clean. There is no single morning when a religion suddenly becomes a religion. No official opening ceremony. No ribbon. No administrator standing beside a freshly painted sign saying, "Christianity begins here." History is much messier. A group gathers. Then another. Someone travels. Someone writes a letter. Someone tells a story. Someone disagrees. Someone leaves. Someone returns. Someone dies. Someone remembers. And slowly, without anyone completely controlling the process, an institution emerges. Peter lived during the earliest part of this transformation. He did not know what the final structure would look like. He could not. Nobody could. The future was too large. The movement was too small. At the beginning, Christianity was one of many religious currents moving through the Roman Mediterranean. There were Jewish communities scattered across cities. There were temples dedicated to Roman gods. There were mystery religions. There were philosophical schools. There were local cults. There were imperial ceremonies. There were household gods. There were people who believed passionately. People who were indifferent. People who doubted everything. People who changed religions depending on circumstance. The Roman world was religiously crowded, and Christianity entered this world without obvious advantages. It had no army, no territory, no ancient state, no impressive temple complex, no wealthy aristocratic foundation at the beginning. It had stories, letters, communities, and a remarkable conviction that the crucified Jesus had been raised from death. Peter became one of the principal witnesses associated with that conviction. That was enough to begin. And beginning is sometimes all history needs. The early Christians traveled along roads built by Rome. This is one of history's little ironies. The empire that would eventually persecute some Christians also created the infrastructure that helped Christianity spread. Roman roads connected cities. Roman shipping connected ports. A common imperial language environment allowed ideas to travel. Urban centers created dense networks of people. Merchants moved. Soldiers moved. Slaves moved. Families moved. News moved with them. And Christianity moved too. A letter written in one city could be read in another. A Christian traveling to a new city could search for fellow believers. A teacher could carry traditions from one community to another. Peter's world was therefore more connected than it might appear. The ancient Mediterranean was not modern globalization, but it was connected, and Christianity learned to use those connections. This is why the story of Peter cannot be separated from the Roman world. He was not operating in isolation. He lived inside an enormous empire, an empire of roads, ships, taxes, military camps, markets, courthouses, ports, languages, and social hierarchies. Christianity had to learn how to exist inside that world. Sometimes it adapted, sometimes it resisted, sometimes it criticized, sometimes it borrowed cultural forms, sometimes it created entirely new ones. The church became a strange combination of continuity and change. It inherited Jewish scripture. It used Greek language. It operated inside Roman cities. It eventually developed Latin institutions. It adopted architectural forms from the wider Mediterranean world, created new rituals, preserved old texts, transformed old ideas, and Peter's story traveled through all of it. The fisherman became increasingly universal because the church itself became increasingly universal. But the wider Christianity became, the more questions it had to answer. What exactly did Christians believe? Who belonged? How should Christians worship? What books were authoritative? What did baptism accomplish? What did communion mean? What happened after death? What did resurrection mean? How should Christians behave toward the Roman state? Could Christians serve in the army? Could they hold public office? Could they participate in pagan festivals? Could they eat food associated with sacrifices? Could they marry non-Christians? Could Christians divorce? Could wealthy Christians own slaves? These were not abstract philosophical questions. They were daily problems. A religion becomes real when its beliefs collide with breakfast. What do you eat? Who do you invite? Where do you go? What do you celebrate? How do you bury your dead? What do you teach your children? The early church had to answer all of these. Peter's teachings, real or remembered, became part of the developing conversation. And perhaps the most important thing was that the church learned to survive disagreement. Not always peacefully. Sometimes disagreement became explosive. Sometimes bishops condemned one another. Sometimes communities split. Sometimes theological disputes lasted generations. Christianity was never a perfectly harmonious institution. The image of the early Christians sitting together in complete agreement is comforting. It is also misleading. People argued. Of course they did. They were human beings. Give humans a question about theology and enough time, and someone will eventually produce a diagram. The early church was no exception. But disagreement also demonstrated something important. The movement had become large enough to have different voices. Peter's memory became one of the ways those voices tried to establish legitimacy. Who was closer to the apostles? Who had preserved the original teaching? Which church could claim apostolic foundations? Rome had Peter. Jerusalem had the earliest Christian community. Antioch had enormous importance. Alexandria became a major center of Christian learning. Later, Constantinople would rise dramatically. Each city developed its own prestige. Each had its own traditions. Peter's name was part of this larger geography. He was associated with Jerusalem, with Antioch, with Rome. His memory crossed the major centers of early Christianity. That made him uniquely useful. He belonged everywhere, and nowhere completely. The fisherman from Galilee became a Mediterranean figure, then a European figure, then a global figure. His geography expanded as Christianity expanded. But something else happened. Peter became a model for leadership. The early church needed leaders who could maintain unity. Bishops became increasingly important. They supervised local communities. They ordained clergy. They defended doctrine. They managed charity. They represented the church to outsiders. They settled disputes. This was practical work. The church was no longer just a group of people waiting for the next gathering. It was becoming an institution. Institutions need administration. Administration needs records. Records need buildings. Buildings need money. Money needs management. Management creates authority. Authority creates hierarchy. Hierarchy creates responsibility. And eventually, inevitably, politics. This is one of the great transformations in Christian history. The small movement of the first century gradually became a structured institution. Peter's memory helped legitimize that structure. But the process was not instantaneous. It took generations, sometimes centuries, and every generation had to decide how much of the past to preserve and how much to adapt. The tension never disappeared. Should the church remain simple or become organized? Should leaders be poor, or could they possess wealth to serve the community? Should Christianity remain separate from political power, or should it influence rulers? Should bishops be local servants or regional authorities? Should Rome have special authority, Or should all bishops share authority? These questions became increasingly important as Christianity grew. And eventually, the impossible happened. The religion that had once existed on the margins of Roman society gained imperial support. The reign of Constantine changed everything. By the 4th century, Christianity was no longer simply a small movement surviving under pressure. An emperor had embraced it. Churches could be built openly. Bishops could meet publicly. Christian symbols appeared in imperial spaces. The relationship between Christianity and political power transformed. Imagine Peter seeing that. The fisherman who had lived under Roman rule could never have imagined an emperor publicly supporting the faith. The movement had crossed an enormous distance. But this victory created new problems. Power is useful. Power is also dangerous. When Christianity had been persecuted, Christians could easily imagine themselves as outsiders. Once Christianity received imperial favor, the question became, what happens when the church becomes part of the establishment? The answer would shape European history for centuries. Christian leaders gained influence. Christian institutions gained wealth. Christianity gained public legitimacy. But with legitimacy came responsibility and temptation. A church that had once warned against worldly power now had to decide what to do with worldly power. Peter's humble image became increasingly important as a counterweight. The fisherman reminded Christians that the faith began without palaces. The apostle reminded leaders that authority was supposed to serve. The martyr reminded the powerful that the church had once survived without them. The memory of suffering became a moral warning. And this tension between power and humility would never disappear. It would follow Christianity through late antiquity, through the Middle Ages, through the Renaissance, through the Reformation, through modernity. Peter would repeatedly be summoned into the argument. He would be used to defend authority. He would be used to criticize authority. He would be used by popes. He would be invoked by reformers. He would be honored by monks. He would be studied by scholars. He would be loved by ordinary believers. The same fisherman would become a symbol for almost every side. That is what happens when a person becomes foundational. Everyone wants to know what the founder would have thought. And usually, the founder is no longer available to answer, which is rather inconvenient. So people answer for him, sometimes sincerely, sometimes wisely, sometimes foolishly, sometimes with political motives, sometimes with genuine devotion. History is full of people speaking for the dead. Peter has had more people speak for him than almost anyone. But perhaps the best way to understand him is to listen to the oldest layers of the tradition. There we find a man who was not polished. He was impulsive. He sometimes misunderstood. He sometimes spoke before thinking. He loved deeply. He feared deeply. He wanted to be brave. He sometimes failed. And yet he kept going. That is the Peter who feels closest. Not the marble Peter. Not the political Peter. Not the ceremonial Peter. The walking Peter. The tired Peter. The hungry Peter. The grieving Peter. The Peter who wondered what would happen next. Because that Peter feels like a person. And perhaps that is why his story survives. The world has changed too much for us to recognize ancient Rome in our daily lives. We no longer travel by donkey. We do not live under emperors. We do not gather in Roman houses illuminated by oil lamps. We do not fish with the same boats. We do not speak the languages Peter knew. But we still know fear. We still know failure. We still know grief. We still know friendship. We still know hope. Those things have not changed very much. Peter's world is distant. Peter himself is not. His emotions remain recognizable. That is why history becomes more than dates. History becomes human when we can recognize ourselves in people who lived long ago. Peter gives us that opportunity. We can imagine his hands, his face, his confusion, his fear, his determination. We can imagine him standing in a room after another argument among the disciples. We can imagine him walking along a dusty road. We can imagine him looking toward Jerusalem. We can imagine the silence after Jesus' death. We can imagine the shock of the resurrection claims. We can imagine the terrifying realization that the movement would continue without its founder physically present. And then we can imagine Peter speaking, perhaps uncertainly, perhaps passionately, perhaps with a voice that shook at first, and other people listening. That is how history changes. Not always through armies, sometimes through a voice in a room. Peter's voice became one of those voices. And the remarkable thing is that we do not actually know exactly what he sounded like. No recording. No portrait made from life with certainty. No personal diary describing his ordinary days. Only traces. Texts. Traditions. Archaeology. Later memories. That is enough to reconstruct a probable outline, but not enough to remove the mystery, and perhaps we should allow some mystery to remain. History becomes less interesting when we pretend to know everything. We do not know every conversation Peter had. We do not know every journey. We do not know exactly what happened in every final moment. We do not know precisely where every event occurred. We do not know exactly how the earliest communities understood every teaching. But we know that Peter existed within a movement that transformed the Roman world. We know his name was remembered extraordinarily early. We know Christian communities connected him to apostolic leadership. We know Rome preserved a powerful tradition about his death and burial. And we know that later Christians built enormous structures around that memory. Those facts alone are astonishing. A Galilean fisherman became one of the most influential remembered individuals in world history. That is worth pausing over. Not because history proves every theological claim, but because the historical phenomenon itself is extraordinary. A poor man from a provincial region became the namesake of a global institution. A man who lived under Roman authority became associated with an institution that would later influence European kings. A man who probably owned very little became the symbolic founder of one of the wealthiest religious institutions in history. A man whose life was defined by movement became the center of a city. And a man who died by execution became a symbol of spiritual victory. The contradictions are almost poetic. History is full of them. Peter's story is especially rich in them. The fisherman became the rock. The fearful man became the martyr. The denier became the confessor. The follower became the leader. The poor man became the symbol of a powerful institution. The ordinary man became a saint. And perhaps the deepest contradiction is this. Peter's greatest achievement was something he could not possibly have seen. The church became enormous after he died. He did not control it. He did not design it. He did not witness its transformation. He simply helped begin it. That is true of most historical founders. They plant trees whose shade they will never experience. Peter planted something. Others watered it. Others pruned it. Others argued over its branches. Others built around it. And eventually the tree was enormous. But if we follow the branches back far enough, we reach the fisherman, the net, the boat, the lake, the call. And the first uncertain step. Perhaps that is where we should always return. Because the further history travels from its origins, the easier it becomes to forget the scale of the beginning. A small group, a provincial teacher, a handful of followers, no armies, no palaces, no guarantee of survival. And yet they continued. Peter continued. Until he could not. Then others continued. That is how history works. One generation carries the story, then another, until the people who began it are almost mythical. But beneath the myth, there was once a human being. Peter. A man who woke up each morning, a man who ate, a man who worked, a man who became tired, a man who laughed, a man who argued, a man who feared, a man who loved, and eventually a man who died. Perhaps we should not ask too quickly how someone becomes a legend. Perhaps we should first ask how someone lived. Peter lived among ordinary things. Water, bread, wood, rope, stone, dust, sweat, fire, fish, wind. And perhaps that is why his story feels so grounded. The greatest chapter of his life began not in a palace but beside water. The first Christians did not inherit a ready-made institution. They inherited a memory. They had to carry it. Peter carried it. Then others carried Peter's memory. And now, nearly 2,000 years later, we carry it for a moment simply by telling the story. That is what storytelling does. It creates a temporary bridge between the living and the dead. For a little while, someone who has been gone for centuries becomes present again. We hear the name. We imagine the face. We remember the events. And then, when the story ends, the bridge disappears. But perhaps something remains. A question. A feeling. A small image. For Peter, perhaps it is the lake. The quiet water. The boat rocking gently. The net resting on the shore. The first light of morning. And a man who does not yet know what his life will become. That image may be more important than all the marble. Because every enormous institution begins with something small. Every great story begins with a person. Every journey begins with a step. And Peter's journey began beside the lake. The church would eventually stretch across continents. But its memory always returned to the shore, to the fisherman, to the call, to the man who said yes, and then many times failed to live up to that yes, and then said yes again. Perhaps that is why Peter remains so enduring, because his story is not a straight line. It is a circle. Call, failure, repentance, restoration, mission, death, memory. And then the call begins again in someone else. A new generation hears the story. A new person chooses to follow. A new community forms. A new church opens. A new child learns the name Peter. The story continues. Not because Peter is physically present, but because memory has become inheritance. And inheritance is one of the most powerful forces in human civilization. We inherit languages. We inherit stories. We inherit customs. We inherit beliefs. We inherit mistakes. We inherit monuments. We inherit names. Peter became an inheritance. And perhaps that is the quietest way to understand what it means to build the church. Peter did not build everything. He could not. He helped create the first structure. He helped organize the earliest community. He helped carry the message. He helped establish continuity. And then he handed the work to others. That may be the most important kind of leadership. Knowing that you will not finish. Knowing that the future belongs to people you will never meet. Knowing that the thing you are building may eventually look nothing like what you imagined. And still building. Peter did not know the future, but he stepped into it anyway. That is courage. Not knowing. Continuing. And so, as the night becomes quieter, we can let the enormous history fall away once more. Let Rome disappear. Let the basilica disappear. Let the councils and controversies disappear. Let the papal ceremonies disappear. Let the marble and gold become dust. Return to the lake. The water is dark. The wind is soft. The stars are fading. A boat rests near the shore. The fisherman is awake. He looks toward the horizon. The morning is coming. He does not know what it will bring, but he rises. And somewhere beyond the horizon, history is waiting. The first step is small, almost invisible, but sometimes the smallest step becomes the beginning of a journey that lasts 2,000 years. Peter takes it, and the world remembers what Peter left behind. There is a point in every historical story when the events themselves become smaller than the consequences. The person is gone. The places have changed. The The people who knew the person have disappeared. And yet the consequences keep moving. Peter reached that point long ago. His footsteps ended. His voice became silent. His hands returned to the earth. But the consequences of his life continued traveling. And perhaps this is where we should pause and ask a quieter question. What did Peter actually leave behind? Not what later generations built around him. Not the enormous churches. Not the political institutions. Not the titles. Not the ceremonies. Not the paintings. Not the arguments. What did the man himself leave behind? The answer is difficult because Peter left behind almost nothing in the ordinary sense. There is no known palace. No surviving house that can confidently be called his. No personal archive. No collection of possessions. No autobiography. No diary describing what it felt like to be Peter. Compared with the enormous historical legacy associated with him, the physical evidence is surprisingly small. And yet the absence of possessions almost feels appropriate. Peter's legacy was never material. It was relational. He left behind people who remembered him, communities that remembered his teaching, traditions that connected themselves to his authority, letters associated with his name, and above all, a story. The story of a fisherman who became an apostle. The story of a man who struggled to understand his teacher. The story of someone who could speak boldly one moment and collapse in fear the next. The story of someone who failed publicly and returned publicly. The story of a leader who was not born a leader. The story of a martyr who had once been afraid of dying. This is what Peter left behind. Pattern. And patterns can be more powerful than possessions. A person can inherit a house. A person can inherit money. A person can inherit a title. But a person can also inherit a way of living. Peter's story offered such a way. Follow. Serve. Endure. Repent. Begin again. That pattern became part of Christian imagination, and it did not remain limited to priests or bishops. It reached ordinary people. Consider the ancient Christian who lived several generations after Peter. Perhaps they lived in a crowded apartment in Rome. The walls were thin. The street outside was noisy. Someone was selling bread. Someone was arguing. A donkey was making an unreasonable amount of noise for such a small animal. Smoke drifted through the neighborhood. At night, the oil lamps burned low. And inside a modest Christian gathering, someone read a passage about Peter. The listener might never have seen Rome's great monuments. They might never have traveled more than a few miles from home. They might never have met a bishop. But they heard the story. Peter had been afraid. Peter had failed. Peter had been forgiven. Peter had continued. That person could understand. Perhaps they had failed too. Perhaps they were afraid. Perhaps they were uncertain whether they belonged. The story gave them a place. This is how religious traditions become personal. The great historical events eventually become private. The emperor becomes a name. The council becomes a date. The theological controversy becomes a sentence in a book. But Peter's tears remain human. Person can understand tears. Person can understand regret. A person can understand the feeling of realizing, too late, that you have betrayed someone you love. That emotional connection gave Peter unusual durability. His story was not merely historical. It was intimate. And intimacy travels well. It travels across languages, across cultures, across centuries. The fisherman could be understood in Greek, in Latin, in Syriac, in Coptic, eventually in countless other languages. The details of his world became unfamiliar, but the emotional center remained. Peter was still the man who had to face himself after the rooster crowed. And perhaps that is why the story of the rooster became almost inseparable from his identity. The rooster is a small creature. It does not look heroic. It does not roar like a lion. It does not carry a sword. It simply announces the morning. And yet, in Peter's story, the rooster becomes an alarm. a sound that wakes the conscience. The night is over. The truth is visible. There is no hiding anymore. Peter has denied Jesus. He knows it. And now he has to decide what to do with that knowledge. This is one of the most psychologically powerful moments in the Christian tradition, because there are two possible directions after failure. You can run deeper into shame, or you can turn around. Peter turns around. That is why the story does not end in the courtyard. If it did, Peter would simply be remembered as the man who failed. But the story continues. And because it continues, the failure becomes part of the transformation. The rooster becomes not merely a symbol of shame. It becomes a symbol of awakening. That is a subtle difference. A person who wakes up can still act. A person who recognizes their mistake can still change. The morning gives them another opportunity. Peter receives one. And later Christian writers would find enormous meaning in that. The Christian life, in this interpretation, is not the life of people who never fall. It is the life of people who get up, again, and again, and again. There is something deeply ordinary about that, which may be why it remains powerful. Peter was not given a magical personality transplant. He remained impulsive. He remained emotional. He remained capable of misunderstanding. But he became more steady. He learned. He matured. Time did what time often does, changed him. Perhaps that is another reason his story feels unusually believable. We are used to stories in which heroes become perfect. Peter does not. He becomes older. And older people are not necessarily perfect. They simply have more memories, more scars, more experience, more things they wish they had done differently. Peter carried those memories. And perhaps the greatest difference between the young Peter and the older Peter was not that he stopped being afraid. It was that fear no longer had the final word. That is courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to continue while fear is present. Peter eventually became associated with exactly that kind of courage. But the courage had a history. It had been formed through failure. The courtyard mattered. The boat mattered. The storms mattered. The arguments mattered. The years of uncertainty mattered. The slow process mattered. Nothing happened overnight. That is worth remembering because history often compresses people. We say, Peter became the leader, but becoming a leader is usually a long process. We say, Peter became a saint, but the person experienced an entire lifetime before the title existed. We say, Peter built the church, but building anything takes thousands of small decisions. Who speaks? Who listens? Who teaches? Who receives newcomers? Who helps the poor? Who settles disagreements? Who preserves the stories? Who travels? Who writes? Who remembers? These ordinary tasks are the hidden architecture of history. Peter participated in them, and then others continued. That is why the phrase "built the church" should be understood carefully. Peter was not a solitary architect. He was one of many builders. James, John, Paul, Mary Magdalene, the women who supported the movement, the unnamed disciples, the families who opened their homes, the people who copied texts, the people who carried letters, the people who buried the dead, the people who cared for prisoners, the people who taught children, the people whose names disappeared. The church was built by thousands of lives. Peter became its most famous early face. But behind every famous apostle were countless ordinary believers. History often forgets them. The church did not survive because Peter alone was extraordinary. It survived because ordinary people kept doing extraordinary amounts of ordinary work. Someone had to cook the meal. Someone had to carry water. Someone had to care for the sick. Someone had to welcome the stranger. Someone had to collect money for the poor. Someone had to teach the child. Someone had to copy the manuscript. Someone had to travel to the next town. Someone had to bury the dead. Someone had to stand beside a frightened prisoner. Someone had to light the lamp. The lamp is a useful image. A single flame is small, almost absurdly small compared with the darkness around it. But another lamp can be lit from it. Then another. Then another. The original flame does not become smaller because it has been shared. The light multiplies. The early Christians understood themselves in something like this way. The message was passed. The witness was passed. The tradition was passed. Peter received. Peter taught. Others received. Others taught. The chain continued. That is why continuity became so important. The church did not want to be merely a collection of people who independently believed similar things. It wanted to believe it was connected to something older. The apostles mattered because they provided that connection. Peter was especially important because he was remembered as a central figure among them. But the chain was never just one person. It was a network of relationships. And that network helped Christianity survive the deaths of its first leaders. This was essential. Imagine a movement depending entirely on one charismatic person. That person dies. The movement collapses. But Christianity did not collapse when Jesus died. It did not collapse when Peter died. It did not collapse when Paul died. It did not collapse when other early leaders disappeared. The movement had developed enough communal structure to continue. That may be Peter's greatest practical achievement. Not simply speaking, not simply preaching, but helping create a community capable of surviving him. A good leader eventually becomes unnecessary. That is a difficult lesson. A leader who needs to remain at the center forever has not built something durable. Peter's legacy endured precisely because others could carry it. He was one link in a chain, and once the chain existed, it could continue. This becomes especially important when we consider the persecutions of early Christianity. They were not always constant. They were not always empire-wide. They varied across time and place. But Christians could face suspicion, legal pressure, social hostility, occasional violent persecution, and when a community loses a leader, fear spreads quickly. Who will guide us? Who will speak? Who will organize? Who will preserve the tradition? The answer became the community, the bishops, the elders, the teachers, the people, the tradition. Peter had become larger than one body. His role had become institutional memory. That is why the early Christian concept of martyrdom was so powerful. A martyr's death did not necessarily end their influence, could intensify it. The martyr became a witness. The Greek word behind martyr originally meant witness. That is important. A martyr was not simply someone who died. A martyr was someone whose death was interpreted as testimony. Peter's death, therefore, became part of his witness. The manner of his death, according to early Christian tradition, reinforced his identity. He had once denied. Now he would not deny. He had once been afraid. Now he remained. Whether every later detail of the tradition can be independently confirmed is another matter. But the symbolic meaning was clear. The man who had failed at the fire eventually faced another fire. The man who had once been afraid of association with Jesus now accepted death in association with him. The contrast completed the arc. That is why martyr stories became so important. They transformed death from the end of a story into the final chapter of a testimony. Peter's death became a culmination, not a defeat. At least not in the Christian interpretation. The Roman authorities could execute a man. They could not erase the story. In fact, the execution could make the story stronger. This is one of the great paradoxes of martyrdom. Violence intended to silence someone can make them louder. The dead cannot speak, but others can speak about them, and they often speak more passionately. Peter's death, therefore, became part of the church's memory. The place of death became sacred. The grave became sacred. The martyr became an intercessor. Pilgrims came. Prayers were offered. the memory deepened. And eventually, centuries later, the enormous Basilica of St. Peter would rise above the traditional burial site. Stone over memory, memory over death. And beneath it all, the quiet question, who was this man? The answer is still surprisingly simple. He was Peter, a fisherman, an apostle, a witness, a leader, a failure, penitent, a martyr, a memory, a symbol, a foundation. The titles accumulate, but the person remains underneath them. Perhaps we should leave him there, not because the later titles are meaningless. They are historically important, but because the closer we move toward the original human being, the more understandable the story becomes. A man heard a call. He followed. He learned. He failed. He returned. He worked. He suffered. He died. And people remembered. That is a life. And it is enough. There is something else Peter left behind that deserves attention. A sense of belonging. The early Christian communities were often described as a new family. Brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, children. The language mattered because Christianity was not merely an intellectual school. It was a community. Peter's story helped define what belonging looked like. The community could forgive. The community could correct. The community could discipline. The community could restore. The community could remember. Peter himself had been corrected. Peter himself had needed restoration. Therefore, no Christian community could pretend that it existed only for perfect people. That would have been absurd. If Peter was welcome after his failure, then the door remained open for others. Of course, the early Christians still had boundaries. They argued about morality. They expelled people. They disciplined members. They disagreed sharply about what counted as acceptable behavior. Forgiveness did not mean that everything was considered harmless. But restoration remained possible. That tension shaped Christian community life. Mercy and discipline, truth and forgiveness, belonging and boundaries. Peter stood at the center of those tensions. He was both rock and fragile human being. And perhaps that is why the image of the rock became so interesting. Peter is called the rock. A rock suggests stability, strength, permanence. But the actual Peter was not always stable. He was capable of sudden changes. He could be bold, then frightened. He could understand, then misunderstand. He could promise loyalty, then deny. The rock was not naturally rock-like. He became rock through transformation. That is a beautiful distinction. Strength was not his starting point. It was his destination. And perhaps that is what the early church meant when it remembered him. Not that Peter was naturally perfect, but that he became dependable. He learned to carry weight. A foundation is not valuable because it never experienced pressure. It is valuable because it can bear pressure. Peter bore pressure, and eventually he broke beneath none of it. At least, according to the tradition, he remained. The rock held. That image would become central to Christian memory. And eventually, in Rome, the rock itself became architectural. The church was built over Peter. The metaphor became literal. A building standing on a remembered grave. A city standing on an apostolic memory. An institution standing on a fisherman. History likes such symbolism. But underneath the symbolism is a very ordinary truth. People need foundations. Communities need continuity. Every generation wants to know, where did we begin? Who came before us? Who carried this before we did? Peter provided an answer. We came from them. From the apostles. From the first witnesses. From the people who walked with Jesus. From the small community that gathered after his death. And therefore the present is connected to the past. That connection gives identity. It also creates responsibility. If you inherit something, you are responsible for what you do with it. The church inherited Peter. What would it do with him? The answer changed depending on the century. Sometimes Peter was a humble servant. Sometimes a symbol of centralized authority. Sometimes a martyr. Sometimes a political emblem. Sometimes a spiritual companion. Sometimes a weapon in theological arguments. But through all of these transformations, the original story remained underneath. A man who had once been asked to follow. That may be the simplest definition of Peter. He was someone who followed. Everything else came afterward. And perhaps this is where the story becomes relevant beyond Christianity itself. We often think historical greatness means control. The powerful person controls armies, controls territory, controls institutions, controls wealth. But Peter's influence came from something different. He influenced because people chose to remember him. That kind of power is softer, but sometimes it lasts longer. Kings die. Their kingdoms fragment. Their statues fall. Their coins become museum objects. But a story told at the right moment can survive for centuries. Peter's story was told, repeated, translated, painted, sung, preached, argued, and therefore it survived. The fisherman did not conquer the Roman Empire. He outlasted it. That may be the more remarkable achievement. The empire eventually became archaeology. Peter remained a name. The Roman roads became ruins. Peter remained a story. The imperial titles disappeared. Peter remained Peter. History stripped away the emperor, but it did not strip away the fisherman. And perhaps this is because ordinary humanity is often more durable than political power. Empires are built on force. Stories are built on memory. Force can control behavior. Memory can shape identity. Peter became part of identity. And identity is difficult to erase. The centuries continue. The bells continue. The prayers continue. The names continue. Somewhere a child is named Peter. Somewhere a church is dedicated to Peter. Somewhere an old painting shows his face. Somewhere a priest reads his letter. Somewhere a pilgrim stands before his tomb. Somewhere a historian studies the evidence. Somewhere a skeptic questions the tradition. Somewhere a believer whispers a prayer. All of these people are participating in the afterlife of a historical memory. And Peter does not need to know about them. The dead do not watch history unfold. The living do. We look backward. We decide what matters. We preserve. We forget. We interpret. And Peter has been unusually difficult to forget. Perhaps because he represents something larger than himself. He represents beginnings. He represents failure. He represents restoration. He represents leadership. He represents witness. He represents continuity. And above all, he represents the strange human ability to become different from who we were. That may be the quietest lesson in the entire story. Peter began as a fisherman. He did not stop being a fisherman. He became something more while remaining himself. He began with fear. He did not stop being human. He learned courage. He began with failure. He did not erase his past. He learned how to live after it. He began with uncertainty. He did not receive every answer. He learned how to continue without certainty. And perhaps that is why his story is still worth telling at 2 in the morning. Because the night makes everything quieter. The noise of the world fades. The news fades. The deadlines fade. The arguments fade. And what remains are the old questions. What makes a life meaningful? What do we do with our mistakes? What do we leave behind? Will anyone remember us? Does anything we build survive? Peter's story offers one answer. You do not need to see the finished structure. You only need to lay your stone. Someone else will build after you. You may never know what it becomes. And perhaps that is enough. Peter never saw the church that would one day bear his name, but he helped begin it. He never saw the millions who would remember him, but he gave them something to remember. He never saw the great basilica, but his memory became part of its foundation. He never saw the centuries of Christian history, but his life became one of their earliest chapters. That is legacy, not control, not ownership, continuation, the ability to leave something behind that others can carry. And so the story of Peter becomes, finally, a story about inheritance. The inheritance of faith, the inheritance of memory, the inheritance of failure, the inheritance of hope. Every generation receives something from the generation before. The question is what we do with it. Peter received a message. He carried it. Others received it from him. They carried it. And the chain continued. Perhaps that is why the image of the keys is so appropriate after all. A key is not meant to be kept forever. It is meant to open something. Person receives a key. They use it. They pass it on. The door opens. Someone enters. Then the key moves again. Peter held the keys in the imagination of later Christianity. But the deeper meaning may be that he opened a door for others. And the door stayed open. The night is becoming still. The story has traveled far. From Galilee to Jerusalem. From Jerusalem to Antioch. From Antioch to Rome. From Rome to the wider world. From the 1st century to the 21st. Almost 2,000 years of footsteps. Almost 2,000 years of voices. Almost 2,000 years of memory. And still, beneath everything, the fisherman, the lake, the net, the boat, the morning, a call. Peter listens. And this time, perhaps, we do not need to imagine what happens next. We know enough. He follows. Others follow him. And then they follow those who come after. The story becomes a river. Peter was one of its first great currents. The river continues long after the fisherman has disappeared. And perhaps, as we finally let the story settle, that is the image to keep. Not a throne. Not a palace. Not an army. A river. Moving quietly through centuries, carrying names, carrying memories, carrying stories, carrying the small voice of a man from Galilee into a world he could never have imagined. The river does not hurry. It does not need to. It simply moves. Past cities. Past ruins. Past generations. Past monuments. Past arguments. Past graves. And somewhere along its banks, someone is still telling the story. Peter. The fisherman. The apostle, the rock, the man who failed, the man who returned, the man who helped build, and the man whose story reminds us that sometimes the people who begin the journey never get to see where the road leads. They simply take the first step, and someone else takes the next, then another, and another, until centuries later we are still walking, still remembering, still asking, still listening. The night grows quiet. The last lamp flickers. The lake settles. The ancient road disappears into darkness. And the fisherman becomes still again. But his story remains awake. For as long as someone remembers. For as long as someone tells the story. For as long as someone hears the old call and wonders what it might mean. The church remembers Peter. History remembers Peter. And perhaps, in the quietest sense, Peter remains where he began. Not in marble, not in gold, but beside the water, waiting for morning. And somewhere beyond the darkness, the first light begins to rise. The long road home. And so, after all the journeys, after all the roads and storms and arguments, after Jerusalem, Antioch, and Rome, we return once more to where the story began. Not because history moves in circles. It does not. History moves forward, but memory often moves backward. We return because sometimes the only way to understand how far someone traveled is to stand again at the beginning. Imagine Galilee before sunrise. The lake is almost black. The hills are only shadows. The air has that coolness that disappears quickly once the sun rises. There is no great city here. No marble forum. No imperial palace. No enormous basilica. Only water. Stone. Wood. Mud. Smoke. And the faint smell of fish. A few boats rest near the shore. Their hulls are darkened by years of use. Ropes lie coiled. Nets hang from wooden posts. Somewhere a man coughs. Somewhere another man calls to his companion. A small fire burns. The world is beginning another ordinary day. And Peter is there. Perhaps not exactly as we imagine him. Perhaps younger than the paintings. Perhaps more tired. Perhaps more ordinary. History rarely gives us the faces we want. It gives us fragments. But we can still imagine the scene. A man who knows the lake. A man who knows how weather changes. A man who can look at the surface of the water and understand what the wind is doing. A man who knows the weight of a net. A man who knows that a bad night's fishing means less food. A man who knows the frustration of returning with empty hands. This is Peter before the title, before the church, before the saint, before the keys, before Rome. He is simply Simon. And there is something important about remembering that name, because every famous person begins as someone ordinary. The world later gives them titles. History gives them labels. Followers give them symbols. Artists give them faces. But the person begins without any of those things. Peter did too. And perhaps he never entirely lost that ordinary identity. The fisherman remained inside the apostle. The smell of the lake remained somewhere inside the memory. The physical world of nets and boats remained part of his imagination. When he spoke about people, communities, hardship, and hope, he was not speaking from a palace. He was speaking as someone who had known work. Hard work. The kind that leaves the hands rough. The kind that makes the shoulders ache. The kind that begins before sunrise because the fish do not care whether you slept well. That matters. Because Christianity did not begin in a world of comfortable abstraction. It began among people who worked, people who carried things, people who worried about food, people who lived under political power, people who could not simply walk away from poverty, people who knew that tomorrow's meal depended partly on today's weather. Peter understood that world. And perhaps that is one reason the earliest Christian message could speak so powerfully to ordinary people. The language of bread, water, fishermen, shepherds, seeds, fields, vines, storms, debt, labor, sickness. These were not metaphors imported from some distant philosophical universe. They were the world people inhabited, Peter's world. And eventually, the Christian movement carried those images far beyond Galilee. A Roman merchant could hear them. A Greek-speaking urban resident could hear them. A slave could hear them. A widow could hear them. A soldier could hear them. A wealthy household could hear them. The message moved because it was expressed through ordinary human things. Bread was still bread. Water was still water. A shepherd still understood a lost sheep. A fisherman still understood a net. The world changed. The metaphors remained. And Peter remained attached to that beginning. But perhaps the most important thing he carried from Galilee was not an idea. It was a sense of place. Christianity would become universal. But it would always have a geography. Jerusalem, Galilee, the Jordan, Antioch, Rome. These names became sacred because people remembered events there. This is one of the strange things about religion. A place becomes more than a place. A hill becomes a memory. A road becomes a pilgrimage. A tomb becomes a shrine. A lake becomes a symbol. And suddenly geography is carrying history. Peter's life helped create that sacred geography. The places associated with him became destinations for later generations. People traveled enormous distances to stand where they believed the story had happened. They came by foot, by horse, by ship, across deserts, across mountains, through political borders that could be dangerous. They came because human beings have always wanted to stand physically inside the stories they love, to touch the stone, to see the horizon, to look at the same river, to stand beneath the same sky. Peter's memory became a reason to travel, and pilgrimage itself became a major force in Christian civilization. Roads developed, hospices appeared, monasteries welcomed travelers, markets grew, religious art spread, local economies changed, stories moved along with pilgrims. A person might leave Rome carrying one tradition and arrive somewhere else carrying another. The roads became channels of memory. Peter traveled the roads first. Later, others traveled them because of him. And perhaps there is something beautiful about that. The man who once traveled because he had been called became the reason others traveled centuries later. The journey continued, even after the traveler was gone. But Peter's journey was not always peaceful. The Roman world could be beautiful, could also be brutal. The roads that carried merchants also carried soldiers. The courts that protected trade also enforced punishment. The empire could maintain order with extraordinary efficiency. And when it chose to punish someone, that efficiency could become terrifying. Peter lived under a system where crucifixion was not a theoretical concept. It was visible. The bodies of executed criminals could serve as warnings. The Roman state understood public punishment as political communication. It wanted people to see. It wanted people to understand. Do not challenge the order. Do not threaten authority. Do not cross the line. Christianity emerged within that environment. And Peter's death in Christian memory became an answer to that system. The state could determine the manner of his death, could not determine the meaning of his death. That distinction became central to Christian martyrdom. The empire could say, "This man is defeated." The Christians could say, "This man remained faithful." Two interpretations, one death. The conflict between them would echo for centuries. And perhaps this is one reason Peter became so important to later Christians. He demonstrated that faith could survive physical defeat. The body could be broken. The message could continue. The grave could be sealed. The memory could remain. For a persecuted community, that was enormously powerful. It meant that death did not necessarily end the story. The martyr became a bridge between the suffering of the present and the hope of the future. Peter stood at the beginning of that tradition. His death became part of Christian courage. But courage is rarely glamorous when you are actually experiencing it. We often imagine martyrs standing calmly beneath the sky. Perhaps some did. But fear is not erased simply because a person believes. Peter had known fear before. That makes his final courage more meaningful. He knew what fear felt like. He had already experienced the humiliation of retreat. If later tradition is correct, he eventually faced death without retreating. That transformation is the heart of his story. Not that he became fearless, that he became faithful despite fear. And perhaps that distinction matters far beyond religious history, because every person eventually faces some version of uncertainty. Not necessarily persecution, not necessarily death, but the unknown. A diagnosis, a loss, a failure, a difficult decision, a broken relationship, a future that refuses to behave according to plan. We rarely know what courage will look like before we need it. Peter did not either. He learned it one moment at a time, and the church remembered him because he learned. That word may be more important than built. Peter learned. He learned from Jesus. He learned from failure. He learned from the community. He learned from conflict. He learned from suffering. He learned from time. And eventually he taught. That is often how leadership works. The best leaders are not simply people who know everything. They are people who have learned how to keep learning. Peter's life suggests that transformation is possible. The impatient fisherman can become the patient teacher. The frightened disciple can become the courageous witness. The impulsive man can become a foundation. But the transformation takes time. Years. Decades. We often want historical heroes to become great instantly. Peter did not. His story is slower. And perhaps that is why it fits a sleepless night so well. There is no need to rush. We can let the years pass slowly. The young man becomes older. The first excitement becomes responsibility. The early confidence becomes experience. The early mistakes become memories. The roads become longer. The hair becomes gray. The body becomes tired. The world becomes different. And still the story continues. This is the human scale of history. Empires can change within a generation. But human beings change much more slowly. A person becomes who they are through accumulated moments. Peter had thousands of them. Most were never recorded. That is one of the great silences in ancient history. We know the important events. We do not know the ordinary days. We do not know what Peter ate on a Tuesday when nothing unusual happened. We do not know what he argued about with friends. We do not know whether he preferred one kind of fish. We do not know what songs he remembered from childhood. We do not know whether he liked the smell of rain. We do not know what he thought when he first saw Rome. Those details are gone. And perhaps that is why the imagination naturally fills them. But we should keep the distinction clear. There is what we know, and there is what we imagine. Both can help us tell the story. Only one is history. The gaps remind us how much of any human life disappears. Even famous people are mostly unknown. Peter is famous beyond imagination. Yet most of Peter's life is hidden. This is true of almost everyone who has ever lived. We leave behind fragments. A photograph. A letter. A grave. A memory. A story someone tells about us. And then the rest disappears. Peter's surviving fragments happen to have become enormous. But they are still fragments. That should make us humble. It should also make us grateful. Because without those fragments, Peter would be completely lost to us. We would not know his name. We would not know his story. We would not know that a fisherman from Galilee became central to early Christianity. The surviving memory is therefore precious. But it must be handled carefully. Historical memory is powerful, can inspire, can unite, can also be manipulated. Peter's name has sometimes been used to settle arguments he could never have imagined. People have claimed him to support opposing ideas. Some emphasize authority. Others emphasize service. Some emphasize Rome. Others emphasize Jerusalem. Some emphasize hierarchy. Others emphasize equality. Some emphasize tradition. Others emphasize reform. Peter has been asked to answer questions from centuries that he never knew existed. That is the strange burden of becoming a historical symbol. The dead cannot correct us, so we must be careful when speaking for them. Perhaps the most honest thing we can say is, this is what the surviving sources tell us. This is what later Christians believed. This is what archaeology can suggest. And this is what remains uncertain. There is dignity in uncertainty. We do not have to fill every silence. Some silences should remain. The empty spaces in Peter's biography are part of the story. They remind us that the past is not a complete book. It is a damaged manuscript. Some pages survived, others burned. Some lines are clear, others are faded. Some words are missing. The historian bends close to the page, notices what is there, notes what is absent, and tries not to invent too much. Peter's story is one of those manuscripts, but even the damaged pages are enough to reveal something extraordinary. The earliest Christian movement survived, and Peter was one of its central figures. That survival changed world history, changed art, architecture, law, politics, philosophy, literature, music, education, charity, calendars, names, languages, and the way millions of people understood themselves. Peter did not personally create all of those changes. Of course not. No individual could. But he belonged to the beginning of the process. And beginnings matter. If you remove a foundation stone, the later structure may look different. Peter became one of those foundational memories. His name was used to connect later generations with the first. And that connection became increasingly important as Christianity expanded. The further the church traveled from the first century, the more valuable the apostles became. They were the original witnesses, the first generation, the people who had known Jesus, the people who had heard the earliest teachings, the people who had suffered the earliest conflicts, the people who had carried the message into the wider world. Peter became the representative of that generation, a bridge to the beginning. And bridges are important because people are always afraid of losing the other side. Every generation asks, are we still connected to the beginning? Have we changed too much? Have we forgotten something? Have we added something? Are we still who we were? Peter offered an answer. You can change and still remain connected. The church of the 4th century was radically different from the gatherings of the 1st century. The architecture was different. The organization was different. The social position was different. The relationship with political authority was different. And yet Christians could still point backward. To Peter. To the apostles. To the earliest communities. Continuity allowed change without complete rupture. That was one of the great strengths of Christian tradition. And also one of its great sources of conflict. Because once people claim continuity, everyone begins arguing about what counts as genuine continuity. But that is another story. For now, Peter remains a bridge, a foundation, a memory. And perhaps that is enough. There is a tendency in historical storytelling to end with a grand statement. The empire fell. The dynasty ended. The battle was won. The church became powerful. The world changed forever. But human lives rarely end with a grand statement. They end quietly. A breath. Then another. Then none. A room becomes still. People outside continue walking. Someone somewhere is cooking dinner. A child is crying. A merchant is closing his shop. A ship is entering a harbor. The world continues. Peter's death would have been like that. Whatever happened in his final hours, Rome did not stop. The markets opened. The roads remained busy. The empire continued. People who had never heard his name continued living. History did not announce, Peter has died. There was no universal silence. There was simply one more death in an enormous city. And yet, for a small community, it was enormous. They remembered. They mourned. They told the story. And because they told it, we know. That is one of the most beautiful things about memory. The world may not notice when someone disappears. But a small group of people can decide. We will not forget. That decision can change history. Peter was remembered. And so he became present again every time the story was told. A strange kind of resurrection. Not the theological resurrection Christians proclaim about Jesus. Something more ordinary. Human memory. Person dies. Someone remembers. Another person hears. Then tells someone else. And suddenly the dead person's life has entered another generation. Peter's memory traveled like that. One voice to another. One household to another. One city to another. One century to another. Eventually, the story became larger than any individual memory. But it began with remembering. Someone remembered Peter. Someone told the next person. The next person told another. And the chain never completely broke. 2,000 years later, we can still hear an echo. It is faint. But it is there. A fisherman. A lake. A voice. A denial. A restoration. A journey. A martyrdom. A memory. The echo continues. And perhaps that is why Peter's story should not be reduced simply to the question of whether he built the church. He did. But not alone. And not in the way a modern architect builds a structure. He helped build a community. He helped preserve a message. He helped create continuity. He helped establish a pattern of leadership. He became a symbol of apostolic authority. And after his death, others built on the foundation. That is what builders do. They do not own the building forever. They simply contribute their part. Peter contributed his. The people after him contributed theirs. And eventually, the structure became enormous. But if you strip away the centuries of stone, you still find something remarkably small. People gathering. People listening. People praying. People eating together. People remembering Jesus. People trying to live differently. Peter among them. That is the beginning. Not a palace. A gathering. Not an army. Community. Not a throne. A table. Not gold. Bread. And perhaps that is where the story should rest. At a table. Imagine the first Christians gathered at night. The outside world is dark. The lamp burns softly. The room smells of bread and oil. Someone has been traveling. Someone is tired. Someone is telling an old story. Peter is mentioned. The room becomes quiet. They remember. Someone smiles. Someone perhaps cries. Someone asks a question. The conversation continues. And outside, the Roman world goes on. But inside the room, something is being preserved. Memory. Hope. Identity. A story. That little room is more historically important than it looks. Because civilization often begins in rooms that nobody notices. Ideas are born there. Friendships. Movements. Communities. The people inside do not know that historians will one day care about them. They are simply living. Peter lived like that. The first Christians lived like that. And then history arrived. Centuries later, we look backward. We see the consequences. They did not. That is the strange privilege of hindsight. We know what they could not. We know Christianity survived. We know Rome changed. We know the church became enormous. We know Peter became one of the most important names in Christian history. But Peter did not know. He only knew the next step. And perhaps that is the lesson we should carry away. You cannot live the future. You can only live the present. Peter could not see the basilica. He could not see the millions. He could not see the centuries. He could only take the next step. And he did. Then another. Then another. Until there were no more steps. But others continued. That is how every long journey works. No single person walks the whole road. We inherit roads built by others. Then we add something. Then someone else comes. Perhaps history is not a collection of finished stories. Perhaps it is a collection of unfinished journeys. Peter's journey was unfinished when he died. The church continued. The story continued. The questions continued. The disagreements continued. The hope continued. And perhaps that is why his story still feels alive. It does not have a perfectly neat ending. It opens outward, into the lives of others, into the history of Christianity, into the history of Rome, into the history of Europe, into the history of the modern world, and finally into the lives of people who still hear his name. That is a remarkable afterlife for a fisherman. A very ordinary man became an extraordinary memory. And perhaps that is all any human being can really hope for. Not fame. Not monuments. Not immortality in the literal sense. But meaning. To have lived in such a way that something remains. Kindness. A lesson. A story. A memory. A person changed because you were there. Peter's life became that kind of inheritance. He changed the people around him. They changed others. And the chain continued. So, as we finally let the centuries become quiet, perhaps we should return to the lake one last time. The sun has risen now. The darkness is gone. The water is silver. Birds move across the shoreline. The village wakes. Smoke rises from small fires. People begin their work. The world does not know that one of its future saints is standing beside the water. He is only a fisherman, for now. His hands are tired. His clothes smell of the lake. His feet are dusty. His future is hidden. And that is how all great futures begin. Hidden. Nobody knows. Nobody can see what a life will become. The fisherman looks across the water. Perhaps the morning wind moves through his hair. Perhaps he hears voices behind him. Perhaps he wonders where the road will lead. Then he turns and walks. The boat remains. The lake remains. The nets remain. But Peter leaves the shore, and the story begins. Not loudly. Not with thunder. Not with an empire collapsing. Just a man walking away from an ordinary life. One step. Then another. And another. Until that quiet walk becomes one of the longest journeys in the history of Christianity. The centuries pass. The names change. The languages change. The buildings change. But somewhere beneath all the later history, the footsteps remain. A fisherman walking. A teacher calling. Community gathering. A story being told. And perhaps, if we listen carefully enough, we can still hear the rhythm. Step. 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 The sound of a human life moving forward. And now, after 2,000 years, the road is still not finished. It belongs to everyone who came after. The fisherman has handed it on. The rest is history. And history, as always, keeps walking. The fisherman and the centuries. There is a strange thing that happens when a person becomes ancient history. The details of their life slowly disappear, but their presence becomes larger. The living person becomes harder to see. The symbol becomes easier. Peter is a perfect example. The man himself lived for only a few decades, but the memory of Peter has lived for nearly 2,000 years. And over those centuries, countless people have looked at him and seen something different. Some saw a fisherman. Some saw the first bishop of Rome. Some saw a martyr. Some saw the guardian of heaven's gates. Some saw the foundation of Christian authority. Some saw the ordinary human being beneath the title. Some saw all of these at once. That is the strange afterlife of a historical person. You stop being only yourself. You become a mirror. People look at you and see what they need to see. Peter became that mirror for Christianity. And perhaps no single symbol demonstrates this better than the keys. The keys are everywhere. In paintings. In sculpture. In mosaics. In coats of arms. In church decoration. Two keys often crossed. One associated with heaven. One with earth. They are immediately recognizable. But behind the symbol is an ancient memory. Peter was given a role of authority. The imagery developed over time, and eventually the keys became one of the most recognizable symbols of the papacy. It is difficult to look at them today without thinking of Rome. But imagine the original Peter, a man who had probably handled keys in the ordinary sense. Keys to a house, keys to storage, perhaps some small object of practical importance. He would never have imagined that keys would one day become symbols of global religious authority. The irony is almost too perfect. A fisherman became associated with keys to heaven. Human beings do enjoy turning metaphors into architecture. But symbols matter because people need ways to visualize invisible ideas. Authority is invisible. Key makes it visible. Continuity is invisible. A chain of succession makes it visible. Memory is invisible. A tomb makes it visible. Faith is invisible. A church makes it visible. Peter became visible in all these ways. His face appeared in art. His name appeared in liturgy. His memory appeared in buildings. His story appeared in sermons. His supposed burial place became a destination. And eventually, the city of Rome itself became deeply connected with him. But Rome was not always Christian. This is worth remembering. The Rome Peter knew was pagan in its public religious life. The temples were active. The gods had names. The emperor occupied a powerful symbolic position. Sacred rituals were woven into civic identity. To be Roman was not merely to speak Latin or live under Roman law. Religion was part of public life. Christianity therefore entered a world where religion and politics were intertwined. It offered something that was both familiar and radically different. There was worship. There were sacred texts. There were rituals. There were leaders. There were communities. But the center was different. One God. One Christ. One story of crucifixion and resurrection. And a community that believed the crucified man was Lord. That claim was not politically neutral. Eventually, it would have consequences. But in Peter's lifetime, the movement was still small. The great confrontation had not yet arrived. The church had not yet become powerful. There were no Christian emperors, no imperial councils, no enormous cathedrals, no papal armies, no medieval political battles over bishops. None of that existed. Peter's Christianity was much smaller. And perhaps that is why it is worth remembering. The early Christian movement did not know what it would become. It lived day by day. This is often forgotten when looking backward. We know the ending. They did not. We know that Christianity survived. They did not know. We know Rome would eventually support Christianity. They could not imagine it. We know Peter would become one of the most important figures in Christian history. He did not know. History looks inevitable when you already know the outcome. But nothing is inevitable while you are living it. For Peter, the future was uncertain. The movement could have disappeared. Many movements disappeared. The ancient world was full of religions and philosophies that once seemed important. Some survived. Many did not. Peter had no guarantee. He could only act. And this uncertainty makes his commitment more interesting. He did not join a successful empire. He joined a fragile movement. He did not know that later generations would call him Saint Peter. He was simply Peter. That is where historical empathy begins. We should try to imagine the world without knowing the ending. Imagine being Peter and hearing reports that some communities are growing. Others are struggling. People are arguing. Some are leaving. Some are joining. Some are frightened. Some are enthusiastic. Rumors spread. Letters arrive. Travelers bring news. The future remains unclear. Would the movement survive? Would it divide? Would Roman authorities suppress it? Would the Jewish community reject it? Would the message spread beyond Judea? Would anyone remember the first generation? Peter could not know. And perhaps that uncertainty shaped the way he led. Leaders in uncertain times cannot rely on institutions that do not yet exist. They rely on relationships, trust, memory, personal reputation. Peter's authority was personal. People knew him. They knew his history. They knew his failures. They knew his connection to Jesus. That mattered. In a small movement, personal relationships are everything. You do not need a giant bureaucracy when the community can gather around a few trusted people. But as the movement grows, personal relationships become harder to maintain. People who never met Peter begin invoking his name. Then people who never met anyone who knew Peter invoke his name. Eventually, centuries pass. The name becomes institutional. This is how traditions evolve. At first, Peter is a person. Then he becomes a remembered apostle. Then a model. Then a symbol. Then an institution claims his authority. The process is gradual. And it is not unique to Christianity. Human societies do this constantly. Founders become symbols. Symbols become institutions. Institutions preserve founders. Founders justify institutions. And sometimes the institution becomes so large that the original person is almost impossible to see. Peter's story therefore teaches us something about institutions themselves. They are built from memories. And once they become large, they reshape those memories. That does not necessarily mean the memory is false. It means memory is alive. It is interpreted according to present needs. A medieval Christian looked at Peter differently from a first-century Christian. A Renaissance theologian looked at Peter differently from a 4th-century bishop. A modern historian looks at Peter differently from a medieval pilgrim. The same figure, different questions, different answers, but the name remains. That continuity is itself historical evidence of importance. Peter mattered enough that generation after generation continued asking what he meant. That is a rare achievement. Most ancient people disappear. Their names survive only on inscriptions. A king's name may remain because he built a monument. A general may remain because he won a famous battle. A philosopher may remain because someone preserved his writings. But Peter survived through communities. People remembered him because he belonged to their story. That kind of survival is especially powerful. It is not forced. It is repeated. And repetition creates familiarity. A child hears Peter's name. The child grows older. They tell another child. The story moves. Sometimes the details change, but the center remains. The fisherman, the apostle, the rock, the martyr. This is how cultural memory works. It is not a photograph. It is more like a river. The water is never exactly the same, but the river remains. And Peter's memory has been flowing for centuries, sometimes slowly, sometimes violently, sometimes dividing into different channels, but always moving. There were periods when Christianity itself was divided. Different communities claimed different traditions. Different bishops claimed different authority. Different theologians disagreed over Peter's role. The Reformation would later make Peter's authority a central question. Could the Bishop of Rome legitimately claim authority based on Peter? What did Jesus' words about the rock mean? Was Peter given unique authority? Or did the apostles share authority? These questions were not merely academic. They affected kingdoms. They affected churches. They affected political alliances. They affected wars. Peter, who had once walked dusty roads, had become involved in arguments that could influence entire states. It is one of history's stranger transformations. A fisherman becomes a political symbol. But again, we should separate Peter from what later people did in his name. The historical Peter did not create medieval Europe. He did not design the papal monarchy. He did not write the legal systems of medieval canon law. He did not commission the Vatican palaces. Those were products of centuries of development. Peter was the origin point of a memory. Later generations built upon it. Sometimes beautifully, sometimes destructively, sometimes both. History is rarely morally simple. The institutions that carried Peter's memory did extraordinary good in some periods. They also participated in political struggles. They preserved knowledge. They sometimes suppressed ideas. They cared for the poor. They sometimes accumulated enormous wealth. They created art. They sometimes became deeply entangled in power. The legacy of Peter cannot be separated completely from these contradictions. But perhaps the contradiction itself tells us something. Institutions are made of people. People are complicated. Peter was complicated. The church became complicated. Maybe we should not expect otherwise. The important thing is to understand the process. A simple movement can become a complex institution. A small community can become a civilization. A fisherman can become a symbol of authority. And once that happens, history becomes enormous. But the human story remains beneath it. Peter's story keeps returning us to that human level. He is useful precisely because he is not an emperor. He reminds us that history does not begin only with powerful people. It begins with ordinary people whose choices happen to have consequences. Imagine Peter waking before sunrise. He does not know that historians will study his life. He does not know that millions will pray in churches named after him. He does not know that scholars will argue over his movements. He does not know that his supposed burial place will become one of the most visited religious sites on earth. He simply wakes. Perhaps he is tired. Perhaps his back hurts. Perhaps he is thinking about work. Perhaps he is thinking about his family. Perhaps he is thinking about Jesus. And then he begins another day. That ordinary day is part of world history. This is the secret hidden inside every historical figure. Greatness often looks ordinary while it is happening. No trumpet announces it. No narrator explains the importance. The person simply lives. Only later do we understand. Peter's life was like that. And perhaps this is comforting. Because most of us live without knowing which moments will matter. We do not know which conversation will change someone. We do not know which decision will affect our future. We do not know which kindness will be remembered. We do not know what will survive us. Peter did not either. He simply continued. That is enough. There is another aspect of Peter's legacy that deserves attention. His association with Rome gave Christianity a physical center of memory in the West. The city itself became a place where apostolic history could be imagined. Pilgrims arrived. They saw the tombs. They prayed. They touched ancient stones. They purchased small objects to take home. They told stories. They returned. And gradually, Rome became not merely a city but a memory landscape. The streets carried layers. Republican Rome, Imperial Rome, Christian Rome, Medieval Rome, Renaissance Rome, Modern Rome. All of them occupy the same geography. Walk through the city and you can move through centuries without leaving the pavement. That is one reason Rome became so powerful symbolically. It contained the old world and the new world simultaneously. Peter belonged to both. He belonged to the ancient Roman world as a subject. He belonged to Christian memory as an apostle. And later, he became a symbol of the church that would emerge from the transformation of Rome itself. The irony is almost poetic. Rome once executed him. Later, Rome built a monumental church over his memory. The city that represented imperial power eventually became one of the great centers of Christianity. History loves reversals, but perhaps the reversal is deeper than that. Rome did not simply become Christian. Christianity became Roman in many ways. It learned administrative structures. It developed legal systems. It adopted Latin as a major language. It inherited Roman architectural forms. It adapted to Roman urban life. The church became part of the civilization that had once surrounded it. And Peter stood at the intersection. A Jewish fisherman became a Roman Christian symbol. That transformation tells us something about Christianity itself. It was born in one cultural environment. Then it crossed into many others. Every crossing changed it. But the memory of Peter provided continuity. The fisherman could travel without losing his identity. At least that was the ideal. And perhaps that is why Peter's image appears in so many cultures. He is recognizable even when the artistic style changes. An Ethiopian Christian image of Peter does not look exactly like a Byzantine one. A medieval Western European painting differs from an icon. A modern African church may depict Peter in ways that would surprise an ancient Roman. And yet people recognize him. The keys, the beard, the apostolic identity, the story. This is how a local person becomes universal. The community adopts him. Not by erasing his origins, but by placing him into their own world. Peter becomes part of every generation's imagination. And that process is still happening. Modern Christians read Peter through modern questions. Modern historians examine him with modern methods. Archaeologists investigate the places associated with him. Scholars compare ancient texts. Debates continue. The story is not frozen. It is still being interpreted. And perhaps that is the final form of historical immortality. Not being remembered exactly, being remembered continuously. The memory changes, but it refuses to disappear. Peter has survived because people keep asking questions. Who was he? What did he believe? What did he do? Where did he travel? Did he really go to Rome? Where was he buried? What did the earliest Christians believe about his authority? What did he think about Paul? What did he think about the Gentile mission? What happened during his final years? How much of the later tradition can we trust? These questions keep Peter alive in scholarship. Other questions keep him alive in faith. What does forgiveness mean? What does courage mean? What does leadership mean? Can a person recover after failure? Can an imperfect person serve something greater than himself? What does it mean to follow? The historian and the believer may approach Peter differently, but both recognize that something happened here. A life became a legacy, and the legacy became a civilization. That is enough to make Peter one of the most important people to study in the ancient world. Not because every story told about him must be accepted, but because the consequences of his memory are impossible to ignore. The fisherman changed history, or more precisely, the movement he helped lead changed history, and history changed around it. That distinction matters. Peter was not alone. He belonged to a community. The community belonged to a movement. The movement became a church. The church became a civilization-shaping institution. And the institution remembered Peter. Each step added another layer, like stone walls built one over another. Eventually, the original foundation disappears beneath later construction. But the foundation is still there. Peter's historical importance lies partly in that foundation. He stands close to the earliest surviving layer of Christianity. And that is why, after centuries of argument, people still return to him. They want to know what happened at the beginning. Beginnings matter because they define identity. A family wants to know its ancestors. A nation wants to know its founders. A religion wants to know its apostles. Christianity looked backward and saw Peter. And so Peter continued walking through history. The centuries passed. The empire changed. The church changed. The world changed. But the fisherman remained. And now, finally, perhaps we can allow the story to become very quiet. Imagine Rome at night. Not modern Rome. The ancient city. The streets are dark. Oil lamps flicker. The air smells of smoke, animals, cooking, and stone. Somewhere, footsteps pass. Somewhere, a door closes. Somewhere, a small Christian gathering is ending. A lamp is extinguished. People leave quietly. The city continues. And beneath the noise of Rome, beneath the empire, beneath the marble and politics, there is a memory. Peter. A man who came from the eastern edge of the empire. A man who carried a story westward. A man who eventually became part of Rome's deepest identity. The city sleeps. The empire sleeps. The fisherman is gone. But the memory does not sleep. It travels. Across the centuries. Into manuscripts. Into mosaics. Into churches. Into prayers. Into paintings. Into names. Into the minds of people who never knew the ancient world. And perhaps, after all this time, the most remarkable thing about Peter is not that he became famous. It is that he became familiar. A person born 2,000 years ago can still feel strangely close. Because his fears were human. His mistakes were human. His hopes were human. His transformation was human. And his death was human. That is why the story continues. Not because the past is identical to the present. It is not. The world Peter knew is gone. But human beings remain recognizably human. We still stumble. We still regret. We still hope. We still search for meaning. We still want to belong to something larger than ourselves. We still wonder what remains after we are gone. Peter's life answers that last question in an unexpected way. You cannot control what survives. You can only live. You can only choose. You can only place your stone. And then the future belongs to others. Peter placed his stone. Others built. And the building is still being built. The fisherman never saw the completed structure. Perhaps there is no completed structure. Perhaps every generation is still adding another stone. And perhaps that is the point. A living tradition cannot remain frozen. It changes. It grows. It struggles. It remembers. It forgets. It returns. It begins again, just as Peter did. So now, as the story finally begins to settle into silence, we return to that first morning. Galilee. The lake. The boat. The nets. The wind. Peter standing at the edge of an ordinary life. He does not know what is coming. He cannot. The future is still hidden. The horizon is pale. The water catches the first light. Somewhere behind him, the village is waking. He hears the sound of movement. He turns. And then he takes the first step. Nothing spectacular happens. No empire falls. No cathedral rises. No historian writes it down. Just a man walking. But sometimes history begins that way. Quietly. Almost invisibly. A single person moves in a particular direction. Someone follows. Then another. A conversation begins. A memory is preserved. A story is carried. And centuries later, people are still talking about it. That is Peter. Not merely the rock. Not merely the apostle. Not merely the man with the keys. But the fisherman who took the first step. And perhaps that is where we should leave him. Not at the end. Because there was never really an end. Only continuation. The lake remains. The morning returns. The road opens. The story passes from one generation to another. And somewhere in that long chain of memory, Peter is still walking. Slowly. Quietly. Toward the horizon. The sound of the water follows him. The wind moves behind him. The sun rises. And the ancient world wakes. The fisherman disappears into the morning. But the story remains. And for tonight, perhaps that is enough. The Roman roads can be quiet now. The old stones can rest. The basilicas can stand beneath the stars. The manuscripts can close. The paintings can become dark. The keys can hang silently. The lake can settle. The lamps can go out. And the centuries can finally become still. Peter has walked far enough. The rest belongs to history. And history, as it always does, will keep walking. Slowly. Quietly. One generation at a time. One memory at a time. One story at a time. Until even the oldest voices become whispers. And the whisper becomes silence. And in that silence, beside the ancient lake, there is only the soft movement of water. The night is calm. The shore is empty. The boat is still. And somewhere, just beyond the darkness, morning is waiting. Beyond the fisherman, there is one final question that remains. After the roads, after the sermons, after the arguments, after the martyrdom, after the centuries of churches and paintings and prayers, what does Peter actually mean to history? It is tempting to answer with a title. The rock. The apostle. The first bishop. The martyr. The keeper of the keys. But titles are convenient. People are not. Peter was not born carrying any of these names. He was born into an ordinary family in the world of Galilee, a world of fishing boats, agricultural villages, Roman taxation, Jewish traditions, crowded markets, long roads, hot afternoons, cold nights, and an uncertain political future. He grew up in a society where religion was not a private hobby. It was woven into time itself. The Sabbath divided the week. Festivals divided the year. Scripture shaped memory. Food had meaning. Purity had meaning. Family had meaning. The land had meaning. Jerusalem had meaning. And into this world came a teacher whose message would eventually pull Peter far beyond the boundaries of the lake. The extraordinary thing is that Peter never stopped being a product of that world. He did not become less human because he became an apostle. He became more visible. His personality remained. His impatience remained. His courage remained. His fear remained. His ability to misunderstand remained. And perhaps that is why his story became so useful to later Christians. He was not a perfect statue. He was a person. And people understand people better than statues. A statue cannot deny its teacher. A statue cannot regret. A statue cannot change its mind. Peter could. And he did. That makes him a particularly interesting figure in the history of leadership. He did not begin as the strongest person in the room. Sometimes he may have been the loudest. There is a difference. Being loud is easy. Being reliable is harder. Peter had to learn reliability. He had to learn that leadership was not about always speaking first. Sometimes it meant listening, not about always being right. Sometimes it meant admitting that you were wrong, not about avoiding weakness. Sometimes it meant carrying weakness honestly. The transformation was slow, and perhaps the church's later fascination with Peter's authority sometimes hides this more personal story. The man called the Rock had once been unstable. The man remembered for courage had once been terrified. The man remembered as a foundation had once stumbled. This contradiction is not a problem in his story. It is the story. The foundation became strong because it had been tested. The courage became meaningful because fear had been experienced. The forgiveness became powerful because guilt had been real. And this is why the episode of Peter's denial refuses to disappear. It is not simply an embarrassing footnote. It is central. Without the denial, Peter becomes a conventional heroic figure. With it, he becomes something more complicated. He becomes a person who fails, and then continues. That pattern would become one of the most enduring features of Christian spirituality. The possibility of return. Person can fall. Person can fail. A person can disappoint the people they love. And still there may be another morning. That idea is older than Christianity, of course. Human beings have always understood regret. But Peter gave the idea a face. A frightened face in the darkness. A man hearing a rooster. A man realizing what he has done. A man walking away. And later a man returning. The movement from denial to restoration is perhaps more important than any title. Because a religion that claims to offer forgiveness must eventually answer a difficult question. What happens when the person who fails is one of your own leaders? Peter's life became an answer. You do not necessarily erase them. You do not pretend the failure never happened. You remember it. You acknowledge it. And then, if restoration is possible, you allow the person to continue. That is a radical idea. It is also a difficult one. Because forgiveness sounds beautiful until you have to practice it. Peter's story made forgiveness concrete. It was not an abstract theological sentence. It was a human life. The person who failed could become the person who served. And perhaps that is why Peter became such a powerful figure for generations of Christians who themselves felt unworthy. A person could look at Peter and say, if he was still useful after failing, perhaps I am not beyond repair. That is a quiet kind of hope. It does not shout. It does not need fireworks. It simply says, begin again. And Peter's entire story can be understood as a series of beginnings. The fisherman begins again after the call. The disciple begins again after misunderstanding. The leader begins again after failure. The community begins again after the death of Jesus. The church begins again after persecution. The movement begins again in new cities. Peter himself begins again every time the road changes. This is perhaps why his story feels larger than the first century. Human beings are always beginning again. Cities begin again after wars. Families begin again after loss. Communities begin again after disasters. Individuals begin again after mistakes. Civilizations begin again after collapse. The pattern is universal. Peter simply became one of its most famous examples. And then there is the question of the church itself. What does it mean to say that Peter built the church? The phrase is powerful, but it should not be understood literally. Peter did not design Christianity. He did not write a constitution. He did not create a centralized bureaucracy. He did not build the enormous structures that later generations would associate with Christianity. He helped build something much more fragile, a network of communities, a culture of memory, a leadership tradition, a way of understanding the apostles, a way of keeping the teachings of Jesus alive. He helped hold together a movement that could easily have fractured. And perhaps that was more difficult than building a stone building. Stone does not argue with you. People do. Stone does not misunderstand your instructions. People do. Stone does not have competing ambitions. People certainly do. The early Christian movement had arguments because it was made of people, different personalities, different backgrounds, different cultures, different expectations, different ideas about what should happen next. And Peter had to navigate this world, sometimes successfully, sometimes imperfectly. That is another reason the early Christian story is so interesting. It was not a peaceful group of perfectly harmonious saints. It was a community, and communities are messy. They argue over money. They argue over leadership. They argue over doctrine. They argue over food. They argue over who gets included. They argue over what the future should look like. In other words, they were human. Peter's leadership happened inside this mess. He did not eliminate disagreement. He helped the movement survive disagreement. That distinction matters. A healthy community is not one without arguments. It is one that survives them. The early church survived many, and Peter's influence was part of that survival. Then the movement expanded. The Jewish world was no longer the only environment in which Christianity lived. Gentiles entered. Greek-speaking communities grew. Cities became centers of Christian activity. And every expansion created new questions. How Jewish should Christianity remain? How much of the old law should Gentile converts follow? What customs were essential? What customs could change? These were not small questions. They touched identity. They touched food, family, marriage, ritual, community, belonging. Peter found himself in the middle of these debates, and that makes him historically fascinating. He was not simply carrying a message outward. He was negotiating what the message meant in a changing world. That is what leaders often do. They inherit something. Then the world changes. The inherited tradition must respond. Too much change can destroy identity. Too little change can prevent survival. Somewhere between the two lies adaptation. Peter lived during the beginning of that process, and Christianity would spend centuries continuing it. The religion would enter Greek philosophy, Roman law, Persian cultures, African kingdoms, European kingdoms, Asian societies, eventually the entire globe. Everywhere it went, the same basic question appeared. How do we remain connected to the beginning while living in a different world? Peter became one of the answers. Return to the apostles. Return to the witness. Return to the foundational story. That is why his name remained important. He was a bridge backward, and every bridge creates a sense of continuity. Perhaps that is what Peter's greatest contribution really was. Continuity. He belonged to the first generation. The church belonged to later generations. Peter connected them, or at least the memory of Peter did. And memory can be remarkably powerful. Think of an old family photograph. The people in it are gone. The clothes look strange. The room looks unfamiliar. The furniture has disappeared. But someone keeps the photograph. A child grows up and asks, "Who is that?" And someone answers, "That was your grandfather." Suddenly a person who never met him feels connected. That is what apostolic memory did for Christianity. Who were the apostles? They were the people at the beginning. Who was Peter? One of the central figures. And through him, later Christians could imagine themselves connected to the first generation. This is why the apostolic idea became so important. It was not simply about power. It was about origin. Where did this come from? Who first carried it? Who first witnessed it? Who first taught it? The answers mattered. And Peter was one of the earliest answers. The further Christianity moved into the future, the more important the past became. By the time enormous churches stood in places Peter had never seen, Christians still wanted to know where their tradition began. The answer took them back to Galilee, and to Jerusalem, and eventually to Rome. That journey backward became part of Christian identity. But there is another reason Peter survived so strongly. He is one of the few ancient religious figures whose personality is visible through the surviving stories. We see him speak. We see him react. We see him misunderstand. We see him become angry. We see him become frightened. We see him make promises. We see him break them. We see him ask questions. We see him act impulsively. He feels almost unusually alive. Compare that with many ancient historical figures known only from inscriptions. We know their names. We know their titles. We know the years of their reign. But we do not know what they sounded like. Peter is different. We can imagine his voice. We can imagine the way he might interrupt someone. We can imagine his impatience. We can imagine the silence after his denial. The literary tradition gives him movement, and movement makes a person memorable. That may explain why artists have returned to him again and again. Painters love Peter because Peter has an emotional face. He can look shocked, angry, old, broken, hopeful. He can be shown holding keys, holding a scroll, holding a fishing net, weeping, standing, kneeling, being crucified. His face can carry the entire emotional history of Christianity. That is a remarkable afterlife for a fisherman. But perhaps we should remember that artists are interpreting. The actual Peter's face is lost. No confirmed portrait survives from his lifetime. The face we know is an artistic invention shaped by centuries of imagination. That does not make it meaningless. It makes it cultural history. The face of Peter tells us what later generations thought Peter looked like. And that is sometimes as revealing as knowing his actual appearance would be. A medieval artist painted Peter as an old man because age represented wisdom. A Renaissance artist gave him weight and emotion. A Byzantine icon gave him solemnity. Each generation painted its own Peter. And through those images, we can watch Christianity changing. Peter becomes a visual record of Christian imagination. The same person, different centuries, different faces, different questions. And beneath all of them, the same name, Peter. The rock, the fisherman, the apostle, the man who had once been Simon. There is something almost melancholy about that. The real man disappears. The painted man remains. The real voice disappears. The words remain. The real footsteps disappear. The pilgrimage roads remain. The real body disappears. The tomb remains. History replaces the living person with traces. And perhaps that is what happens to all of us. We become traces. People remember fragments, a phrase, a habit, a photograph, a story, place. We imagine the rest. Peter simply left more traces than most. And because the traces mattered to so many people, they accumulated. One century placed something over another. One tradition added another layer. One artist added a face. One theologian added an argument. One pilgrim added a memory. One historian removed a certainty. Another historian proposed a possibility. The layers grew. Eventually, Peter became almost impossible to separate from the centuries of people who had remembered him. But if we gently brush away those layers, we can still see the outline of the original man. A fisherman, a disciple, a leader, a witness. And that is enough. Perhaps we do not need Peter to be everything later generations made him. Perhaps we can simply let him be Peter. That is a quieter kind of respect. It allows the uncertainty. It allows the contradictions. It allows the human being to remain human. And perhaps that is the most important thing a historian can do. Not make the past simpler. Make it more understandable. Peter does not need to be perfect to be important. He does not need to have solved every argument. He does not need to have personally created every institution later associated with him. He only needs to have lived, and to have mattered. He did. Very much. The consequences of his life are difficult to overstate. Christianity became one of the most influential religious traditions in world history. Peter became one of its central early figures. The connection is historical. The exact mechanisms are complicated. But the influence is undeniable. The church grew. The Roman world changed. Christian communities multiplied. The memory of the apostles became foundational. Peter's name traveled farther than he ever could. He became known in places whose names he would not have recognized. He became part of languages he never spoke. He became part of cultures he never encountered. His story entered Ethiopia, Egypt, Syria, Greece, Rome, Gaul, Britain, eventually the Americas, Asia, Africa, Oceania. The fisherman became global. That is perhaps the greatest irony. A man whose world was defined by one small region became associated with a worldwide tradition. The lake was small. The legacy was enormous. And yet the original scale remains important. Because global history is made from local lives. The world does not change all at once. It changes through people in particular places. Peter stood beside one lake. He spoke to particular people. He traveled particular roads. He entered particular cities. And those local actions became connected to a much larger process. That is how history works. The global is built from the local. Peter's world was local. His memory became global. And perhaps that is why we should never dismiss ordinary places. A village can matter. A road can matter. A house can matter. A boat can matter. A conversation can matter. You never know what will become important later. Peter certainly did not. Imagine him at the lake again. The sun is high now. The fishing work is done. The nets have been cleaned. The boats are pulled toward shore. The smell of fish is everywhere. People are talking. Children run between the houses. Someone is repairing a wall. Someone is carrying water. Someone is complaining about taxes. Someone is laughing. Life is ordinary. Peter is standing among them. Nothing about the scene announces world history. And perhaps that is the point. History does not announce itself. It simply happens. A man hears a call. He answers. And the consequences unfold. Years later, other people will tell the story. Centuries later, historians will study it. Millennia later, someone will listen to a documentary late at night and wonder about the fisherman. That is how far a single life can travel. Farther than the person ever could. Peter could travel only as far as roads and ships allowed. His story could travel much farther. Across oceans. Across centuries. Across languages. Across political borders. The story became the traveler. And perhaps that is the final transformation. Peter began by following a teacher. Eventually, people began following Peter's story. Not necessarily Peter himself. Not physically. But the memory of him. The example. The tradition. The questions. The image. The fisherman became a guide for people he would never meet. And maybe that is what a legacy really is. Not a monument, a direction. Someone leaves behind a direction. Others choose whether to follow. Peter pointed in a direction. Others followed. Some followed faithfully. Some argued. Some changed course. Some built institutions. Some rejected institutions. Some used his name wisely. Some used it poorly. But the direction remained visible. And history continued. There is no need to pretend that every consequence of Peter's legacy was positive. Human institutions are never purely good. The history of Christianity contains extraordinary compassion and terrible conflict. Contains hospitals and wars, charity and coercion, art and destruction, learning and censorship, humility and power. Peter's name existed within that complicated history, but Peter himself lived before much of it. He cannot be blamed for every century that followed, nor can he be credited personally for every achievement. He was a beginning. Beginnings are not the same as outcomes. A seed is not a tree, but the tree would not exist without the seed. Peter was part of the seed, and Christianity grew into something far larger than its first generation could have imagined. Perhaps that is the fairest way to describe his legacy. He helped plant. Others cultivated. Others watered. Others changed the landscape. Some planted new branches. Some cut others away. The tree grew, and Peter's name remained near the roots. That is enough. Now the centuries begin to soften. The Roman roads fade into darkness. The temples become ruins. The marketplaces become silent. The boats on the Galilean lake become ghosts. The first Christian homes disappear beneath later buildings. The voices of the apostles become whispers. But one whisper remains unusually clear. A man's name. Peter. Perhaps the most remarkable thing is that we still know how he began. Simon. Fisherman. Galilean. Ordinary. And then the call. The road. The failure. The return. The leadership. The suffering. The memory. The legacy. The long road home. There is no perfect ending. History rarely gives us one. There are unanswered questions, uncertain dates, debated traditions, missing years, fragments. But perhaps the gaps are fitting. A human life should not become too neat. Peter's life was not neat. It was messy, like ours. And maybe that is why it has lasted. Because somewhere beneath the religious symbolism and institutional history, there is still a person. A person who did not always know what to do. A person who sometimes spoke before thinking. A person who loved deeply. A person who failed badly. A person who found the strength to continue. A person who eventually became a foundation for people who came after him. That is not a bad legacy. Not perfect, but real. And now the lake is quiet again. The wind has slowed. The last boats are pulled onto the shore. The village has gone dark. The stars are beginning to appear. The fisherman is gone. But the water remembers nothing. Water does not remember names. It simply moves. And perhaps there is something comforting in that. The world continues. Generations come. Generations go. We build. We lose. We remember. We forget. And still the river moves. Peter's story is now part of that river. One current among many. One life among billions. And yet a life that mattered. That is perhaps all history can finally say. He lived. He mattered. He left something behind. And others carried it forward. So tonight, when the story finally fades, there is no need to imagine the enormous basilicas. No need for marble. No need for gold. No need for crowds. Return instead to the shore. Return to the boat. Return to the rough hands. Return to the quiet morning. Return to the man before the title. Before the legend. before the institution, before the centuries, just Peter, standing beside the water, looking toward the horizon, not knowing what comes next. And perhaps that is the most human image of all, because none of us knows. We wake each morning beside our own small lake, our own ordinary life, our own nets, our own unfinished work, and sometimes a direction appears, a choice, a responsibility, person who needs us, purpose we did not expect. We take a step, then another. We fail. We return. We continue. And one day, much later, someone else may look back and decide that those steps mattered. Peter never knew how far his steps would travel. Neither do we. And perhaps we do not need to. The future belongs to people we will never meet. Our task is simply to walk honestly through the part of the road that belongs to us. Peter walked his. Others walked theirs. And now we walk ours. The lake becomes darker. The stars become brighter. The ancient city becomes silent. The old roads disappear beneath the night. The story rests. The fisherman rests. And somewhere beyond the horizon, another morning waits. Just as it did for Peter. Just as it does for every generation. The world turns. The water moves. The years pass. And the oldest stories remain. Not because they are frozen, but because someone keeps telling them. Tonight, we have told the story of Peter. Tomorrow, another generation will tell it again. Perhaps differently. Perhaps with new questions. Perhaps with new answers. But still with the same beginning. A fisherman. A call. A road. And a first step. The rest is history. And history quietly continues. The memory that would not die. And yet, even after everything we have said, there is still one more place to go. Not another city. Not another battle. Not another council. Not another century. But into memory itself. Because in the end, Peter's greatest journey was not across the Roman roads. It was through the minds of people who came after him. The Roman roads eventually cracked. The ships rotted. The houses disappeared. The political boundaries changed. The empire that Peter knew became a distant memory. But memory is strange. It does not need stone. It does not need armies. Can survive in a sentence. A name whispered in a dark room. A story told beside a fire. A passage read aloud by lamplight. A child asking who Peter was. And someone answering. That was the man who followed Jesus. That was the fisherman. That was the one who denied him. That was the one who returned. That was the one who became a witness. And the story begins again. This is why Peter's legacy cannot be measured only by buildings. Buildings are impressive. A basilica can dominate a skyline. A cathedral can make human beings feel very small. Marble columns can survive for centuries. Gold mosaics can glow in candlelight. But all of those things require people to remember why they were built. Without memory, architecture becomes archaeology. Beautiful perhaps, but silent. Peter survived because the story remained alive. The story gave meaning to the stone. And perhaps that is why the earliest Christian communities mattered so much. They were not merely preserving information. They were preserving identity. They were saying, this is who we are. This is where we came from. These are the people who came before us. This is the story we inherited. And Peter stood near the beginning of that inheritance. Imagine a Christian community several generations after Peter. The people there have never met an apostle. They were not present in Jerusalem during the first days. They were born long after the earliest witnesses died. Perhaps their grandparents were converts. Perhaps their grandparents' grandparents were converts. The world around them is changing. They speak a language Peter may never have spoken. They live in a city Peter may never have seen. They have customs that would seem unfamiliar to him. And yet they gather. They hear the old stories. Peter's name is spoken. And suddenly the distance between generations becomes smaller. That is the power of tradition. It allows the dead to remain present, not physically, but culturally. Peter becomes part of the community's mental landscape. He is not sitting in the room, but his story is. And that is enough. The ancient world was full of dead people, but only some of them remained companions to the living. Peter did. And so did the other apostles. The early church developed a deep relationship with memory. Martyrs were remembered. Bishops were remembered. Teachers were remembered. Places were remembered. Dates were remembered. Stories were remembered. Memory became almost a sacred duty. And perhaps this explains why Christian communities were so interested in burial places. A grave is a strange thing. It contains the physical remains of someone who is gone. But the living visit it. They speak. They pray. They remember. The grave becomes a meeting place between past and present. Peter's traditional burial place in Rome became exactly that. Whether every later detail of the tradition can be established with absolute certainty is a question for historians and archaeologists. But the tradition itself is historically important. People believed Peter was there. They came because they believed. They built because they believed. They prayed because they believed. And over centuries, that belief reshaped the physical city. This is a crucial point. Historical beliefs have consequences even when the underlying event is difficult to reconstruct. People act on what they believe to be true. A pilgrim does not need a historian's footnote before beginning a journey. They need conviction. And conviction moves bodies. It moves money. It moves architecture. It moves governments. It moves cultures. Peter's memory moved all of these. A fisherman became a reason for people to travel across continents. A grave became a reason for architects to design enormous spaces. A story became a reason for rulers to seek religious legitimacy. A name became part of political language. The consequences multiplied, but underneath them remained something very small. A memory. Peter. The name itself became powerful. Think of how often it appears. Peter. Petrus. Pedro. Pierre. Pietro. Petros. Different languages, different cultures, different centuries. The sound changes. The memory does not disappear. Children were given his name. Churches were dedicated to him. Cities adopted him as a patron. Artists painted him. Writers described him. Preachers invoked him. The name entered ordinary life, and that may be the deepest form of cultural survival. When a historical figure becomes part of people's names, the person has entered everyday life. A child called Peter does not necessarily think about first-century Galilee, but the name carries a memory, sometimes unconsciously, sometimes deliberately. The ancient fisherman has become part of modern families. That is an extraordinary distance to travel. Peter's story also became part of Christian ideas about leadership. This deserves a final reflection. Leadership is often imagined as power over others. Peter's story complicates that. He was called to serve. His authority was connected to responsibility, to feed, to strengthen, to care, to guide. The image of a shepherd became important. A shepherd does not merely stand above the flock. A shepherd stays with it. A shepherd searches for the lost. A shepherd protects. A shepherd walks. There is something physically demanding about the image. Leadership is movement. Leadership is responsibility. Leadership is often tiring. The person in front has to keep walking when everyone else is exhausted. Peter learned this slowly. Perhaps the young Peter wanted importance. Most ambitious people do. He wanted to understand. He wanted to be first. He wanted to know what would happen. He wanted certainty. But the older Peter, in the memory of the church, became associated with service. That is a significant transformation. The loud fisherman becomes a shepherd. The impulsive disciple becomes a caretaker. The man who once asked about greatness eventually becomes remembered for responsibility. It is almost as if the lesson of his life was, you do not become great by standing above people. You become useful by carrying them. That idea would become central to Christian leadership. Not always perfectly practiced, of course. Human beings have a remarkable talent for turning ideals into hierarchies. But the ideal remained. Peter was remembered as someone entrusted with others. And responsibility is heavier than status. A crown can be worn. A responsibility must be carried. Peter carried it. Times badly. Times well. But he carried it. And perhaps that is why the image of Peter holding keys is less interesting than the image of Peter holding a net. The keys are symbolic. The net is physical, heavy, wet, uncomfortable. A fisherman's net is not glamorous. It smells, tangles, tears. It must be repaired. And perhaps that is a better metaphor for building a community. Communities are nets. People are connected. The net is strong because the individual strands are connected. But if one part tears, the whole structure can weaken. Peter knew nets. He knew how to repair them. He knew how to cast them. He knew that patience mattered. You cannot force fish into a net. You wait. You watch. You learn the water. You try again. It is an unexpectedly good metaphor for historical leadership. You cannot force a community into existence. You can invite. You can teach. You can organize. You can encourage. But eventually people must choose. Peter's movement survived because people chose to participate. The net grew. The fishermen multiplied. The communities spread. And eventually the net crossed the Mediterranean. That Mediterranean world was Peter's larger stage. It was not an empty sea. It was crowded with ships, merchant vessels, military ships, fishing boats, passenger vessels, pirates, harbors, ports, languages, goods, ideas. The sea connected the ancient world. And Christianity traveled along those connections. A message could leave Jerusalem and appear in another city. A letter could travel from one community to another. A traveler could carry stories. A merchant could carry beliefs. A slave could carry a memory. A soldier could carry a prayer. The movement did not spread because of one dramatic expedition. It spread through thousands of small journeys. Peter was part of the first generation of those journeys. That makes his story part of the history of connectivity. Christianity became trans-regional because the Roman world was already connected. Roads helped. Ships helped. Common languages helped. Urban networks helped. The empire that could persecute Christians also unintentionally created the infrastructure through which Christianity could spread. That is one of history's great ironies. The same roads that carried imperial soldiers also carried Christian missionaries. The same ships that carried Roman commerce also carried Christian travelers. The same cities that represented imperial power became centers of Christian communities. The empire built connections. The church learned to use them. Peter lived at the beginning of this transformation. He did not plan the future, but he moved through the network, and the movement grew. Eventually, Christianity became so widespread that emperors could no longer ignore it. That was centuries after Peter. By then, the tiny communities had become impossible to overlook. The religion once practiced quietly in homes would become public. The persecuted would become powerful. The marginalized would eventually influence emperors. And with power came new problems. How should Christians behave when they themselves have authority? What happens when the religion of the crucified becomes connected to the throne? How does a tradition built around humility handle wealth? How does a community of martyrs respond when it becomes part of government? These questions belong to later centuries, but their roots reach back to Peter, because Peter represents the beginning. The beginning did not contain the answers. It contained the questions. And perhaps that is what foundations really do. They do not tell you what the building will look like. They simply allow something to be built. Peter was part of that foundation, and later generations built, sometimes magnificently, sometimes disastrously, often both. The Christian world became one of the most complicated cultural systems in history. It produced philosophers and mystics, artists and soldiers, monks and kings, scientists and reformers, hospitals and universities, crusaders and missionaries, poets and politicians. All of them inherited something from the early Christian world. And somewhere near the beginning of that inheritance stood Peter. Not alone. Never alone. But unmistakably there. That is why his name survived. Because he belonged to the origin story. And human beings never stop asking about origins. Where did we come from? Who began this? Who was there at the beginning? What did they believe? What did they hope? What did they fear? Peter gives us a window, a small window, a dusty window, a window with scratches, but a window nonetheless. Through it, we can glimpse the first Christian generations. They are not distant statues. They are people. They eat. They travel. They argue. They pray. They worry. They wait. They hope. They mourn. They celebrate. They die. They remember. And Peter moves among them, sometimes leading, sometimes learning, sometimes failing, sometimes teaching. The human scale remains, and perhaps that is where the story should ultimately end. Not with the grandeur of the Vatican, not with the political history of the papacy, not with medieval Europe, not even with the Roman Empire, but with the simple idea that one person can matter. Not because they are perfect, not because they control the future, but because they influence the people around them. Peter influenced people. Those people influenced others. The chain continued, and the consequences became enormous. You do not need to see the entire chain to make the first link meaningful. Peter could not. He could only live his part. And perhaps that is a comforting thought for anyone awake in the quiet hours of the night. We rarely know what our lives will become. We do not know which moments will matter. We do not know which words will stay with someone. We do not know what people will remember. We do not know whether our work will survive. But we can still do it. We can still make the effort. We can still repair the net. We can still help someone across the river. We can still carry the message one more mile. Peter did. And then he was gone. The work continued. That is perhaps the most important lesson of his story. The work continues after us. Every generation receives unfinished work. We finish some. We damage some. We improve some. We misunderstand some. And then we pass it on. Peter received something unfinished. He passed it on. The church received it. The centuries transformed it. And still the work remains unfinished. Perhaps it always will. Because human beings are unfinished. History is unfinished. Communities are unfinished. Faith is interpreted anew by every generation. The questions never completely disappear. And maybe that is why Peter still matters. He belongs to the beginning. But the questions he faced belong to everyone. How do we respond when we are called to something larger? How do we recover after failure? How do we lead people who disagree with us? How do we preserve tradition while adapting to change? How do we remain faithful without becoming rigid? How do we use authority without being consumed by it? How do we face fear? How do we die? How do we live? Peter does not provide simple answers. His life is not a manual. It is a story. And stories are sometimes better than manuals. They allow us to see complexity. They allow us to watch a person change. They allow us to sit beside uncertainty. They allow us to understand that courage and fear can exist in the same human being. that strength and weakness can coexist, that failure does not always have to be the final chapter. Peter's life is a long argument against the idea that people are finished after their worst moment. He was not. And perhaps that is why the rooster remains such a powerful symbol. Morning comes. The night does not last forever. The sound wakes you. You remember. You regret. And then you decide what to do next. Peter decided to return. The rest of his life followed. That is the quiet miracle of his story. Not that he was perfect, that he continued. And now, after centuries, perhaps we can let the story settle. The ancient world is quiet. The lake is dark. The boats rest along the shore. The old roads are empty. The Roman city sleeps. The basilicas stand under the stars. The manuscripts lie closed. The names are written. The arguments are temporarily silent. And Peter is somewhere beyond all of it. Beyond the titles. Beyond the symbols. Beyond the institutions. Beyond the questions. The fisherman. Simon. Peter. A man who once stood beside a lake and had no idea how far his footsteps would travel. That is where we leave him. Not at a throne. Not beneath a golden dome. But beside the water. The same water that knew him before history did. The same wind. The same horizon. The same quiet morning waiting somewhere beyond the darkness. The centuries have passed. The world has changed. But the lake does not care. It simply moves. Wave after wave. Morning after morning. Generation after generation. And perhaps that is the final image. A man disappears. A story remains. The story is carried. The carrier disappears. Another takes it. And another. And another. Until the original voice is almost impossible to hear. But the echo remains. Peter. The fisherman. The apostle. The witness. The rock. The man who failed. The man who returned. The man who helped build. And perhaps finally, simply, Peter. A human being who lived. A human being who mattered. A human being whose life became part of a story far larger than himself. The night grows quieter. The water moves gently against the shore. The last light disappears. The stars remain. And for a little while, there is nothing left to explain. Nothing left to prove. Nothing left to argue. Only the soft sound of the ancient world breathing in the dark. The fisherman is gone. The road remains. The story continues. And somewhere, beyond the horizon, morning is beginning again. The road that remained. There is a temptation, when telling the story of someone as famous as Peter, to imagine that history moves in straight lines. Peter meets Jesus. Peter becomes an apostle. Peter leads the church. Peter goes to Rome. Peter dies. The church grows. The story becomes a triumph. It is neat. It is satisfying. And like most neat historical stories, it is probably too neat. Real history is full of gaps. People disappear from the record. Dates become uncertain. Traditions appear generations later. Communities disagree. Stories are remembered differently. And the people living through it do not know which details will survive. Peter lived inside that uncertainty. The earliest Christian movement did too. There was no guarantee that anyone would remember them. There was no guarantee that the movement would become global. There was no guarantee that Rome would one day become one of Christianity's great centers. There was no guarantee that Peter's name would still be spoken 2,000 years later. The people of the first century had no idea they were standing at the beginning of something enormous. They simply thought they were living. That distinction matters, because the past is always more ordinary from the inside. We look backward and see turning points. They saw Tuesday. We see beginnings. They saw another gathering. We see the birth of a world religion. They saw a road. We see history. Peter could not see the future. He could only see the road in front of him. And roads were very real things in the ancient world. Dusty, uneven, sometimes muddy, sometimes crowded. They wound between villages and fields. They crossed hills. They passed walls. They followed rivers. They connected cities. Travel was slow and uncomfortable. A journey that would take us a few hours today might take several days. A journey across the Mediterranean world could take weeks. There were no instant messages, no maps on glowing screens, no weather forecasts, no roadside restaurants conveniently appearing every 30 minutes. If you were hungry, you hoped you could find food. If you were tired, you hoped there was somewhere safe to sleep. If the weather turned bad, you waited. If a road became dangerous, you reconsidered your plans. And yet people traveled. Merchants traveled. Soldiers traveled. Slaves traveled. Pilgrims traveled. Teachers traveled. Missionaries traveled. Ideas traveled. Peter traveled. And every journey changed the movement, because Christianity did not spread through ideas alone. It spread through feet, human feet. People physically carrying stories from one place to another. Person arrives at a city. They meet another person. They speak. Someone listens. Someone becomes curious. A small gathering forms. A letter is written. A messenger carries it. Another community reads it. A question returns. Another messenger travels. And slowly, almost invisibly, a network forms. This is the kind of history that is easy to overlook because it is not dramatic. There is no great battle. No burning city. No emperor standing on a balcony. Just people talking. But conversations can change civilizations. Peter's world was built on conversations. The earliest Christian movement depended on them. And perhaps Peter's greatest gift was not that he possessed every answer. It was that he could stand at the center of conversations. He represented continuity. He knew the beginning. He had known Jesus. He had been there. That gave his voice a special weight. Imagine sitting in a small room decades after the crucifixion. The people there are discussing what they have heard. One person asks, "What did Jesus actually say?" Another answers. Someone else remembers differently. Then Peter speaks. The room becomes quieter, because Peter was there. That is the power of memory when it is embodied in a person. The past has a voice, and Peter's voice mattered. But voices disappear. People die. And once the first generation began dying, the communities faced a new problem. How do you preserve memory when the witnesses are gone? The answer was writing. Stories were written. Letters were preserved. Teachings were repeated. Traditions were organized. Names were remembered. The Christian movement gradually moved from a world dominated by living witnesses toward a world increasingly dependent on texts and traditions. Peter became part of that transition. His name was attached to writings. His memory became literary. The fisherman entered parchment. And parchment is patient, can survive when voices cannot. But writing introduces another problem. Once words are written, people can interpret them differently. They can argue over them. They can copy them. They can translate them. They can compare them. They can disagree. And Christianity became a civilization of texts. The Bible would eventually become central. Interpretation would become a major source of authority. And Peter's name would appear repeatedly within those discussions. What did Peter mean? What did Peter represent? What did Jesus intend when he spoke to Peter? Who has authority after Peter? How should the church understand itself? The questions multiplied. Peter had become more than a person. He had become an argument. That is one of the strangest things that can happen to a historical figure. You stop being merely someone people remember. You become someone people use to explain something. Peter became a theological argument about authority, continuity, unity, leadership, and the church itself. Different Christians came to different conclusions. Some emphasized Peter's unique position. Others emphasized the collective authority of the apostles. Some traditions placed enormous importance on the succession of bishops in Rome. Others rejected the idea that Peter's authority could be transferred in the same way. The disagreements became profound, and they would eventually shape the entire history of Christianity. But beneath all of those debates was a very simple question. What did Peter mean? The answer depended on what people thought the church should be. If the church needed a visible center of unity, Peter could provide one. If authority needed to remain distributed among bishops, Peter could represent the apostolic foundation without becoming a permanent monarch. If the church needed continuity with the apostles, Peter could become the symbol of that continuity. The same historical figure could therefore support different ideas. That is not unusual. History is often more useful to people when it is ambiguous. Ambiguity allows interpretation. Peter's life contained enough uncertainty for centuries of argument. And humanity has never been shy about arguing, especially about religion, especially when authority is involved, especially when everyone believes the eternal truth is on their side. Because of course they did. The irony is that Peter himself lived before many of the institutional categories later used to describe him. He did not think in terms of medieval papal monarchy. He could not have. Those structures did not exist. He belonged to a Jewish movement within the Roman world. He was part of a small community. He was dealing with immediate questions. What should we do? Where should we go? Who should we include? How should we understand Jesus? What happens next? Later centuries asked different questions, and they projected those questions backward. That is a common feature of history. We often ask ancient people modern questions. Sometimes that helps us understand them. Sometimes it distorts them. The historian has to walk carefully. We must distinguish between what Peter probably knew and what later generations believed about him. That distinction does not make his story less fascinating. It makes it more fascinating, because now we can watch the transformation. 1st century Peter, 2nd century Peter, 4th century Peter, medieval Peter, Renaissance Peter, Reformation Peter, modern Peter. Each one is partly the same. Each one is partly different. The historical Peter is the foundation. The others are interpretations, and all of them tell us something. The changing image of Peter reveals the changing needs of Christianity. In times of uncertainty, Peter could symbolize stability. In times of division, he could symbolize unity. In times of reform, he could symbolize the original church. In times of institutional power, he could symbolize authority. In times of spiritual crisis, he could symbolize repentance. That last one may be the most enduring, because Peter's failure remained useful. A perfect apostle would be impressive. A forgiven apostle is relatable. He could become an example for ordinary people, people who had failed, people who were ashamed, people who wondered whether they had ruined everything. Peter's story said, not necessarily. There may still be a road ahead. That idea has carried enormous emotional power. And it is worth remembering that the early Christian world was full of people who lived under pressure. Some faced social exclusion. Some faced legal difficulties. Some lost family relationships. Some feared punishment. Some were poor. Some were enslaved. Some were wealthy and uncertain. Some were sick. Some were simply trying to survive. The message of restoration mattered to them. Peter became a symbol of that possibility. The man who once stood outside a fire in fear could later become a figure of courage. The transformation was not instantaneous. That makes it believable. Human beings change slowly. Usually. We learn through repetition, through mistakes, through consequences, through other people. Peter's story contains all of those. And perhaps the most important relationship in his story was not simply between Peter and Jesus. It was between Peter and the community. A person becomes different when other people expect something from them. Leadership changes you. Responsibility changes you. People depending on you changes you. Peter could not remain the same fisherman once others depended on him. He had to become something else. Not because he stopped being Peter, because Peter had expanded. This is another reason the story remains relevant. We all change when responsibility arrives. A parent changes. A teacher changes. A leader changes. A friend changes when someone depends on them. You can no longer think only about yourself. Peter learned that. The fisherman became a shepherd. The net became a community. The lake became the Mediterranean. The small group became a church. The scale expanded. But the underlying task remained familiar. Care for others. Keep the community together. Pass on what you received. Repair what breaks. And continue. The work was never finished. That may be the best way to understand the title, The Apostle Who Built the Church. He did not build it alone. He did not design it. He did not control its future. He helped lay foundations. He helped preserve continuity. He helped lead a fragile movement through its earliest decades. That was enough. Sometimes we demand too much from historical figures. We want them to be responsible for everything that came later. Peter was not. The medieval papacy was not Peter. The Renaissance Church was not Peter. Modern Catholicism is not simply Peter transported through time. They are later developments, but they claimed connection to Peter, and that claim mattered. The past becomes powerful when people believe they are connected to it. Continuity creates legitimacy. That is true in religion. It is true in politics. It is true in families. A king says, "I descend from the ancient dynasty." A government says, "We continue the traditions of the founders." A university says, "We have existed for centuries." A church says, "We remain connected to the apostles." The claim creates authority. Peter therefore became part of a larger human desire. The desire to belong to something ancient, something continuous, something that existed before us and, ideally, will exist after us. Perhaps this is why Peter's memory has been so persistent. He represents continuity. He is a bridge between generations. And bridges are valuable precisely because they connect places that would otherwise be separated. Peter connects the historical Jesus with later Christianity. At least in Christian memory, he stands between the two. He knew the beginning. Later generations knew only the tradition. Peter became the bridge. And eventually the bridge itself became sacred. The idea of apostolic succession grew. Bishops were understood as inheriting the responsibility of earlier leaders. The church could say, "We did not invent this yesterday. We received it. We inherited it. We continue it." That was enormously important in a world where new religious movements appeared constantly. Ancient people were not strangers to religious innovation. New cults appeared. Old cults changed. Mystery religions attracted followers. Philosophers proposed new ideas. Prophets appeared. Teachers gathered disciples. Christianity was one movement among many at first. Its claim to ancient continuity became part of its identity. Peter was central to that story. But there is another irony. The people who preserved Peter's memory eventually lived in a world very different from his. By the medieval period, Christianity was no longer a small movement meeting quietly in homes. It was embedded in kingdoms. Churches dominated landscapes. Monasteries held land. Bishops advised rulers. The papacy had political influence. Peter's name could be invoked in negotiations between kings and popes. The fisherman had become part of diplomacy. Imagine the absurdity. Peter had probably never imagined a world where rulers would argue over his authority. Yet centuries later, his name could appear in political disputes involving armies, territory, taxes, and crowns. History had expanded his shadow. The same happens to many founders. Their original intentions become secondary to what later people believe they represent. But perhaps that is unavoidable. Once a person becomes a symbol, they no longer belong entirely to themselves. Peter belonged to the generations that remembered him. That is both the glory and danger of legacy. You cannot control it. You can only leave something behind. After that, other people decide what it means. Peter's story therefore belongs partly to him and partly to everyone who came after. The church inherited him. Artists inherited him. Theologians inherited him. Politicians inherited him. Historians inherited him. Ordinary believers inherited him. Even skeptics inherited him. Anyone who asks whether Peter really did this or that is participating in the afterlife of Peter's story. The argument itself is evidence of survival. If nobody cared, there would be no argument. Silence would be the end. Peter has never had silence. There has always been another question, another interpretation, another generation, another book, another sermon, another painting, another pilgrim, another historian, another listener. The story continues. And now perhaps we can slow down again, because beneath all the intellectual history, there remains the man. Imagine Peter near the end of his life. He is older now. The body remembers years of travel. The hands remember work. The face carries weather. The hair has changed. The voice may be rougher. The world has changed around him. The movement that once seemed small is now spread across the Mediterranean. There are communities he has never seen. People know the name of Jesus in cities Peter may never have imagined. There are letters moving between Christians. There are disagreements. There are hopes. There are fears. The old fisherman can look backward, and perhaps he realizes something. The net has grown. Not because he controlled every strand, because other hands joined it. This is what every founder eventually discovers. You do not own the future. You begin something. Others carry it. Sometimes they carry it faithfully, sometimes strangely, sometimes beautifully, sometimes in ways you would never have expected. But they carry it. Peter's final years are surrounded by uncertainty. The sources do not give us a complete diary. We do not know every place he visited. We do not know exactly how he spent every year. We do not know the precise details of his final days. And perhaps the uncertainty is appropriate. Most lives end without a perfect historical record. Peter's does too. The man disappears into the shadows. The tradition remains. And the tradition says he died as a martyr. That memory became central. The apostle who once feared death eventually faced it. Whether every later detail can be established with confidence is another question. But the ancient Christian memory of Peter's martyrdom was powerful. It transformed his death into testimony. The word martyr means witness, and Peter became the witness who did not retreat. The man who once denied his teacher was remembered as remaining faithful at the end. Again, the transformation matters. His story had come full circle. Fear, failure, return, leadership, suffering, death, memory. The arc was complete, but history was not. The road continued without him. That is always the strange thing about death. The person stops. The world does not. The sun rises the next morning. People eat breakfast. Children cry. Markets open. Ships leave harbors. Messages travel. The community gathers. Someone has to lead. Someone has to teach. Someone has to carry the memory. And so the story continues. Peter is gone. But Christianity is not. That may be his most important legacy. The movement survived the death of its first generation. It became capable of continuing without the people who began it. That is the difference between a personality cult and a durable tradition. The founder dies. The community continues. Peter's death, therefore, did not end his story. It changed the kind of story it was. From life to memory. From witness to tradition. From person to symbol. And that is where we began. The fisherman became a memory. The memory became an institution. The institution became a civilization. But beneath all of it, the original human being still matters. Because without him, there would be no memory, no symbol, no institution, no argument, no basilica, no paintings, no keys, no centuries of interpretation. There would simply be an empty space where Peter's story once stood. Instead, there is a road, and the road is long, perhaps too long to ever completely follow. But tonight we have followed it far enough. From Galilee to Jerusalem, from Jerusalem into the wider Roman world, from the first communities into centuries of memory, and eventually into the quiet of the present. The fisherman has traveled farther than any ship could carry him. His name has crossed oceans. His story has crossed languages. His memory has crossed civilizations. And still, somehow, the original image remains. A man beside a lake, a net, a boat, a call, a step. That is enough. Because every great historical story becomes simpler at the beginning and at the end. At the beginning, one person. At the end, one memory. Everything in between is the complicated middle. Empires, arguments, institutions, art, politics, war, faith, power. Human beings trying to decide what the beginning meant. But perhaps the beginning was always simpler. Follow. Listen. Serve. Return. Continue. Peter's life can be read as an argument for all five. And now the night is deep. The old roads are empty. The Mediterranean is dark. The Galilean hills are quiet. Rome rests beneath the stars. The places Peter once walked are layered beneath centuries of other lives. The stones remember more than any one person could. But they do not speak. So we listen instead to the story. A fisherman. A disciple. A leader. A failure. A witness. A martyr. A memory. And finally, a name. Peter. The name remains. The road remains. The story remains. And somewhere, far beyond the darkness, the morning is waiting. As it always has. As it always will. The lake will catch the first light. The fishermen will return. The nets will be lifted. The boats will move. And another ordinary day will begin. History rarely announces itself. Perhaps Peter's greatest lesson is simply that. You never know which ordinary morning will become the beginning of something enormous. You never know which person beside you will matter to centuries you will never see. You never know which small act will become part of someone else's story. Peter did not know. He walked anyway. And that is where we leave him. Walking. Not toward a monument. Not toward a throne. Just forward. The water behind him. The road ahead. The past becoming memory. The future still unknown. And the quiet sound of footsteps disappearing into the distance. The story is over. But the road is not. The road never is. The fisherman beneath the marble. There is something almost unsettling about standing in front of a monument built for someone who lived in a world without monuments like it. Imagine Peter walking into a vast Roman building. The ceiling rises above him. Marble surrounds him. Columns stretch into the distance. Mosaics shimmer. Incense hangs in the air. Thousands of people move through the space. And someone quietly tells him, "This is for you." Peter would probably look around, then look at the person, then perhaps look around again. Because the fishermen of Galilee belonged to a world of wood. Rope, mud, stone, woven cloth, fish, dust, and simple rooms. He did not belong naturally inside enormous halls of marble. And yet, centuries after his death, his name became associated with some of the grandest architecture in the Christian world. That contrast tells us something important. The church became larger than its founders could have imagined. Institutions do this. A small idea becomes a movement becomes a community becomes an institution becomes a civilization, and eventually the original scale of the idea becomes almost impossible to see. Peter's story is hidden beneath the marble, but it is still there, because beneath every enormous structure is a foundation, and foundations are usually invisible. That is Peter, the invisible foundation beneath centuries of construction. The metaphor is almost too appropriate. Peter was remembered as the rock. Stone became the language. Rock, foundation, church, building. The symbolism writes itself, but the real story is more complicated. A church is never only stone. It is people, arguments, memories, prayers, mistakes, forgiveness, ambition, fear, hope, and that was true from the beginning. The earliest Christian communities were not perfect communities. They were fragile, sometimes poor, sometimes divided, sometimes frightened, sometimes joyful. They had to figure out how to survive. They had to figure out how to feed people, how to care for widows, how to support travelers, how to settle disputes, how to handle money, how to recognize leaders, how to maintain unity. The glamorous version of early Christianity tends to focus on miracles and martyrdoms. The ordinary version is much more interesting. People needed food. People needed shelter. People needed someone to settle arguments. People needed letters delivered. People needed to know when to meet. Someone had to organize things, because spirituality, however profound, does not eliminate logistics. Someone still has to bring the bread. Someone still has to clean the room. Someone still has to care for the sick. Someone still has to count the money. Someone still has to decide where everyone sits. Even the apostles could not escape administration, because of course they couldn't. History has never discovered a way to organize a large group of humans without paperwork. Peter's leadership therefore existed in the ordinary world. He was not floating above daily life. He was inside it. And that is worth emphasizing because later religious art can make apostles look almost superhuman. Golden halos, perfect robes, calm expressions. The actual people were probably much less elegant. They sweated. They argued. They became tired. They misunderstood each other. They worried about money. They worried about danger. They worried about what would happen next. The halo came later. The exhaustion came first. And perhaps this is why Peter remains relatable. He is one of the great reminders that religious history is still human history. People carry ideals in ordinary bodies. They get hungry. They get sick. They become frightened. They sleep badly. They make mistakes. And then they wake up and continue. That is what Peter did. Continue. Again and again. His story therefore contains a quiet rhythm. Call. Journey. Failure. Return. Work. Conflict. Perseverance. That rhythm is not dramatic enough for a heroic epic, but it is realistic enough for a human life. And maybe that is why it lasts. There is another reason Peter's memory became so powerful. He represented the connection between the visible and invisible. The church needed to believe that its spiritual identity had a historical foundation. Peter was historical. He had lived. He had known Jesus. He had participated in the earliest community. He had suffered. He had died. That made him useful as a bridge between belief and history. Person could say, our faith is not merely an idea. It began with people. People who lived. People who witnessed. People who remembered. Peter was one of those people. This did not solve every historical question. It never could. But it gave Christianity a sense of rootedness. And rootedness matters. A tree with roots can survive storms. A tradition with roots can survive change. Peter became one of those roots. The church could change enormously while still saying, "We go back to Peter." That sentence could mean many things, but it created continuity, and continuity became increasingly important as Christianity spread into cultures far beyond its origin. The further Christianity traveled from Galilee, the more important the memory of Galilee became. The religion could no longer rely on shared local customs. A Christian in Syria might live differently from a Christian in Rome. A Christian in Egypt might speak differently from a Christian in Greece. A Christian community in North Africa might face different political realities from one in Asia Minor. What held them together? Partly texts, partly rituals, partly beliefs, partly shared stories. And among those stories was Peter. He was part of the common memory. The same fisherman could be remembered in many languages. This is one of the remarkable features of Christianity's expansion. It did not remain culturally identical. It became diverse. Different liturgies, different theological traditions, different artistic styles, different customs, different church structures. Yet the apostles remained common ancestors. Peter was one of the most important. The story therefore became a kind of cultural thread. A thin thread at first, then stronger, then woven into larger patterns. And eventually, the thread became difficult to separate from the fabric. That is what a founding memory does. It becomes part of identity. Peter's image appears in churches not because he was physically present there, but because the community wanted to say, "We belong to the same story." That is powerful. A Christian community thousands of miles from Judea could still claim connection to the fisherman. Distance became irrelevant. The story traveled. And the story traveled because people carried it. This is another reminder that ancient history is not only about kings and battles. It is about carriers. The person who carries the letter, the merchant who carries a book, the traveler who carries a story, the mother who teaches a child a prayer, the old man who remembers a tradition, the young woman who asks why. These people preserve civilizations, usually without knowing it. Peter himself became one of the memories carried by ordinary people. A grandmother tells her grandchildren. Priest tells a congregation. A monk copies a manuscript. A painter studies an older painting. Pilgrim visits a shrine. A child hears the story. The chain continues. And the chain is fragile. Any generation could stop caring. Any tradition could disappear. Any language could change. Any institution could collapse. Yet Peter remained. That is not something we should take for granted. Most ancient names do not survive in this way. Most fishermen vanish completely. Peter did not. Why? Because his story was useful. It spoke to something people needed. Failure. Leadership. Faith. Forgiveness. Courage. Authority. Suffering. Hope. These themes never became obsolete. That is why Peter could be reinterpreted endlessly. A medieval Christian might see him as a model of obedience. A reformer might see him as a reminder of apostolic simplicity. A modern historian might see him as a window into first-century Judaism. A pilgrim might see him as a holy ancestor. A theologian might see him as the foundation of ecclesial authority. Different Peter. Same memory. And perhaps this is why historical figures never completely belong to historians. Historians can reconstruct. They can compare sources. They can evaluate traditions. They can say, this is early. This is late. This is uncertain. This is probable. This is impossible to establish. But historians cannot control what Peter means to millions of people. Meaning belongs to communities. History can explain how a symbol developed. Cannot always explain why the symbol moves someone. That belongs to another part of human experience. Peter's story lives in both worlds. History and memory. Evidence and faith. Humanity and symbolism. and perhaps the tension between them is what keeps the story alive. If everything were certain, there would be less to discuss. If everything were fictional, there would be less historical weight. Peter exists in the difficult middle, a historical figure surrounded by centuries of interpretation. That is where many important people live. The challenge is to separate the layers without destroying the meaning. We can say, the evidence is uncertain, and still understand why people believed. We can say, the later tradition developed, and still recognize that the tradition changed history. We can say, the institution grew beyond its founder, and still acknowledge the founder's importance. These things can all be true at once. History does not always require us to choose one simple answer. Sometimes complexity is the honest answer. Peter deserves that complexity, because he was complex. He was not simply brave. He was brave and afraid. Not simply decisive and impulsive. Not simply loyal and capable of denial. Not simply a leader who had to learn how to lead. This makes him much more interesting than a flawless saint. Flawless people are difficult to believe in. Peter feels alive. He makes mistakes in ways we recognize. He speaks too quickly. He promises too much. He discovers that courage is harder than words. Then he learns. And perhaps that is why his story is so emotionally durable. Contains development, a beginning, a middle, a transformation. That is the structure of almost every meaningful human story. We begin as one person. Life happens. We become another. Not completely, but enough. Peter's life shows that transformation can occur under pressure. The pressure was enormous. Political tension, religious conflict, social uncertainty, persecution, internal disagreement, travel, leadership, loss, and still the movement continued. Peter continued. That is not nothing. Now think about the final image of Peter. The later Christian imagination often portrays him holding keys. It is a beautiful symbol, but perhaps we can place another object in his hands. A net. The keys represent what later generations thought he came to symbolize. The net represents where he came from. The two images together tell the story. The fisherman became the guardian. The worker became the symbol. The ordinary became the extraordinary. But the extraordinary never fully erased the ordinary. The hands that once held rope became hands imagined holding keys. The man who once repaired nets became the man remembered as repairing a community. There is something poetic about that. A net catches fish. Community catches people. Both require patience. Both require repair. Both can tear. Both depend on many strands, and neither works through force alone. You cannot command fish into a net. You cannot command people into genuine community. You invite. You wait. You cast. You gather. You repair. You try again. Peter's story can therefore be read as a story of gathering. First a few disciples, then a community, then communities, then a movement, then a church, then a civilization. The scale changes. The basic act remains. Gathering people around a shared story. That is what churches have done for centuries. They gather. They remember. They interpret. They argue. They forgive. They sing. They pray. They eat. They mourn. They celebrate. And somewhere in the background, Peter remains. Sometimes on an icon. Sometimes in a reading. Sometimes in a statue. Sometimes simply in a name. But present. The fisherman refuses to disappear. And perhaps that is the real meaning of legacy. Not being remembered constantly. Being impossible to erase completely. You can stop talking about someone for a while. But if the story has entered culture deeply enough, it returns. Peter returns. Every generation rediscovers him. Every generation asks new questions. And perhaps another generation will do the same. Long after our own world has changed beyond recognition, people may still wonder about Peter. Not because they know him personally, because the questions around him remain. What makes a person change? Can failure be forgiven? How does a small community become a great institution? How does faith survive uncertainty? How does memory become authority? How does an ordinary person become part of history? These are not first-century questions. They are human questions. And so Peter remains useful, not as a perfect answer, as a person to think with. That may be his most enduring gift. Peter gives us a human face for transformation, the face of someone who did not understand everything, who failed, who returned, who became responsible for others, who endured, who died, and whose memory outlived every road he walked. Perhaps now we can finally let the story become quiet. The enormous church fades. The marble becomes shadow. The keys become silhouettes. The paintings disappear into darkness. The arguments stop. The centuries fall away. The empire becomes distant. The roads become empty. And once again we are beside the lake. The original lake. The quiet water. The small boats. The smell of rope. The morning wind. The sound of waves touching the shore. Peter is there. Not as a saint. Not as a bishop. Not as a symbol, just Peter. For a moment, nobody knows the future. There is no papacy, no basilica, no medieval church, no theological dispute, no global religion, only the lake, the boat, the man, and a road beginning. That is perhaps the most beautiful part of history. Before something becomes enormous, it is usually small. Before a cathedral, there is a stone. Before a movement, there is a conversation. Before a civilization, there is a choice. Before a legacy, there is a life. Peter had a life. Then he had a legacy. And now his legacy belongs to history. The water moves. The sky lightens. The fisherman looks toward the horizon. And somewhere behind him, the world is beginning to wake. The work is waiting. The nets need repairing. The boats need pulling ashore. People need feeding. The road needs walking. So he goes. One step. Then another. No music. No applause. No knowledge of the centuries waiting ahead. Just footsteps. And perhaps that is enough. Because every great historical journey begins with someone who does not know where it will end. Peter did not. He walked anyway, and the road remained. Long after he was gone, long after Rome changed, long after the empire disappeared, long after the first churches became ruins, the road remained. People continued walking it, generation after generation, carrying stories, carrying questions, carrying memories, carrying hope. And somewhere along that road, Peter's name continued to travel, quietly, patiently, almost like the sound of water, a whisper, then another, until the whisper becomes tradition, tradition becomes memory, memory becomes history, and history becomes the story we tell in the quiet hours of the night. The fisherman, the apostle, the man who built, the man who failed, the man who returned, Peter. And now the story can rest. The lake is dark. The stars are clear. The ancient roads are empty. The marble sleeps. The keys are silent. The net is folded. The boat is still. The fisherman is gone. But the road remains. And somewhere, beyond the darkness, morning is coming. Slowly. Quietly. As it always does. The fisherman, the rock, and the road beyond history. And so, after all the roads have been walked, after the arguments have faded, after the cities have risen and fallen, after the Roman world has become something we can only glimpse through ruins and fragments, we arrive at the quietest part of Peter's story, the part where there is nothing left to prove. No empire to conquer, no council to persuade, no crowd to impress, no net to cast, no argument to win, only memory. And perhaps memory is the strangest monument of all. Stone can crack, paint can fade, buildings can collapse, governments disappear, languages change, but a story can survive almost anything. A story can be carried in the mind, can cross a border without needing permission, can travel farther than an army. It can survive when the people who first told it are long gone. Peter became such a story. He began as a man, then he became an apostle, then a leader, then a martyr, then a symbol. And eventually, for millions of people, he became something close to a companion from the distant past. A name spoken in prayer, a figure in a painting, a statue standing in a quiet church, a fisherman remembered beside a lake. The remarkable thing is not that Peter became famous. The remarkable thing is that the memory remained human. Because beneath the titles, Peter is still the man who was afraid. That may be the detail worth remembering most. History likes winners. It likes emperors who conquered, generals who defeated, kings who ruled, explorers who reached, inventors who discovered. But Peter gives us something different. He gives us a person who failed, and then kept going. There is something deeply human about that. The man remembered as a foundation once trembled. The man remembered as a leader once denied knowing the person he followed. The man remembered for courage once discovered that courage could disappear in a single cold night. And yet the story did not end there. Perhaps that is why the rooster matters so much. The rooster does not merely announce morning. In Peter's story, it announces memory. You remember what you did. You remember what you said. You remember the moment when you were not the person you wanted to be. And then the sun rises anyway. That is the mercy of morning. It arrives whether we deserve it or not. The world does not stop because we have failed. The light still comes through the window. The streets still become busy. The birds still sing. The water still moves. And somewhere another day begins. Peter's life became a long lesson in beginning again. The fisherman began again after leaving his nets. The disciple began again after misunderstanding. The leader began again after failure. The community began again after the death of Jesus. The church began again after persecution. Again and again. There is no single moment when Peter becomes perfect. That is not his story. His story is movement, person changing slowly, person learning, a person being corrected by life. And perhaps that is much closer to the way real transformation works. We rarely become different overnight. Usually we become different one decision at a time, one failure, one conversation, one loss, one act of courage, one moment of forgiveness, one more attempt, then another. Peter's life was made of such moments, and eventually those moments became a legacy. That is how history is built, not only by dramatic events, but by accumulation, a word spoken, person encouraged, a community gathered, a letter delivered, a road traveled, a memory preserved, small things, repeated, until they become enormous. The church that later filled cities began with gatherings small enough to fit into ordinary homes. The global Christian tradition began with people who had no idea it would become global. Peter did not have a blueprint. He had a road. And roads are different from blueprints. A blueprint tells you where you are going. A road simply gives you somewhere to walk. Peter walked. Others followed. The road became larger, and eventually, centuries later, people looked backward and called it history. Perhaps that is one of the great illusions of history. We see the finished shape. They lived the uncertainty. We know that Christianity survived. They did not. We know Peter became famous. He did not. We know Rome would become central to Christian history. Peter could not know what Rome would become. We know enormous churches would stand where small communities once gathered. They did not. For Peter, the future was invisible, and that makes his courage more meaningful, because courage is easy when the outcome is certain. It is much harder when you do not know. The early Christians did not know. They hoped. They believed. They continued. And sometimes that is the most anyone can do. Hope without certainty. Faith without a map. A step without seeing the entire road. Peter's story belongs to that human experience. The experience of moving forward while still carrying questions. And there were many questions. What would happen to the movement? Who would lead? Who would join? How should Jews and Gentiles live together? How should the communities remain united? What would happen when the apostles died? What would happen when persecution came? What would happen when the Roman authorities noticed them? The early Christians did not have the luxury of knowing the ending. They were writing the middle of the story, and the middle is always the hardest part. Beginnings have excitement. Endings have clarity. The middle has uncertainty. Peter lived in the middle. He helped build while the foundations were still moving. He led while the destination remained unclear. That is perhaps what made his role so important. He did not inherit a finished church. He helped a fragile community become something capable of surviving without him. That is a profound form of leadership. To build something that does not depend entirely on your presence. The best leaders eventually become unnecessary. Their work continues. Their students teach. Their communities function. Their values survive. Peter died. The church did not. That was the test. And it passed. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But it survived. The generations after Peter would make mistakes. They would disagree. They would divide. They would create institutions Peter could never have imagined. They would sometimes honor his memory and sometimes use it for purposes far removed from the simplicity of his earliest world. That is the strange fate of founders. Once they are gone, they cannot correct their interpreters. They cannot stand up and say, "That is not what I meant." Peter could not. So others spoke for him, sometimes wisely, sometimes badly, sometimes sincerely, sometimes for political reasons. And this is where history becomes complicated. The memory of Peter became powerful enough to be used. His authority became an argument. His name could justify decisions. His example could support reforms. His tradition could challenge reforms. His image could represent unity. His memory could become part of division. That is not unique to Peter. Human beings turn almost every important symbol into a field of disagreement. But perhaps we should not blame the symbol. The problem is not always the memory. It is what people do with it. Peter's original story contains enough humility to resist some of the grandeur later placed upon him. He was a fisherman. He was not born into imperial power. He did not command legions. He did not control a treasury. He did not inherit a throne. His influence began with relationships, people, words, trust, service. That is worth remembering when the marble becomes too overwhelming. Return to the fisherman. Return to the net. Return to the lake. Because the church was not built from marble first. It was built from people. And people are always more fragile than stone. They need forgiveness. They need food. They need encouragement. They need leadership. They need someone to say, "Keep going." Peter became one of those people, not because he was flawless, because he had learned how to continue. And perhaps that is why the title Rock became so appropriate. A rock does not have to be perfect. It has to remain. It has to bear weight. Peter bore weight. He carried responsibility. He carried memory. He carried the expectations of others. He carried his own failures. And eventually, he carried the weight of a tradition that would grow far beyond him. That is a heavy thing for any human being. Yet Peter's story reminds us that strength is not the absence of weakness. Strength can mean remaining present despite weakness. A person can be frightened and still act. A person can fail and still return. A person can doubt and still continue. A person can be ordinary and still matter. Peter embodied all of these. And perhaps that is why his story has survived so well. Because ordinary people can see themselves in him. The emperor is difficult to imitate. The conqueror belongs to another world. The philosopher may feel distant. But the fisherman? The fisherman is familiar. He knows work. He knows exhaustion. He knows weather. He knows hunger. He knows the disappointment of empty nets. He knows the satisfaction of a successful catch. He knows what it means to wake before sunrise. He knows what it means to depend on the people beside him. He knows that storms can arrive without warning. And he knows that sometimes the best thing you can do is keep the boat afloat. Peter began there. And perhaps that is why the story feels strangely comforting. It does not begin with greatness. It begins with ordinary life. That may be the most important detail of all. Great historical stories often begin quietly. The world is unaware. The person is unaware. The future is hidden. Peter's first morning was probably not cinematic. There was no narrator, no orchestra, no glowing title card announcing the future apostle of Rome. There was simply a man working. That is how history usually looks from inside. Ordinary. Uncertain. A little boring. Sometimes very tiring. And then something happens. A conversation. A meeting. A loss. A choice. A call. The direction changes. Peter's direction changed. And because his direction changed, the direction of countless other lives eventually changed too. This does not mean that Peter alone changed history. No historical figure does. History is always collective. Thousands of people contribute. Most of them remain unnamed. Peter's story is simply one visible thread. Behind him were countless others. Mothers who raised children in Christian households. Travelers who carried messages. Hosts who opened their homes. People who shared food. People who cared for the sick. People who buried the dead. People who copied texts. People who remembered stories. People whose names we will never know. They built the church too. Perhaps we should let them stand beside Peter. Because no institution is built by one person. Even the strongest founder depends on invisible hands. The famous name becomes the symbol. The unknown people become the foundation. That is true throughout history. And it was certainly true here. So when we say Peter helped build the church, we should imagine not a single man laying stones. Imagine a community. Hands passing food. Voices speaking. Feet walking. Letters being carried. People gathering. People leaving. People returning. People grieving. People forgiving. A network forming. Slowly. Quietly. Persistently. That was the early church. Not yet the enormous institution later generations would know. Something smaller. Something more vulnerable. Something more intimate. Something much closer to the human scale. And Peter stood within it. Not above it. Within it. That distinction matters. He was part of the community he helped lead. He ate with them. Traveled with them. Argued with them. Suffered with them, and eventually died. The road did not end because he reached its end. It continued because others were already walking. That is the final image we should keep. Not Peter disappearing, but Peter's footsteps becoming part of a larger road. Footsteps are temporary. Roads are longer. Person passes. The road remains. And perhaps that is what every life ultimately becomes. A set of footsteps, some deep, some shallow, some remembered, most forgotten, but all part of the road. Peter's footsteps became unusually visible. People followed them. They built churches near them. They told stories about them. They argued over where they had gone. But they were still footsteps. Human. Temporary. Finite. That is what makes the story beautiful. The man did not become immortal. The memory did. There is a difference. Peter died. The world did not stop, but his story continued. And stories have strange lives. They change as they travel. They gather details. They lose details. They become symbols. They become songs. They become paintings. They become architecture. They become names. They become prayers. Peter's story became all of these. And now, 2,000 years later, we are still telling it. That alone is extraordinary. The fisherman of Galilee has outlived empires. The Roman political system he knew is gone. The roads he traveled have been rebuilt. The languages around him have changed. The political map has been redrawn countless times. And yet his name remains. Peter. Perhaps that is enough. We do not need to force the story into certainty. We do not need to pretend we know every detail. We can allow the unanswered questions to remain. History is not weakened by uncertainty. Sometimes uncertainty is what makes history honest. Peter's life is partly known, partly remembered, partly interpreted, and partly lost. That is the fate of almost every human being. The difference is that Peter's fragments survived unusually well, and from those fragments, generations constructed meaning. Some of that meaning belongs to Peter. Some belongs to the people who remembered him. Some belongs to the centuries that followed. And some belongs to us, because every time we hear an ancient story, we participate in its afterlife. We bring our own questions, our own fears, our own hopes. We look at Peter and see something, perhaps courage, perhaps failure, perhaps faith, perhaps leadership, perhaps simply humanity. Whatever we see, the story has done its work. It has made the dead speak again, quietly, not literally, but through memory. And now, perhaps, it is time to let that voice become quiet. The Roman world fades. The crowds disappear. The churches become shadows. The marble cools. The candles burn lower. The manuscripts close. The roads empty. The Mediterranean turns dark beneath the stars. And the lake returns. Galilee. Night. Water moving gently against the shore. A small boat rests in the darkness. The ropes lie coiled. The nets are folded. The air smells faintly of water and earth. There is no empire here, no cathedral, no argument, no title, only the quiet. And perhaps somewhere in that darkness, we can imagine the young Peter before the world knew his name. A fisherman. Tired. Ordinary. Looking across the water. He does not know what is coming. He cannot see Rome. He cannot see the churches. He cannot see the paintings. He cannot see the millions of people who will one day know his name. He cannot see any of it. And perhaps that is a gift. Because for one moment, Peter is simply Peter. Before history. Before legend. Before authority. Before marble. Before memory. A man beside the water. And the morning has not yet arrived. The stars are still visible. The lake is quiet. The world is holding its breath. Then, slowly, the horizon begins to brighten. The darkness turns gray. The hills appear. The water catches the first light. A bird calls somewhere in the distance. The village begins to wake. Someone opens a door. Someone lights a fire. Someone carries water. The ordinary world returns. And Peter's story, like every human story, belongs to that ordinary world. Perhaps that is where its deepest meaning lies. Not in the grandeur that came later, but in the simple possibility that an ordinary life can become meaningful. that a person can fail and still return, that responsibility can transform weakness into strength, that communities can survive their founders, that memories can cross centuries, that a story can become a bridge between the dead and the living. Peter built nothing alone, but he helped build something that survived him, and perhaps that is all any of us can hope for. Not immortality, not monuments, not statues, just something useful left behind. Kindness, a lesson, a memory, person helped, a road made slightly easier for someone else. Peter left a road, others walked it, and now we walk our own. The fisherman has become history, history has become memory, memory has become story, and the story remains. So tonight, let the last image be simple. The lake, the boat, the net, the first light, the footsteps beginning again. No trumpet, no celebration, just mourning. Because after every long night, morning comes. After every failure, there may be another chance. After every generation disappears, another begins. And after every great historical figure becomes a name in a book, the human story continues around them. Peter's story does not truly end with his death. It continues in every generation that remembers. In every person who hears his story and wonders what courage means. In every person who has failed and wonders whether they can begin again. In every community struggling to remain together. In every leader learning that authority is responsibility. In every traveler walking an uncertain road. In every quiet moment when someone decides to take one more step. That is Peter's final legacy. Not simply that he was the rock, but that he was once afraid. Not simply that he built, but that he learned. Not simply that he led, but that he served. Not simply that he died, but that his memory lived. And perhaps after 2,000 years, that is enough. The fisherman is gone. The empire is gone. The roads have changed. The cities have changed. The languages have changed. The world has changed. But the story remains. And the story is quiet now. The lake is dark. The stars are fading. The first light touches the horizon. The net is ready. The road is waiting. And somewhere, in that soft space between night and morning, the ancient world seems almost close enough to touch. Peter takes another step, then another, and disappears into the light. The story is finished. The road is not. The church he helped build continued. The memory continued. The questions continued. And history continued, as it always does. Quietly. Patiently. One generation at a time. One person at a time. One step at a time. And now, as the morning light spreads across the ancient lake, we can finally let the fishermen rest. Let the boats rest. Let the roads rest. Let the arguments rest. Let the centuries rest. The story of Peter has been told. A fisherman became an apostle. An apostle became a leader. A leader became a martyr. A martyr became a memory. And a memory became a road. The road is still there, somewhere beyond the horizon, waiting for whoever comes next. Good night. And may the ancient world remain quiet for a while longer.